flatters or humors somebody in an obsequious manner for personal gain, one who sucks up, a bootlicker, dickrider, ass-kisser, sycophant. Brown nosers, plural of brown noser. Brown note, a hypothetical sound frequency that would cause a person to lose control of their bowels and defecate. Brown notes, plural of brown note. Brown ocean effect, a weather phenomenon involving tropical cyclones which, after landfall, maintain their strength or intensify over warm, moist land surfaces. Brown onion, yellow onion. Brown onions, plural of brown onion. Brown oriole, a passerine songbird, Oriolus shallei of Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. Brown orioles, plural of brown oriole. Brown out, to experience a partial loss of vision having the characteristics of a brownout, to suffer a brownout. Brown outs, plural of brown out. Brown owl, the tawny owl, Strixa leuco. Brown owls, plural of brown owl. Brown palm civet, a small mammal of species Crotogylostone, found in the Western Ghats in India. Brown palm civets, plural of brown palm civet. Brown paper, a strong, coarse, brown-colored paper, not heavily bleached and retaining more of the natural components of wood, especially lignin, commonly used in packaging. Brown paper bag parties, plural of brown paper bag party. Brown paper bag party, synonym of paper bag party. Brown paper bag test, synonym of brown bag test, alleged racist comparison. Brown paper bag tests, plural of brown paper bag tests. Brown papers, plural of brown paper. Brown pelican, Pelecanus occidentalis, a small pelican found in the Americas. Brown pelicans, plural of brown pelican. Brown pound, the perceived purchasing power of Britain's black and Asian minorities as a group. Brown powder, synonym of cocoa powder, a form of brown gunpowder. Brown powders, plural of brown powder. Brown power, the production of electricity made from conventional sources such as coal, oil, natural gas, and nuclear power. Brown priest, a German priest who supported the Nazi regime. Brown priests, plural of brown priest. Brown rat, a rat of species Rattus norvegicus, common worldwide. Brown rats, plural of brown rat. Brown recluse, a venomous spider of the south-central United States that has a mark on its back in the shape of a violin. A brown recluse spider, Loxosceles reclusa. Brown recluse spider, a venomous American spider of species Loxosceles reclusa that has a mark on its back in the shape of a violin. Brown recluse spiders, plural of brown recluse spider. Brown recluses, plural of brown recluse. Brown rice, rice with the brownish hull not polished off as in white rice. The hull contains important vitamins, including vitamin B complex, which are missing in white rice. Brown rices, plural of brown rice. Brown rockchat, a bird species Onan fusca found in northern and central India, an individual of this species. Brown rosin paper, synonym of rosin paper. Brown rot, a fungal disease of stone fruits such as peaches and nectarines, caused by the fungus Monolinea fructicola. Brown sauce, a sauce made by the addition of stock to a heated and brown mixture of butter and flour. Brown sauces, plural of brown sauce. Brown seaweed, brown algae. Brown seaweeds, plural of brown seaweed. Brown shark, synonym of sandbar shark. Brown sharks, plural of brown shark. Brown shirt. Alternative form of brown shirt. Brown shirt. Alternative form of brown shirt. Brown shirts. Plural of brown shirt. Brown shirts. Plural of brown shirt. Brown shoe. A naval aviator. Brown shoes. Plural of brown shoe. Brown shower. The act of a person defecating on another, usually for sexual stimulation of one or both persons. Brown showers. Plural of brown shower. Brown shrike. Lanius cusidus, a bird in the shrike family Lanius that is found mainly at Asia. It is closely related to the red-backed shrike L. colorio and Isibelline shrike L. isibellinus. Brown shrikes. Plural of brown shrike. Brown shrimp. Farfantepanius aztecus. Brown shrimps. Plural of brown shrimp. Brown snake. Any of certain snakes that are brown in color of species. Brown snakes. Plural of brown snake. Brown soft scale. Coccus hesperidum. Brown soft scales. Plural of brown soft scale. Brown spar. A ferruginous variety of dolomite in part identical with anchorite. Brown spars. Plural of brown spar. Brown spot. The spot on a snooker table where the brown ball is normally placed. Brown spots. Plural of brown spot. Brown stew. A stew in which the meat is browned before being added. Brown stewed chicken. A Caribbean dish of chicken in brown sugar with vegetables. Brown stews. Plural of brown stew. Brown sticker. Designating a category of contract bridge conventional agreements that are difficult to defend against, and thus only permitted at high levels of tournament play. Brown studies. Plural of brown study. Brown study. A melancholy mood accompanied by deep thought, a moody daydream. Brown sugar. Refined sugar to which molasses has been added. Brown sugars. Plural of brown sugar. Brown sugary. Alternative form of brown sugary. Brown syndrome. A rare eye disorder characterized by defects and errors in eye movement, caused by a malfunction of the superior oblique tendon. Brown tang. A fish of species Zebrasoma scopus of tangs. Brown tangs. Plural of brown tang. Brown teal. A member of the dabbling duck subfamily endemic to New Zealand, Anas chlorodes. Brown teals. Plural of brown teal. Brown thrasher. A songbird found in eastern USA. Taxonomic name Toxostoma rufum, known for its large song repertoire. Brown thrashers. Plural of brown thrasher. Brown thumb. A lack of skill at growing plants, a poor gardening skill. Brown thumbs. Plural of brown thumb. Brown tinamou. A tinamou, Crypturellus obsoletus. Brown tinamus. Plural of brown tinamou. Brown township. Alternative form of brown, the name of several townships in the United States. Brown trout. A non-migratory freshwater trout of species Salmotrutta with dark spotted skin, native to Europe and Asia. Brown up. To become or make something brown in color, such as by cooking. Brown water. Inland river or coastal waters, in contrast to blue water. Brown Windsor soup. A hearty traditional British meat soup of disputed origin. Brown woolly monkey. A woolly monkey found in South America. Taxonomic name Lycothrix lygotricha. Brown woolly monkeys. Plural of brown woolly monkey. Brown's syndrome. Alternative form of Brown syndrome. Brown's Town, a town in St. Anne Parish, Middlesex, Jamaica. Brown bag. Alternative form of brown bag. Brown bag. Simple past and past participle of brown bag. Brown bagger. Alternative spelling of brown bagger. Brown baggers. Plural of brown bagger. Brown bagging. Present participle and gerund of brown bag. Brown bags. Third person singular simple present indicative of brown bag. Brown bill. A type of halberd used by medieval foot soldiers and constables, painted brown to prevent rust. Brown-billed scythebill. Campylorhamphus pusillus, a species of scythebill bird in the genus Campylorhamphus. Brown-billed scythebills, plural of brown-billed scythebill. Brown bills, plural of brown bill. Brown. Powdered cocaine or heroin mixed with smokeless gunpowder. Brown eye. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see brown-eyed, having brown eyes. Brown-eyed soul. A genre of soul music characteristically performed by Latinos, mainly in Southern California in the early 1960s. Brown-eyed Susan. A flowering annual plant, Rudbeckia triloba, the state flower of Maryland. Brown-eyed Susans, plural of brown-eyed Susan. Brown-haired, having hair of a brown color. Brown nose, alternative spelling of brown nose. Brown nose, simple past and past participle of brown nose. Brown noser, alternative spelling of brown noser. Brown nosers, plural of brown noser. Brown noses, plural of brown nose. Brown nosing, present participle and gerund of brown nose. Ran out, alternative form of brown out. Brownouts, plural of brown out. Brown point shield skin long Gyrostris. Aspidoras fuscigutatus, a species of tropical freshwater catfish, growing up to 4 centimeters 1.6 inches in length. Brown-rumped minivet, synonym of Suenos minivet, the bird Paracrocotus cantonensis. Brown-rumped minivets, plural of brown-rumped minivet. Brown-Séquard syndrome, a loss of sensation and motor function caused by the lateral hemiaction of the spinal cord. Brown-Séquard's hemiplegia, synonym of Brown-Séquard syndrome. Brown-Séquard's paralysis, synonym of Brown-Séquard syndrome. Brown sugar, with brown sugar. Brown sugary, resembling or characteristic of brown sugar. Brown-tail moth, a species of moth, Euproctes chrysorea. Brown-tailed moths, plural of brown-tail moth. Brown-tailed rock chat, a bird species Onan scatocerca, found in parts of Africa from Chad to Ethiopia. Brown-Violetta van Leer syndrome, a very rare neurological disorder of unknown cause, characterized primarily by deafness and paralysis of the muscles of the face, neck, shoulders, and limbs. Brown water navies, plural of brown water navy. Brown water navy, a naval force capable of military operations in riverine and coastal environments. Brownable, able to be brown. Brown-tag, a bird, the dowitcher or red-breasted snipe. Brownbacks, plural of brownback. Brownbagger, a person who brings their own lunch to work. Brownbaggers, plural of brownbagger. Brownbridge, a surname. Brownbridges, plural of brownbridge. Brownville, either of 2 species of birds in the greenbill genus Philostrephus. Brownvulls, plural of brown ball. Raocoat, a fan of the TV series Firefly. Browncoats, plural of brown coat. Roundel, a minor city in Jasper County, Texas, United States. Rao, a surname transferred from the nickname, is spelling variant of Brown. Brownia, any member of the genus Brownia. Brownia, pertaining to Thomas Brown 1605-1682, English writer and polymath. Brownias, plural of Brownia. Brown, simple past and past participle of brown. Round off, annoyed, upset, angry, bored, fed up, disgusted. Round out, simple past and past participle of brown out. Brown up, simple past and past participle of brown up. Round off, alternative form of browned off. Roundel, a surname. Roundels, plural of Brownell. Router, a surname. Routers, plural of Browner. Rounds, plural of brown. Brownest, superlative form of brown, most brown. Brunette, a person with brown hair, a brunette. Brownettes, plural of brownette. Brownie, a settlement in Brandon and Byshottles Parish, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2439. Brownie, Dinus. Brownie, alternative form of brown eye. Brownies, plural of brown eye. Brown face, a style of theatrical makeup in which a white person colors the face brown in order to represent somebody of another race. Brownfield, a surname. Brownfields, plural of brownfield. Brownhead, a woman with brown hair, a brunette. Brownheads, plural of brownhead. Roundhill, a suburb of Blackburn, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6830. Roundhills, a town in Walsall Borough, West Midlands, England, and formerly in Staffordshire. OS Grid Ref SK 0405. Brownian, or relating to botanist Robert Brown 1773-1858, who investigated the movement of pollen suspended in water. Brownian motion, random motion of particles suspended in a fluid arising from those particles being struck by individual molecules of the fluid. Brownian motions, plural of Brownian motion. Brownian motor, a nanoscale or molecular device by which thermally activated processes, chemical reactions, are controlled and used to generate directed motion in space and to do mechanical or electrical work. Brownian motors, plural of Brownian motor. Brownian movement, synonym of Brownian motion. Brownian movements, plural of Brownian movement. Brownian noise, alternative form of brown noise. Brownian ratchet, an apparent perpetual motion machine, the subject of a thought experiment that would consist of a tiny paddle wheel and a ratchet and might seem to be able to extract useful work from random fluctuations heat in a system at thermal equilibrium, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Brownian ratchets, plural of Brownian ratchet. Brownie, a junior girl guide. Brownie point, credit or praise for good work or a good deed, often for the express purpose of currying favor. Brownie points, plural of brownie point. Love you, comparative form of brownie, more brownie. Brownies, plural of brownie. Brownies, superlative form of brownie, most brownie. Brownification, browning, especially the browning of lakes and streams due to increased dissolved humic material. Brownify. Simple past and past participle of brownify. Brownifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of brownify. Brownify. To make or become more brown. Brownifying. Present participle and gerund of brownify. A diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida agacis syn. Delphinium agacis. Browniness. Brownishness. Browning. A surname from Old English. Browning out. Present participle and gerund of brown out. Browning shot. A haphazard shot at a group of vessels. Browning shots. Plural of browning shot. Browning up. Present participle and gerund of brown up. Browning jest. Reminiscent of the works of Robert Browning 1812–1889, English poet and playwright. Browningen. Of or relating to Robert Browning 1812–1889, English poet and playwright. Brownings. Plural of browning. Bradiacid. A particular steroid glycoside. Brownish. A color which resembles brown, somewhat brown. Brownishly. In a brownish way. Brownishness. The quality of being brownish. Brownism. The political ideology of former British Prime Minister Gordon Brown. Brownist. One who advocates the Brownonian system of medicine. Brownistic. Of or relating to the beliefs of the Brownists or followers of Robert Brown. Brownistical. Alternative form of Brownistic. Brownists. Plural of Brownists. Browneye. A supporter of Gordon Brown or his economic or political policies. Brownites. Plural of Brownite. Brownay. A surname from Old English. Brownay. A silicide mineral with chemical formula MnC. Brownlays. Plural of Brownlee. Brownley. A surname. Brownlays. Plural of Brownlee. Brownlow. A hamlet in New Boldest-Bury Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 828436. Brownlows. Plural of Brownlow. Brownley. With a brown color. Brownloride. A mineral with a chemical formula called Alpha-O5, found in metamorphosed limestone. Brownness. The state or quality of being brown. Brownnesses. Plural of brownness. Brownose. One who sucks up, a bootlicker, ass-kisser, sycophant. Brownnosed. Simple past and past participle of brownose. Brownnoser. Alternative spelling of brown noser, one who flatters others in an obsequious manner. Brownnosers. Plural of brownnoser. Brownoses. Plural of brownose. Brownnosing. Present participle and gerund of brownose. Brownout. A period of low alternating current line voltage causing a reduction in illumination. Brownouts. Plural of brownout. Browry. A surname from Old English. Browries. Plural of brownray. Browns. Plural of brown. Browns out. Third person singular simple present indicative of brown out. Browns up. Third person singular simple present indicative of brown up. Brownscombe. A surname. Brownsea. The largest of the islands in Poole Harbour in the county of Dorset, England. Brownseed paspalum. a perennial grass native to the subtropical and tropical parts of the Americas and grown elsewhere for pasture and hay, Paspalum plicaculum. Round-seed paspalums, plural of brown-seed paspalum. Roundshire, a uniformed member of the German Nazi Party NSDAP, especially a stormtrooper of the Sturmabteilung. Roundshirts, plural of brownshire. Brownskin, a person with brown-colored skin. Brownskins, plural of brownskin. Brownsnout spookfish, a species of barreleye, Dolichopteryx longipes, with widespread tropical and temperate distribution. Roundson, a surname. Roundsons, plural of brownson. Roundspar, alternative form of brown spar. Roundspars, plural of brownspar. Roundstein, a surname. Roundsteins, plural of brownstein. Brownstone, a variety of brown to red brown sandstone once popular as a building material. Roundstone, built with brownstone. Roundstoner, one who inhabits a brownstone building. Rownstoners, plural of brownstoner. Roundstones, plural of brownstone. Brownstoning, present participle and gerund of brownstone. Roundstown, ellipsis of Battle of Brownstown. Brownsville, the name of many places in the United States of America. Brownswick, obsolete spelling of Brunswick. Browntail, synonym of browntail moth. Browntails, plural of browntail. Roundton, a city in McLeod County, Minnesota, United States. Roundtop, common bent Agrostes capillaris. Roundtops, plural of browntop. Roundtown, an unincorporated community in Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States. Roundville, a village in Nebraska, United States. Brownware, pottery with a brown glaze. Brownwares, plural of brownware. Brownwash, to rebrand, cover up, or divert attention from amoral, illicit, or criminal activities by establishing partnerships or connections with legitimate, value-based organizations, e.g. Brownwash, simple past and past participle of brownwash. Brownwashes, third-person singular simple present indicative of brownwash. Brownwashing, the practice of rebranding to cover up criminal behavior. Brownwood, an unincorporated community in Morgan County, Georgia, United States, from the surname Brown. Brownwort, a figwort of the species Scrophularia vernalis or possibly of certain other species of the same genus, mostly perennials with inconspicuous coarse flowers. Brownworts, plural of brownwort. Brownie, a nickname of the surname Brown. Browpaxes, plural of browpaxy. Browpaxy, synonym of browlift. Browplasties, plural of browplasty. Browplasty, a browlift. Browroot, alternative form of brow ridge. Browridges, plural of browridge. Brows, plural of brow. Browsability, the quality or state of being browsable. Browsable, that may be browsed. Browse, to scan, to casually look through in order to find items of interest, especially without knowledge of what to look for beforehand. Browsability, alternative spelling of browsability. Browsable, alternative spelling of browsable. Browse, simple past and past participle of browse. Browser, a person or animal who browses. Browserify, simple past and past participle of browserify. Browserifies, third person singular simple present indicative of browserify. Browserify, to adopt a script or screen element, etc. to work inside the web browser. Browserifying, present participle and gerund of browserify. Browserish, resembling or characteristic of a web browser. Browserless, without a web browser. Browsers, plural of browser. Browsers, third person singular simple present indicative of browse. Browsewood, shrubs, trees, and bushes upon which animals browse. Browsewrap, a form of ClickWrap license where the user must consent to the terms in order to use a website. Browsewraps, plural of browsewrap. Browsing, present participle and gerund of browse. Browsing room, a room in a library where visitors can browse through selected books. Browsing rooms, plural of browsing room. Browsings, plural of browsing. Browspot, a rounded organ between the eyes of the frog, the interocular gland. Browspots, plural of browspot. Rust, a brewage, a brew, especially a serving of beer. Browster, a brewer. Browston Green, a village in Belton with Browston Parish, Great Yarmouth Borough, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 4901. Browsts, plural of browst. Browsy, of an animal having shaggy or bushy fur or hair. Browse, alternative spelling of browse. Browsed, simple past and past participle of browse. Browse, third person singular simple present indicative of browse. Browsing, present participle and gerund of browse. Broxolidine, an antiprotozoal drug. Roxeterol, a drug that is a beta-adrenergic agonist. Roxbourne, a town in Broxbourne Borough, southeast Hertfordshire. OS Grid Ref TL 3607. Roxburgh, a hamlet near Dunbar. East Lothian Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 6977. Roxen, a surname. Roxons, plural of Broxon. Roxted, a village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5727. Roxterman, a surname from German. Roxtermans, plural of Broxterman. Broxton, a place name. Broxtons, plural of Broxton. Broxtowe, a local government district with borough status in Nottinghamshire, England. Bayasi, bromocetyloxytocin. Roxy, a fatal disease of sheep. Broxyquinoline, an anti-infective drug. Bruy, a river in Switzerland which flows into Lake Neuchâtel. Bruiges, angry or resentful. Broils, a surname from German. Broilices, plural of broils. Right, a surname. Was, a blaze, a great heat. Brolech, a surname. Brozex, plural of brozek. Brodes, plural of bras. Brosier, to bankrupt. Brosiert, simple past and past participle of brosier. Rosiering. Present participle and gerund of brosier. Brosiers. Third person singular simple present indicative of brosier. There. Used to express being cold, to show shivering. Very. Alternative form of bring the sound of a telephone ringing. There. The sound of a car engine. There. Alternative spelling of BRR. There. Ring. Alternative form of bring the sound of a telephone ringing. BRRM. Alternative form of BRRM. BRS. Initialism of Banach and Riley-Ruvalcaba syndrome. IRS. Initialism of booking reservation system. Plural of VI. IRS. Plural of VI. IE. Initialism of bus rapid transit. Beatanedwa. A municipality of Croatia. A member of an ethnic group of Southeast Asia. The Y. The Malayan sun bear. Bewais. Plural of Bawan. Brubacher. A surname from German. Brubachers. Plural of Brubacher. Brubaker. A surname. Brubakers. Plural of Brubaker. Brebru. Also more fully as Brebru-shrike, a bird in the bushshrike family found in sub-Saharan Africa. Nilausifer. Brebris. Plural of Brebru. Brucato. A surname from Italian. Brucatos. Plural of Brucato. Broccoli. A surname. Broccolis. Plural of broccoli. Birth. Acronym of behaviors and talk, remembering, understanding, communicating, and evaluating. Birth is Scottish surname, most notably of Robert the Bruce. Bruce County, a county in southwestern Ontario, Canada, named after James Bruce, 8th Earl of Elgin. Bruce effect. The tendency for female rodents to terminate their pregnancies following exposure to the scent of an unfamiliar male. Bruce effects. Plural of Bruce effect. Bruce Peninsula. A peninsula and national park in southwest Ontario, Canada. The peninsula juts into Lake Huron. Brucington. A triterpene quesanoid antineoplastic antibiotic present in Brucea antidicin erica. Brucibactin. A catecholic siderophore produced by Brucella bacteria. Brucella. Any of a group of pathogenic bacteria of the genus Brucella. Brucellocidal. That kills brucella. Brucella. Plural of Brucella. Brucellaphid. A bacteriophage isolated from Brucella species. Brucellaphages. Plural of Brucellaphage. Bruceller. Relating to or caused by Brucella. Brucellus. Plural of Brucella. Brucellogen. A protein nucleate fraction of Brucella cells used in testing for infection. Brucellogens. Plural of Brucellogen. Brucellogen. A protein nucleate obtained from Brucella species and used in the diagnosis of brucellosis. Brucellic. Of or pertaining to brucellosis. Brucellin. An extract mostly of proteins of Brucella used in the diagnosis of brucellosis. Brucellosis. Plural of brucellosis. Brucellosis. Infection by a bacterium of the genus Brucella, which is carried by ruminants and other mammals, with symptoms including recurring fevers, sweating, weakness, anorexia, headaches, depression, and generalized aches and pains. Brucellotic. Relating to brucellosis. Bruceploitation, a genre of exploitation film that exploits the legacy of Bruce Lee through copycats. Bruces, plural of Bruce. Berthy, a diminutive of the male given name Bruce. Rut, a surname from German. Rutsch's membrane, the innermost layer of the choroid in the eye. Rutsch's membranes, plural of Bruch's membrane. Rutche, any of the bean weevils in the family Bruchidae, now considered to be the chrysomlid subfamily Bruchini. Rutchids, plural of Bruchid. Rutchin, any of a class of lipids that are esters of long-chain diols isolated from the pea weevil Bruchus spisorum. They induce neoplasms in pea plants. Rutchine, any of the subfamily Bruchini of bean weevils. Rutchines, plural of Bruchine. Rutchine, any of the subfamily Bruchini of bean weevils. Rutchinids, plural of Bruchinid. Bruchins, plural of Bruchin. Berthy, a nickname of the given name Bruce. Bruce, archaic form of brucine. Brucine, an alkaloid related to strychnine, found in several plant species, notably Strychnos nux vomica. Brucipane, a trypanosomal protease. Brucite, a mineral form of magnesium hydroxide, MgO, often found in thin foliated plates, but may be fibrous. See nemolite, of a white or greenish color and vitreous to pearly luster. Brucites, plural of brucite. Bruch, a surname. Bruck an der Mur, a town in Bruck-Mühlzuschlag district, Styria, Austria. Ruckback, alternative spelling of Bruckback shotgun. Bruckbacks, plural of Bruckback. Bruck syndrome, the rare combination of arthrogryposis multiplex congenita and osteogenesis imperfecta. Ruckback, alternative spelling of Bruckback shotgun. Ruckbacks. Plural of Bruckback. Bruckreiser-Chawla theorem, a result on the combinatorics of block designs, stating that if a V, B, R, K lambda design exists with V equals B a symmetric block design, then I if V is even, then K minus lambda is a square. Roman 2 if V is odd, then the following Diophantine equation has a non-trivial solution: x2 minus k minus lambda y2 minus 1 v minus 1 slash 2 lambda z2 equals 0. Ruckpack, shotgun, particularly a sawn-off one. Ruckbacks, plural of Bruckback. Bruck, simple past and past participle of Bruck. Rutter, a surname. Rutters, plural of Brucker. Bruckhammer, a surname. Bruckies, plural of Brucky. Brucker, present participle and gerund of Bruck. Brucka, frail, weak. Fragile. Bruckmann, a surname from German. Bruckmans, plural of Bruckmann. Bruckner, a surname from German, widely known as the surname of the Austrian composer Anton Bruckner 1824-96. Bohemian, of or relating to Anton Bruckner 1824-1896, Austrian composer, organist, and music theorist. Brucks, a surname from German. Bruxes, plural of Brucks. Ruddy, shotgun. Ruh, a male friend of a male. Rudda, pronunciation spelling of brother. Rudda, pronunciation spelling of brother. Ruddas, plural of brudda. Rudder, Pronunciation spelling of brother. Brothers. Plural of brother. Brudenell. A surname. Brudenell, Lindock and Raglan. A township in Renfrew County, Ontario, Canada, formed in 1999. Brudenells. Plural of Brudenell. Brudas. A surname. Brud. Plural of Brud. A river in Somerset, England, which flows into the Bristol Channel at Burnham-on-Sea. A surname from German. Bruckner. A surname. Bruckers. Plural of Bruckner. Plural of Bruck. Brugelian. Alternative spelling of Brugelian. Brueggemann. A surname. Brueggemann. A surname. Brueggemanns. Plural of Brueggemann. Brueggemanns. Plural of Brueggemann. Brugelian. Of or pertaining to any of the Dutch/Flemish painters of the Bruegel line, also spelled Bruegel or Bruegel. Brewer. A surname. Brumers. Plural of Brumer. A surname. Bruding. A surname. Brudens. Plural of Bruning. Bruns. Plural of Brun. Brewer. A surname. Brewers. Plural of brewer. Brewery. Heathland for grazing animals. Bruise soldier flies. Plural of bruise soldier fly. Bruise soldier fly. Nemotlus brucei, a species of soldier fly. Ref. A town in County Limerick, Ireland. Bruffin. A combination of a brioche and a muffin. Bruffins. Plural of bruffin. Bruffs. Plural of bruff. Ready. A surname. Bruvert. A surname. Brugada syndrome. A genetically inherited condition characterized by abnormal electrocardiogram findings and an increased risk of sudden cardiac death. Bruges. The capital city of West Flanders Province, Belgium. Rue. A town and municipality in Aargau Canton, Switzerland. Bruggemann. A surname. Bruggemann. A surname from German. Bruggemanns. Plural of Bruggemann. Bruggemanns. Plural of Bruggemann. Brugger. A surname. Bruggers. Plural of Brugger. Rug. A surname. Rugies. A village in Allier Department, France. Bruz. Plural of Bra. Brugren. A surname. Brabens. Plural of Brugmen. Romancea. A flowering plant of the genus Brabmansia, native to subtropical regions of South America. Brabmansias. Plural of Brabmansia. Brugnetolite. A yellowish mineral formed of a hydrated ferric and magnesium carbonate/hydroxide. Brugnetolites. Plural of Brugnetolite. Alternative. Form of bro, male comrade or friend. Girl. A girl with personality traits and interests considered masculine, especially associated with frequently using the word bra expressing amazement or shock in conversation. Girls. Plural of girl. Bra moment. An action, experience, or situation that elicits a response of saying the word bra. Bra moments. Plural of bra moment. Brouhaha. Alternative form of brouhaha. Brouhahas. Plural of brouhaha. Bruh. Misspelling of bra. R. A surname. Bruins, plural of brun. Brus, plural of bra. Brutally, alternative form of brawlsy. Brulies, plural of bruilsy. Br. A bear character in fairy stories, etc., especially when anthropomorphized. Bruins, plural of Bruin. Bruinsma, a surname from West Frisian. Bruinsmas, plural of Bruinsma. Bruisability, susceptibility to bruising. Bruisable, susceptible to bruising, capable of being bruised. Bruisably, in a bruisable way, or to a bruisable extent. Bruise, to strike a person, originally with something flat or heavy, but now specifically in such a way as to discolor the skin without breaking it. To contuse. Bruise up, to cause bruises to appear, usually by beating or battering. Bruise, simple past and past participle of bruise. Bruised up, simple past and past participle of bruise up. Bruisedness, the quality of being bruised. Bruiseless, without a bruise. Bruiselessness, absence of bruises. Bruise-like, resembling or characteristic of a bruise. Bruiser, in contact sports, an athlete whose size, strength, and slash or aggressiveness make it likely that they will cause athletes on the opposing team to suffer physical punishment. Bruisers, plural of bruiser. Bruises, plural of bruise. Bruises up, third person singular simple present indicative of bruise up. Bruises, second person singular simple present indicative of bruise. Bruisewort, any plant supposed to heal bruises, such as soap, port, or comfrey. Bruiseworts, plural of bruisewort. Bruising, present participle and gerund of bruise. Bruising up, present participle and gerund of bruise up. Bruisingly, in a manner that bruises violently. Bruisings, plural of bruising. Bruity, resembling or characteristic of a bruise, especially in color. Roof, hearsay, rumor, talk, countable an instance of this. Brutu, simple past and past participle of brute. Brutettes, second person singular simple past indicative of brute. Bruiter, agent noun of brute, a person who disseminates, promulgates, or spreads news, rumors, etc. Bruters, plural of bruter. Brutus, second person singular simple present indicative of brute. Bruta, third person singular simple present indicative of brute. Brutify, simple past and past participle of brutify. Brutifies, third person singular simple present indicative of brutify. Brutify, alternative form of brutify. Brutifying, present participle and gerund of brutify. Bruty, present participle and gerund of brute. Broodings, plural of brooding. Births, plural of brute. Bruise, obsolete form of bruise. Bruises, plural of bruise. Brutix, a latinx, especially Afro-Latinx, magic user, a witch. Brutix, plural of brutix. Bruh, initialism of Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan. Brew, a hamlet in Alberta, Canada. Brule, a member of a subdivision of the Sioux Native American nation. Brule County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Chamberlain. Brule, synonym of creme brulee. Brûler. Simple past and past participle of brûler. Brûling. Present participle and gerund of brûler. Brûlés. Plural of brûlé. Brûlés. Plural of brûlé. Brûlé. A surname from French. Brûlés. Plural of brûlé. Brûla. A fireship. Brûlots. Plural of brûlot. Huey. Alternative form of brulzy. Always. Plural of brûli. Brûli. A loud argument or dispute. Brûlies. Plural of brulzy. Bro. A nickname for the English city of Birmingham. Brumaire. The second month of the French Republican calendar, from October 22, 23, or 24 to November 20, 21, or 22. Brumaires. Plural of Brumaire. Brumairien. A supporter of or participant in the coup of 18 Brumaire. Brumairians. Plural of Brumairian. Brumal. Belonging to winter, winter-like, wintry. Brumalia. A winter solstice festival celebrated in the eastern part of the ancient Roman Empire. Brumate. To be in a lethargic state, somewhat analogous to hibernation, but not the same. Commonly found in reptiles and in some other animal species, such as bears. Brumate. Simple past and past participle of brumate. Brumates. Third person singular simple present indicative of brumate. Brumating. Present participle and gerund of brumate. Brumation. A lethargic state that some ectothermic animals, such as many reptiles, assume during cold conditions. Partly analogous to hibernation, but physiological differences include that brumation does not depend on stored fat, but rather on reduced metabolic activity. Rumback. A surname. Rumbacks. Plural of Brumback. Rumba. A surname. Rumbas. Plural of Brumba. Brumbalo. A surname. Brumbalos. Plural of Brumbalo. Rubbies. Plural of Brumby. Rubby. A former village in Brumby and Frodingham district, Frodingham parish, Scunthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, United Kingdom. Mist, fog, vapor. Brooms. Plural of broom. Brumet. A surname. Brumets. Plural of brumet. Brumfield. A surname. Brumfields. Plural of Brumfield. Brummagem. Obsolete form of Brummagem Birmingham. Brumet. A surname. Brumets. Plural of Brumet. Bromley. A surname. Bromleys. Plural of Bromley. A surname. Brummagem. The city of Birmingham, England. Brummagems. Plural of Brummagem. Brummagem. Alternative form of Brummagem. Brummagems. Plural of Brummagem. Rowell. A surname. Rummelhook. Synonym of Inglefield Clip. Rummelhooks. Plural of Brummelhook. Brummel. A surname. Brummelian. Of or relating to Beau Brummel George Bryant Brummel 1778-1840, iconic figure in Regency, England, known for his dandyish dress. Brummels. Plural of Brummel. Brummels. Plural of Brummel. Rowan. a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Brouwer, a surname. Broeders, plural of Brommer. Broet, a surname. Brommets, plural of Brummet. Brummie, a person from Birmingham, United Kingdom. Udde, comparative form of Brummie, more Brummie. Brummes, plural of Brummie. Uddes, superlative form of Brummie, most Brummie. Broen, a surname from German. Brummens, plural of Brummond. Brums, plural of Brum. Brummes, foggy for mist. Windy. Brumously, in a brumous way or manner. Brummel, a surname. Brut, a surname from Norwegian, notably held by Viggo Brunn. Brunn-sieve, a technique for estimating the size of sifted sets of positive integers that satisfy a set of conditions expressed by congruences. Brunn-sieves, plural of Brunn-sieve. Brunn's constant, the finite value denoted by B2, to which the sum of the reciprocals of the twin primes converge, according to Brunn's theorem. Brunn's theorem, a theorem stating that the sum of the reciprocals of the twin primes converges to a finite value. Brunn's constant. Brunei, obsolete spelling of Brunei, a country in Southeast Asia. Brunel, consisting of shades of brown, painted or executed with shades of brown, brown monochrome. Brunels, plural of Brunel. Brunetter, round. Brunch, a meal eaten later in the day than breakfast and earlier than lunch, and often consisting of typical foods from both of those meals. Brunch were, a portmanteau word. Brunch words, plural of brunch were. Brunch, simple past and past participle of brunch. Bruncheon, synonym of brunch, meal eaten between breakfast and lunch times. Bruncheonette, a small diner or restaurant that serves brunch. Bruncheonettes, plural of bruncheonette. Bruncheons, plural of bruncheon. Bruncher, someone who eats brunch. Brunchers, plural of bruncher. Brunches, plural of brunch. Brunching, present participle and gerund of brunch. Brunch time, the time at which brunch is eaten. Brunch times, plural of brunch time. Brunchy, relating to or characteristic of brunch. Bruntight, synonym of Schalendeln. Brudgau, one who is both an uncle and a brother. Brunkels, plural of brunkel. Brundage, a surname. Brundages, plural of Brundage. Brundall, a village and civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 3208. Brundalls, plural of Brundall. Brundell, a surname. Brundalls, plural of Brundell. Brundage, a surname. Brondages, plural of Brundage. Brundage, a surname. Brundages, plural of Brundage. Brundish, a village and civil parish in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 260 8766. Brundishes, plural of Brundish. Brundle, a surname. Brundles, plural of Brundle. Brunbury, a surname. Brun, a surname. Brutto, a surname from French. Brunos, plural of Brunno. Brunei, a country in Southeast Asia. Capital, Bandar Seri Begawan. Brunei Darussalam, the official name of Brunei, a country in Southeast Asia. Brunei English, a regional dialect of English that is widely spoken in Brunei Darussalam. Brunan, a person from Brunei or of Bruneian descent. Brunanness, quality of Inganayan. Brunans, plural of Brunan. Brunuana, object and mementos relating to famed English engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Brunel, a surname. Brunel, a surname from French. Brunels, plural of Brunel. Brunelleschian, of or relating to Filippo Brunelleschi 1377–1446, Italian designer and architect, one of the founding fathers of the Renaissance. Brunelleschi, of or relating to the Brunelleschi. Brunellian, relating to the works of Isambard Kingdom Brunel, English civil engineer. Brunello, any of various Italian red wines. Brunello di Montalcino, an Italian red wine from the town of Montalcino near Florence in Tuscany. Brunellos, plural of Brunello. Brunels, plural of Brunel. Brunelleschi, synonym of streptonegrin. Brunner, a surname. Unire, of or relating to psychologist Jerome Brunner, born 1915. Bruners, plural of Brunner. Bruns, plural of Brun. Brunescence, the condition of being brunescent. Brunescent, becoming brown in color. Brut, a surname from French. Brunnedness, the quality of being a head person. Brunnets, plural of brunnet. Brut, a surname from French. Brunette, a surname from French. Brunetteness, the quality of being brunette. Brunettes, plural of brunette. Brunetti, a surname from Italian. Brunettis, plural of Brunetti. Brunetto, a surname from Italian. Brunettos, plural of Brunetto. Brunettes, plural of Brunnet. Brunfelsia, any of the plants of the genus Brunfelsia. Brunfelsias, plural of Brunfelsia. Past participle of bring. Brunvard, a surname from German. Brungards, plural of Brunvard. Brunvart, a surname from German. Brungarts, plural of Brungart. Brunhild, a shield maiden and Valkyrie in Germanic mythology, a main character in the Nibelungenlied, Völsunga saga, and some poems of the Poetic Edda. Brunhilda, alternative form of Brunhild. Brunhilda, a female given name from German. Bruni, a surname from Italian. Brunies, of or relating to the Bruniaceae. Bruni, a kind of scone made with flour or oatmeal. Brunis, plural of bruni. Brunification, a form of petogenesis where iron released from minerals produces a reddish or brownish soil. Brunify, having undergone brunification. Brooding, a surname. Brunins, plural of bruning. Brunian, a hybrid of a plum and a peach. Brunians, plural of Brunian. Bruniqua, a city in Tarn-et-Garonne department, France. Brunis, plural of Bruni. Brunissal, any soil that has a developed B horizon but does not meet the requirements of any of the other soil orders. Brunessolic, relating to Brunissals. Brunissals, plural of Brunissal. Brudager, damage caused to vines by Plasmodiaphora vitis with browning of the leaves. Brunism, a kind of dark loess-based soil found in prairies. Brunisms, plural of Brunism. Ruck, a surname. Ruck, a surname. Brugden, a surname from German. Brunkens, plural of Brunken. Brunker, a surname from German. Brumgers, plural of Brunker. Brucks, plural of Brunk. Brunkhorsts, a surname from German. Brunkhorsts, plural of Brunkhorsts. Brucks, plural of Brunk. Br, a surname. Brun-Minkowski theorem, an inequality relating the volumes or more generally Lebesgue measures of compact subsets of Euclidean space. Brunettern, a village in Neckartal municipality, Toggenburg, St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Br, a spring or source of water. Brunnen, a municipality in Neuburg-Schrobenhausen district, Upper Bavaria region, Bavaria, Germany. Brunja, of a dark brown color. Rutter, a surname. Brunner syndrome, a genetic disorder associated with mild intellectual disability, impulsiveness, sudden changes of mood, and aggressive and antisocial behaviors. Brunner's gland, one of the compound tubular submucosal glands found in that portion of the duodenum which is above the hepatopancreatic sphincter. Their main function is to produce a mucus-rich alkaline secretion to protect the duodenum from acidic chyme and to lubricate the intestinal walls. Brunner's glands, plural of Brunner's gland. Brunnera, any of the genus Brunnera of boaerginaceous flowering plants. Brunneras, plural of Brunnera. Brunners, plural of Brunner. Renascent, dark brown. Brunnian, of or relating to Karl Hermann Brunn 1862–1939, German mathematician. Brunnian braid, a braid that becomes trivial upon removal of any one of its strings. Brunnian braids, plural of Brunnian braid. Brunnian link, a non-trivial link that becomes a set of trivial unlinked circles if any one component is removed. In other words, cutting any loop frees all the other loops. Brunnian links, plural of Brunnian link. Brudding, a surname. Brunny, the Brunswick House, a well-known pub in Toronto which existed from 1876 to 2016. Bruno, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Bronogyrite, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing germanium, iron, and oxygen. Brunice, a very fine dice, a method of cutting vegetables, usually to the dimensions of 2 mm or less, by julienning and then cutting many times at a 90-degree angle to the julienne. Brunice, simple past and past participle of brunois. Brunices, plural of brunois. Brunising, present participle and gerund of brunois. Brunomir, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Rononian, of or relating to John Brown physician, born 1735, Scottish physician who taught that disease was caused by either excessive or inadequate stimulation. Brunonianism. The Brunonian system of medicine. Brunonians, plural of Brunonian. Brunonism, alternative form of Brunonianism, Brunonian system of medicine. Brunislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Brunost, a brown Norwegian whey cheese with a strong, sweet flavor. Breuil, a commune in Essonne department, Ile-de-France, France. Brunskow, a surname. Brunskills, plural of Brunskill. Brunson, a surname. Brunssum, a city and municipality of Limburg, Netherlands. Brunstang, an outer suburb of the city of Edinburgh, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 3172. Brunstadt, a former commune of Haltrine department, Alsace, Grand Est, France, since 2016 merged into the commune of Brunstadt-Diedenheim. Brunswick am I, a group of Petes. Brunswick amides, plural of Brunswick am I. Brunswickei, synonym of Chamosite. Brunswick, alternative form of Brunswick in Germany. Brunswick, Braunschweig, a city in Lower Saxony, Germany. Brunswick Black, a solution of asphalt in turpentine. Brunswick County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Bolivia. Brunswick Green, any of various dark green pigments, usually from copper compounds. Brunswick Greens, plural of Brunswick Green. Brunswick Junction, a town in the Shire of Harvey, Southwest Region, Western Australia. Brunswick Park, a neighbourhood of New Southgate, Borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2893. Brunswick Star, an emblem formed by an 8-pointed or 16-pointed star composed of many narrow rays. Brunswick Stars, plural of Brunswick Star. Brunswick Stew, a traditional stew popular in the American South, usually tomato-based and containing beans, corn, okra, and other vegetables, and one or more types of meat. Brunswick Stews, plural of Brunswick Stew. Brunswick Village, a village in North Tyneside Borough and Brunswick Parish, Newcastle upon Tyne, Tyne and Wear, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2372. Brunswicker, a native or inhabitant of the city of Braunschweig, also known as Brunswick, in Lower Saxony, Germany. Brunswickers, plural of Brunswicker. Brunswickian, of the psychologist Egon Brunswick and his emphases on probability and on an organism's functional relationship with its environment. Rut, a surname. Rutted, simple past and past participle of brunt. Brunting, present participle and gerund of brunt. Bruntlet, a surname. Brunton, a place name. Brunton compass, a type of precision compass commonly used by geoscientists. Brunton compasses, plural of Brunton compass. Bruntons, plural of Brunton. Bruths, plural of Brunt. Brunty, a surname from Irish. Brunties, plural of Brunty. Brother, a meal consisting of a fusion of breakfast, one's first meal upon awakening, and supper. Robbers, plural of robber. Bury, a village in County Limerick, Ireland. Puth, a surname from Polish. Brusa, a surname from Italian. Brusas, plural of Brusa. Ruspa, a surname from Italian. Ruspes, plural of Brusca. Bruschetta, a light Italian dish of toasted bread with a topping of olive oil, garlic, and chopped tomatoes. Bruschettas, plural of bruschetta. Redeth, plural of bruschetta. Brusco, a surname from Italian. Bruscos, plural of brusco. Bruthes, plural of bruise. Rush, a surname. Rush aside, to disregard, dismiss, or ignore something as unimportant. Rush away, rare form of brush aside. Rush back, to throw a brushback pitch at a batter. Rush blade, an attachment to a rake for tearing brush and roots out of a fire line. Rush blades, plural of brush blade. Rush border, the microvilli-covered surface of simple cuboidal epithelium and simple columnar epithelium cells found in certain parts of the body. Rush borders, plural of brush border. Rush bow, the curved piece out in front of the main body of a sled, designed to stop brush from damaging the sled. Rush bows, plural of brush bow. Rush by, to walk past another person, touching them slightly, normally by accident, and ignoring them. Rush cuckoo, a species of cuckoo Cacomanies variolasis of Southeast Asia and Australasia. Rush cuckoos, plural of brush cuckoo. Rush cut, a closely cropped male haircut in which the hairs stick upward like the short bristles of a brush. Rush cuts, plural of brush cut. Rush down, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see brush down, to remove something with a brush or one's hands using a downward brushing motion. Brush fence, an obstacle for a horse consisting of a solid fence with brush above it but shorter than a bullfinch, through which the horse should jump. Brush fences, plural of brush fence. Brush fire, alternative form of brush fire. Brush fires, plural of brush fire. Rush hook, synonym of sling blade. Rush hooks, plural of brush hook. Rush off, to disregard something, to dismiss or ignore someone as unimportant. Rush offs, plural of brush off. Brush one's teeth, to clean one's teeth, especially by using a toothbrush and toothpaste. This entity is a translation hub. Rush out, to clean a form using lye or turpentine. Rush over, to barely cover a topic, to skim through or lightly touch on something. Rush pass, to go by someone or something quickly, making slight contact. Brush pen, a writing and drawing instrument that has a tip like a paintbrush, typically with an ink cartridge similar to that on a fountain pen. Brush pens, plural of brush pen. Rush rabbit, a species of small cottontail rabbits found in the Pacific slope of the western United States and Baja California, Silvolagus bachmani. Rush rabbits, plural of brush rabbit. Brush something under the carpet, synonym of sweep something under the rug. Brush something under the rug, synonym of sweep something under the rug. Rush talk, use of written literary Chinese as a lingua franca in the sinosphere. Rush truck, a small fire engine equipped for wildland firefighting. Rush turkey, alternative spelling of brush turkey. Rush turkeys, plural of brush turkey. Brush hut, to paint or make clean or bright with a brush. Brush up to flatter or suck up to someone. Rush warbler, a Madagascan warbler of the genus Nacillas. Rush wheel, a wheel without teeth, used to turn a similar one by the friction of bristles or something brush-like or soft attached to the circumference. Brush wheels, plural of brush wheel. Brush wolf, a small wolf found in western North America. Brush wolves, plural of brush wolf. Brush down, the act of brushing down a person, animal, or object. Brush downs, plural of brush down. Brush fire, alternative form of brush fire. Brush fires, plural of brush fire. Brush-footed butterflies, plural of brush-footed butterfly. Brush-footed butterfly, a butterfly of the family Nymphalidae. Brush-furred mice, plural of brush-furred mouse. Brush-furred mouse, a sub-Saharan African rodent belonging to the genus Lophuromes. Brush-making, alternative form of brush-making. Brush off, an abrupt rebuff, a snub or curt rejection, a disdainful dismissal. Brush off, plural of brush off. Brush bend, alternative form of brush pen. Brush bends, plural of brush pen. Brush-tailed, having a furry tail as many marsupials. Brush-tailed penguin, a penguin of the Pygoceles genus. Brush-tailed penguins, plural of brush-tailed penguin. Brush-tailed phascogale, a species of arboreal carnivorous daceurid marsupial, Phascogale tapotapha, endemic to Australia. Brush-tailed phascogales, plural of brush-tailed phascogale. Rush-tailed porcupine, a genus of mammals Atherois of Old World porcupines found in Asia and Africa. Brush-tailed porcupines, plural of brush-tailed porcupine. Brush-tailed possum, alternative form of brush-tailed possum. Brush-tailed possums, plural of brush-tailed possum. Rush turkey, any of several species of large birds found in Australia and New Guinea in the megapode turkey-like family Megapodiidae. Rush turkeys, plural of brush turkey. Brush up, a slight correction or modification. Brush ups, plural of brush up. Brushability, the quality or degree of being brushable. Brushable, able to be brushed. Brushasky, alternative form of Burushaski. Brushback, synonym of brushback pitch. Brushback pitch, a pitch that comes very close to the batter, forcing them to move back from the plate. Brushback pitches, plural of brushback pitch. Rushbacks, plural of brushback. Brush bar, a rotating bar with brush-like bristles, used in certain cleaning appliances. Brush bars, plural of brush bar. Brush cut, alternative form of brush cut. Brush cuts, plural of brush cut. Brush cutter, a motorized saw on a stick for clearing bushes and underbrush. Brush cutters, plural of brush cutter. Rough, roughened by rubbing with an abrasive brushes, especially as a finish. Brushed aside, simple past and past participle of brush aside. Brushed away, simple past and past participle of brush away. Brushed back, simple past and past participle of brush back. Brushed by, simple past and past participle of brush by. Rush down, simple past and past participle of brush down. Brushed off, simple past and past participle of brush off. Brushed one's teeth, simple past and past participle of brush one's teeth. Brushed out, simple past and past participle of brush out. Brushed over, simple past and past participle of brush over. Brushed pass, simple past and past participle of brush pass. Brush something under the carpet. Simple past and past participle of brush something under the carpet. Brushed something under the rug. Simple past and past participle of brush something under the rug. Rush trap or spider. Any of the Mygalomoros in the family Barichellidae. Rush trap or spiders. Plural of brushed trap or spider. Brushed up. Simple past and past participle of brush up. Brushed up to. Simple past and past participle of brush up to. Brusher. Someone who brushes any of the meanings. Brushers. Plural of brusher. Brutus. Plural of brush. Brushes aside. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush aside. Brushes away. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush away. Brushes back. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush back. Brushes by. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush by. Brushes down. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush down. Brushes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush off. Brushes one's teeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush one's teeth. Brushes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush out. Brushes over. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush over. Brushes pass. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush past. Brushes something under the carpet. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush something under the carpet. Brushes something under the rug. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush something under the rug. Brushes that. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush up. Brushes up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush up to. Brush is full. Plural of brushful. Brutus. Second person singular simple present indicative of brush. Raiha. Third person singular simple present indicative of brush. Rushfield spot. A small whitish spot found in a ring inside the iris, characteristic of Down syndrome. Rushfield spots. Plural of brushfield spot. Rushfinch. Any bird of the genus Atlapetes. Brushfinches. Plural of brushfinch. Brushfire. A large fire in a scrubland or prairie as opposed to a forest fire which occurs in forests. Brushfires. Plural of brushfire. Brushful. A sufficient quantity to fill the bristles of a brush. Brushfuls. Plural of brushful. Rahali. A tree of the genus Xylosma. Ayur. Comparative form of brushy, more brushy. Ayus. Superlative form of brushy, most brushy. Brushily. In a brushy manner. Brushiness. The state or condition of being brushy. Brusher. Present participle and gerund of brush. Brushing aside. Present participle and gerund of brush aside. Brushing away. Present participle and gerund of brush away. Brushing back. Present participle and gerund of brush back. Brushing by. Present participle and gerund of brush by. Brushing down. Present participle and gerund of brush down. Brushing off. Present participle and gerund of brush off. Brushing one's teeth. Present participle and gerund of brush one's teeth. Rushing out. Present participle and gerund of brush out. Rushing over. Present participle and gerund of brush over. Rushing pass. Present participle and gerund of brush pass. Brushing something under the carpet. Present participle and gerund of brush something under the carpet. Brushing something under the rug. present participle and gerund of brush something under the rug. Brushing up, present participle and gerund of brush up. Brushing up to, present participle and gerund of brush up to. Brushingly, with a brushing motion, barely touching, glancingly. Brushings, plural of brushing. Ruvite, a mineral formed by the interaction of guano with calcite and clay at a low pH, believed to be a precursor of apatite. Brushland, an area mostly covered with brush growth. Brushland tinamou, a tinamou, Gnathoproctocinerescens. Brushland tinamus, plural of brushland tinamou. Brushlands, plural of brushland. Brushless, not requiring the use of a brush. Brushlessness, absence of brushes. Brushlet, a little brush. Brushlets, plural of brushlet. Brushlike, having the form of a brush. Brushmaker, a person who makes brushes. Brushmakers, plural of brushmaker. Brushmaking, the manufacture of brushes. Brushman, a man employed to clean with a brush. Brush mark, a visible mark on a painted surface left by the bristles of a paintbrush. Brush barks, plural of brush mark. Brushman, plural of brushman. Brush off, alternative spelling of brush off. Brush-offs, plural of brush off. Rut out, the application of paint or varnish to a surface to test the properties of the paint or varnish. Rut outs, plural of brush out. Brushproof, resistant to damage caused by brushing. Brush roll, a roller with bristles, part of some vacuum cleaners. Brush rolls, plural of brush roll. Rushrunner, any bird in the genus Coryphistera, including only one recognized species. Brushstroke, the stroke of a brush, as in painting. Brushstrokes, plural of brushstroke. Brush, obsolete form of brushed. Brushtail, a brushtail possum. Brushtail possum, any nocturnal, arboreal, Australian possum of the genus Trichigerus having a furred tail with a naked tip. Brushtail possums, plural of brushtail possum. Brushtails, plural of brushtail. Brushturkey, alternative spelling of brushturkey. Brushturkeys, plural of brushturkey. Brush-up, alternative form of brush-up. Brush-ups, plural of brush-up. Rudware, brushes, brooms, and similar cleaning items. Brushwares, plural of brushware. Brush wheel, one of a set of wheels that move each other without cogs or teeth, having the rubbing surfaces covered with stiff hairs, cloth, or leather instead. Brush wheels, plural of brush wheel. Brushwise, in the manner of a brush. Brushwood, branches and twigs fallen from trees and shrubs. Brushwoods, plural of brushwood. Rudwork, the technique or practice of applying and manipulating paint, usually oil or gouache, in a painting. Rudworks, plural of brushwork. Ruy, having a similar texture to a fox's tail, brush-like, bushy. Rut, alternative spelling of brusque. Brusker, comparative form of brusque, more brusque. Brusques, superlative form of brusque, most brusque. Brusky, a surname from Polish. Brusques, plural of brusky. Brusque, alternative spelling of brusquely. Brusqueness, the state of being brusque. Rasa, to cause something to bristle or stand erect. Rasselt, simple past and past participle of bristle. Brussels, third person singular simple present indicative of Brussels. Brusle, present participle and gerund of Brussels. Brussau, a surname. Brussela, a surname. Bruces, plural of Brusso. Breth, a city in Santa Catarina, Brazil. Breth, simple past and past participle of brusque. Brusquely, in a brusque manner, abruptly, rudely. Brusqueness, the state or quality of being brusque, brusque behavior. Brusquenesses, plural of brusqueness. Brusquer, comparative form of brusque, more brusque. Brusquerie, brusqueness, abruptness, bluntness. Brusqueries, plural of brusquerie. Brusquerie, alternative form of brusquerie. Brusque, third person singular simple present indicative of brusque. Brusquas, superlative form of brusque, most brusque. Brusking, present participle and gerund of brust. Brathau, a surname from French. Brathas, plural of Brasso. Brussels sprout, alternative form of Brussels sprout. Brussels sprouts, plural of Brussels sprout. Brusseler, someone from Brussels. Brasilian, of, from, or pertaining to Brussels. Brasilians, plural of Brazilian. Brusselization, careless introduction of high-rise buildings into traditional residential neighborhoods. Brussels kale, a vegetable that is a hybrid of Brussels sprouts and kale. Brussels kales, plural of Brussels kale. Brussels, the capital city of Belgium. Brussels carpet, a kind of carpet made of wool fixed in a foundation web of strong linen thread. Brussels carpets, plural of Brussels carpet. Brussels effect, the process of unilateral regulatory globalization caused by the European Union de facto but not necessarily de jure externalizing its laws outside its borders through market mechanisms. Brussels English, synonym of Euro-English. Brussels Griffon, any of several related breeds of toy dog from Belgium. Brussels Griffons, plural of Brussels Griffon. Brussels Ground, the handmade ground of Brussels lace. Brussels grounds, plural of Brussels ground. Brussels lace, a kind of pillow lace that originated in and around Brussels with sprigs applied on a net ground. Brussels laces, plural of Brussels lace. Brussels net, a machine-made imitation of Brussels ground. Brussels nets, plural of Brussels net. Brussels point, synonym of point de gaze. Brussels sprout, the green vegetable Brassica oleracea var gemifera, a cabbage variety native to Belgium. Brussels sprouts, plural of Brussels sprout. Brussels wire ground, a type of lace made from silk that is partially meshed, consisting of a hexagon mesh with a twist of 4 flax threads to a perpendicular line of mesh. Brussels capital region, the region of Belgium consisting of the capital city, Brussels, and its suburbs. Brussels English, synonym of Euro-English. Russe, arst. Rus, obsolete form of burst. Ruster, a surname. Rusting, present participle and gerund of brus. Rasa, crackle, to rustle. Rustled. Simple past and past participle of Brussels. Rustles. Plural of Brussels. Rustling. Present participle and gerund of Brussels. Rufts. Third person singular simple present indicative of Brus. Rustri. A village in Halmaju, Arad County, Romania. Rustșorosa. A commune of Bacău County, Romania. Very dry and not sweet. Brutal. Savagely violent, vicious, ruthless, or cruel, often in an unintelligent manner. Brutalization. Alternative form of brutalization. Brutalizations. Plural of brutalization. Brutalize. To inflict brutal violence on. Brutalize. Simple past and past participle of brutalize. Brutalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of brutalize. Brutalizing. Present participle and gerund of brutalize. Brutalism. A style of modernist architecture characterized by angular geometry and overt signs of the construction process. Brutalisms. Plural of brutalism. Brutalis. Pertaining to brutalism, a style of modernist architecture characterized by the use of board-marked concrete. Brutalistic. Exhibiting or relating to brutalism. Brutalistically. In a brutalistic manner. Brutalists. Plural of brutalists. Brutalitarian. Brutal and totalitarian. Brutalitarianism. Brutal totalitarianism. Brutalitarians. Plural of brutalitarian. Brutalities. Plural of brutality. Brutality. The state of being brutal. Brutalization. The act or process of making brutal. Brutalizations. Plural of brutalization. Brutalize. Alternative spelling of brutalize. Brutalize. Simple past and past participle of brutalize. Brutalizer. One who brutalizes. Brutalizers. Plural of brutalizer. Brutalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of brutalize. Brutalizing. Cruel, harsh, or otherwise insensitive. Brutally. In a brutal manner, viciously, barbarically. Brutalness. The state, quality, or condition of being brutal, brutality. Birth. Without reason or intelligence of animal. Route to forge. A forging technique to shape metal to its final form by working it through forging only, and leaving that as the finished surface, with only sanding or grinding what is necessary for function. Rude fact. An inscrutable datum of experience, a thing that is undeniably the case, but which is impervious to reason explication. Brute facts. Plural of brute fact. Brute for punishment. One who endures, or who can endure, a great deal of pain, hardship, or other adversity. Brute force. A method of accomplishing something primarily by means of strength, without the use of great skill, mechanical aids, or thought. Brute forced. Simple past and past participle of brute force. Brute forces. Third person singular simple present indicative of brute force. Brute forcing. Present participle and gerund of brute force. Brute strength. Crude or animal-like physical strength alone, applied without skill or intelligent reasoning. Brute fact. Brute fact when used attributively. Brute force. Alternative spelling of brute force. Brute force. Simple past and past participle of brute force. Brute forcer. a program that performs a brute force computation. Brute forcers, plural of brute forcer. Brute forces, third person singular simple present indicative of brute force. Brute forcing, present participle and gerund of brute force. Bruted, simple past and past participle of brute. Brutum, the condition of being a brute, brutality. Brutiforcer, alternative spelling of brute forcer. Brutiforcers, plural of brutiforcer. Brute-like, resembling or characteristic of a brute. Brutally, in a rude or violent manner. Bruteness, the state or quality of being brute. Bruter, one who brutes shapes diamonds by grinding. Bruters, plural of bruter. Brutes, plural of brute. Brutes for punishment. Plural of brute for punishment. Brutsum, characteristic of a brute or marked by brutishness. Brutus, superlative form of brute, most brute. Brutify, simple past and past participle of brutify. Brutifies, third person singular simple present indicative of brutify. Brutify, to make like a brute, to make brutish. Brutifying, present participle and gerund of brutify. Bruti, present participle and gerund of brute. Brutish, of or in the manner of a brute. Brutishly, in a brutish manner. Brutishness, the characteristic of being brutish. Brutishnesses, plural of brutishness. Brutism, behavior or action characteristic of a brute. Brutisms, plural of brutism. Brutus, characteristic of a brute, brutal. Ruthin, a town and civil parish with a town council in Somerset, England, on the River Brue, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 6834. Bruton's tyrosine kinase, a tyrosine protein kinase that has a role in the development of B cells. Brutowski, a surname. Rudion, a former district of southern Italy in the time of the Roman Empire. Brutum fulmen, a judgment without effect. Brutus, a Roman cognomen. Brutuses, plural of Brutus. Were, a surname from Danish. Bruns, plural of Brun. Brother, mate, friend. Bros, plural of bro. Alternative form of brother. Bravas, plural of brava. Brother, brother. Brothers, plural of brother. Brux, to grind the teeth, especially involuntarily or during sleep. Bruxation, synonym of bruxism. Brux, simple past and past participle of Brux. Bruxelles, synonym of Brussels. Bruxellian, of or pertaining to Brussels or metonymically the European Union. Bruxer, one who exhibits bruxism grinding of the teeth. Bruxers, plural of bruxer. Bruxus, third person singular simple present indicative of brux. Bruxing, present participle and gerund of brux. Bruxism, the habit or practice of grinding the teeth as while sleeping or due to stress or certain drugs. Bruxisms, plural of bruxism. Bruxus, one who has bruxism, a person who grinds the teeth. Bruxistic, of or relating to bruxism. Bruxists, plural of bruxus. Bruxi, synonym of bauxite. Bruxites, plural of bruxite. Bruxo, a Brazilian witch slash healer. Bruxomania, compulsive grinding of the teeth. Rhynial, a surname. Brother. Bait, friend. A mate or friend. Bralese, a surname from Italian. Brazzes, plural of Bruzzies. Initialism of Blue River virus. Initialism of branch retinal vein occlusion. ARX, abbreviation of Brexit Party. Briaceous, of or relating to the Briaceae. Brialian, of or pertaining to mosses of the subclass Briales. Bry, a male given name from Irish, a less common alternative spelling of Bryan. Bryan County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Pembroke, named after Jonathan Bryan. Bryanism, the political philosophy associated with William Jennings Bryan. Bryan I, a supporter of William Jennings Bryan 1860–1925, U.S. orator and politician, and a dominant force in the populist wing of the Democratic Party. Bryanites, plural of Bryanite. Bryanize, to make Bryanite. Brianna, a female given name from the Celtic languages of American usage, variant of Brianna. Bryans, a surname transferred from the given name. Bryances, plural of Bryans. Bryansk, an oblast of Russia. Bryanston, a surname. Bryanstons, plural of Bryanston. A surname from Irish in turn originating as a patronymic derived from Bryan. Bryant's Cove, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Bryants, plural of Bryant. Midor, a surname. Bryce, a male given name from the Celtic languages, variant of Bryce. Bryson, a male given name. Bryson, a surname. A surname. Bryconid, any fish of the family Bryconidae. Bryconids, plural of Bryconid. Bryconen, any fish of the genus Brycon or the family Bryconidae. Bryconine, relating to Bryconins. Bryconens, plural of Bryconen. Bride, a surname possibly of Danish origin. Bride's whale, Balaenoptera bridei, a species of rorqual. Bride's whales, plural of bride's whale. Bryden, a surname. Brydens, plural of Bryden. Brydum, a surname. Bry, a surname. Briar, a surname. Briars, plural of briar. Lead, any moss in the family Brie. Bieds, plural of bied. Brick, a surname. Bricks, plural of brick. Real cream boy. A member of the Royal Air Force. Brill cream boys, plural of brill cream boy. Brill cream, styled with brill cream, a kind of pomade for the hair. Briley, a female given name transferred from the surname. Riley, a female given name transferred from the surname. Broombo, a village and community in Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales, a West Grid Ref SJ 2953. Rhymer. A surname. Rhymers. Plural of rhymer. A male given name from Welsh. Bringcrowr. Alternative form of Bringkrug. Runeman. A village in Quarterbach Community, Carmarthenshire, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SN 7114. Brynseven. A village in St Bride's Minor Community, Bridgend County Borough, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SS 9184. Brynthir. A small village in Dalbenmean Community, Gwynedd, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SH 4844. Bryncr. A village and community in Gwynedd, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SH 6003. Brensa. A soft cheese made from sheep's milk, primarily made in Central and Eastern Europe. Bryner. A surname. Bryners. Plural of Bryner. Brentford. A village and community in Flintshire, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SJ 1874. Brig. Obsolete spelling of bring. Britting. Obsolete spelling of bringing. Bringwas. A hamlet in Bringkrug Community, Gwynedd, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SH 6203. Brinnemlin. A small settlement in Dinas Cross Community, Pembrokeshire, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SN 0139. Brynhild. Alternative form of Brynhild. Brining. A hamlet in Brining with Wharton Parish, Fyle Borough, Lancashire, England. Ysgrid Ref SD 4029. Brining with Wharton. A civil parish in Fylde Borough, Lancashire, England. Brynmai. A female given name transferred from the surname. Brynmai. A female given name transferred from the surname. Brynmawr. A market town and community with a town council in Blaenau Gwent Borough, County Borough, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SO 1911. Brynmanen. A village in Unisodder Community, Bridgend Borough, County Borough, Wales. Ysgrid Ref SS 9084. A female given name from Welsh. Ryo. Mas. Rhyobia. A spider mite of the genus Bryobia. Any organism that lives in moss. Plural of Bryobiont. Any bug of the subfamily Bryocorni. Bryocorines. Plural of Bryocorine. A glycoprotein present in the bryony, Bryonia dioica. Bryophytes considered as a group. Synonym of bryophyte. Bryological. Of or pertaining to bryology. Biologists. A scientist specializing in bryology. Biologists. Plural of bryologists. Biolars. Plural of bryoli. Biology. The study of bryophytes, non-vascular plants including mosses, liverworts, and hornworts. A male given name from Irish, a non-standard spelling of Brian. Brian is. Plural of bryony. An emetic substance obtained from bryony root. Alternative form of bryanin. Bryony. A female given name from English. Bryophyte. The act of feeding on moss. Bryophyte. Alternative form of bryophyllin. Bryophyllins. Plural of bryophyllin. Bryophyllin. Any of a group of buphidianolides present in plants of the genus Bryophyllum. Bryophyllins. Plural of bryophyllin. Bryophyllus. Associated with bryophyte. Bryophyllum. Any of the genus Bryophyllum of plants in the family Crassulaceae. Bryophyllums. Plural of Bryophyllum. Bryophyte. Any plant of the division Bryophyta defines sensu lato to comprise the mosses, liverworts, and hornworts, and corresponding to all embryophytes that are not vascular plants. Bryophytes. Plural of bryophyte. Bryophytic. Of or pertaining to bryophytes, the green, seedless land plants that make up the division Bryophyta, including mosses, liverworts, and hornworts. Bryopsid. Any moss of the class Bryopsida. Bryopsidalean. Any green alba of the order Bryopsidales. Bryopsidaleans. Plural of Bryopsidalean. Bryopsids. Plural of Bryopsid. Bryostane. Any of a family of biologically active macrolide lactose derived from Bryozoan Bugula neritina. Bryostatins. Plural of bryostatin. Biotechnology. Study of using mosses in various biotechnology applications. Bryoxin. Any of the group of toxins found in Bryophyllum. Bryoxins. Plural of bryotoxin. Bryozoan. Misspelling of bryozoan. Bryozoa. Plural of bryozoan. Bryozoan. A member of the phylum Bryozoa of aquatic, usually colonial invertebrates. Bryozoans. Plural of bryozoan. Bryozoological. Relating to bryozoology. Bryozoologist. One who studies bryozoology. Bryozoologists. Plural of bryozoologists. Bryozoology. A branch of zoology specializing in bryozoa. Bryozoon. A polyzoon, a tiny animal that forms compound colonies. Bryozoon. Bryozoon. Bryson. A surname originating as a patronymic. Bryson City. A town, the county seat of Swain County, North Carolina, United States. Brysonest. Characteristic of William Maguire Bill Bryson, born 1951, Anglo-American author of light-hearted travelogues. Brysonian. Of or relating to William Norman Bryson, born 1949, Anglo-American art historian. Brython. A historical Breton, a member of that people that spoke Brythonic languages. Brythone. A Celtic language. Brythons. Plural of Brython. Ve. A town in Opole Voivodeship, Poland. Bizesko. A town and county of Lesser Poland Voivodeship, Poland. Zalensky. A surname from Polish. Zalensky's. Plural of Bzezinski. Ledany. A town and county of Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. Białystok. A surname from Polish. Białystok derivative. The set of all strings obtainable from a given set of strings by cutting off a prefix. For example, for the set cat, cow, dog, the Białystok derivative with respect to C is at O. They have applications in regular expressions. Białystok derivatives. Plural of Białystok derivative. Białystkis. Plural of Białystok. Bronsted. Alternative form of Bronsted. Bronsted acid. Any molecular entity capable of donating a proton to a base. Bronsted acids. Plural of Bronsted acid. Bronsted base. Any molecular entity capable of accepting a proton from an acid. Bronsted bases. Plural of Bronsted base. Bronsted-Lowry acid. Any chemical species that acts as a donor of protons. Bronsted-Lowry acids. Plural of Bronsted-Lowry acid. Bronsted-Lowry base. Any chemical species that acts as an acceptor of protons. Bronsted-Lowry bases. Plural of Bronsted-Lowry base. Vrura, a town in Vejen Municipality, Southern Jutland, Denmark. Et. Abbreviation of Bridgestone, a tire company. Et. Plural of B. Ase. Bisiata Dishmea, transliterated form of Hebrew Beit, Hebrew Sameh, Hebrew Dalet, written at the top of documents. AS and P. Initialism of Broadcast Standards and Practices, the department of the television network responsible for the moral, ethical, and legal implications of the network's programming. AS. Abbreviation of Baltos Levick. SA. Initialism of Business System Analyst. DESA. Initialism of Business Software Association of Australia. DESA. Initialism of British Sub-Aqua Club. DESI. Initialism of Black South African English. ISF. A member of the Boy Scouts of America. ISS. Plural of BSR. DESA. Initialism of British South Africa Police. ISA. Plural of BSA. ISV. Initialism of Bar Standards Board. ISE. Initialism of British Society of Cinematographers. SC. Abbreviation of Bachelor of Science. ISC. Abbreviation of Bachelor of Science. ASISIA. Initialism of bismuth strontium calcium copper oxide, a high-temperature superconducting material. ASAS. Plural of BSC. ASE. Initialism of Berkeley Software Distribution. ASD license. Any of a family of free software licenses comprising the license of Berkeley Software Distribution and derivative licenses. BSD licenses. Plural of BSD license. AE. Initialism of backwards stochastic differential equation. AE. Plural of BSE. AE. Plural of BSD. SE. Initialism of Bombay Stock Exchange. BSAC. Abbreviation of Black Sea Economic Cooperation. BSED. Initialism of Bachelor in Secondary Education. BSED. Simple past and past participle of BS. BSC. Initialism of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. BSR. A bullshitter. BSRs. Plural of BSR. BSS. Third person singular simple present indicative of BS. ASF. Initialism of British Standard Fine, one of 3 screw thread standards contributing to the Whitworth Threads standards set. ISF. Abbreviation of Best Friend. ASFS. Plural of BSF. ASD. Abbreviation of Blue Supergiant. ASD. Plural of BSD. ASH. Abbreviation of Bushel. BSACAN. Initialism of Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. BSARM. Initialism of Bachelor of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management. BSACAS. Initialism of Bachelor of Science in Health Science. BSHS. Plural of BSHS. ASI. Initialism of Body Substance Isolation. BSing. Present participle and gerund of BS. SKD. Abbreviation of basket. ASGS. Plural of BSGT. B-sky. Flipping of blue sky. B-sky B. Abbreviation of British Sky Broadcasting, a former telecommunications company. ISL. Initialism of British Sign Language. ISL. Abbreviation of Baltos Levick. ISL. Initialism of Blind Spot Monitor. This me. Initialism of British Society of Magazine Editors. As. Initialism of Brighton and Sussex Medical School. Basant. Abbreviation of basement. Basant. Abbreviation of basement. Asns. Plural of BSNT. Asns. Plural of BSNT. ASA. Initialism of Bachelor of Science in Nursing. ASO. Blue stellar object, a radioquiet quasar. ASOE. Initialism of blue screen of death. BSOD. Alternative form of BSOD. Nisad. Simple past and past participle of BSOD. BSOD. Simple past and past participle of BSOD. BSODing. Present participle and gerund of BSOD. BSOA is plural of BSOD. BSODs. Plural of BSOD. BSOD. A simple data interchange format used in the MongoDB database. ASO. Plural of BSO. ASD. Initialism of British Standard Pipe. ASD. Plural of BSB. ISS. Initialism of Base Station Subsystem. AS. Plural of BS. ASC. Initialism of Basic Service Set Identifier, a unique address that identifies the access point / router that creates the wireless network. ASSO. Initialism of Bilateral Sagittal Split Osteotomy. ASE. Initialism of British Standard Time between 1968 and 1971. ASE. Plural of BSD. ASW. Initialism of Bachelor of Social Work. ASW. Plural of BSW. Initialism of Blood Test. Abbreviation of Baronet, a title used after a holder's surname. Initialism of Best Time available for publishing or broadcasting. Beten. Initialism of Be That As It May. BDAS. Initialism of Bar Tribunal and Adjudication Services. Initialism of Bovine Tuberculosis. Abbreviation of Base Tuba. Initialism of British Tenpin Bowling Association. Initialism of Brain-to-Brain Interface. Plural of BEBI. ASC. Abbreviation of Beta-Cellulin. Abbreviation of Bloons Tower Defense. Initialism of Been There, Done That. Initialism of Been There, Done That. Bought the T-shirt. BDES. Alternative form of BTDTBTES. BTDubs. Alternative form of BTDubs. BTDubs. Alternative form of BTDubs. BTDubs. By the way, Initialism of Behind the Ear. Beta. Initialism of Business and Technology Education Council, a vocational qualification in the United Kingdom. Beta. Plural of BTEC. Plural of BE. BTEX. Initialism of benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and ortho, meta, and paraxylenes, toxic VOCs commonly found together, used in the chemical analysis of air and water to determine their quality and purity. Initialism of back the fuck off or butt the fuck out. Initialism of bank term funding program. 80. Initialism of battalion tactical group. 80. Plural of BTG. 80. Initialism of benzothiodiazole. VDOC. Initialism of British Toy and Heavy Association. 80. Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis, a type of bacterium used in the biological control of certain insects. 80. Initialism of Bruton's tyrosine kinase. 80. Initialism of below the line. 80. Abbreviation of battle. 80. Abbreviation of Batum. 80. Initialism of Bukit-Timah monkey man. 80. Plural of BEM. ANT. Initialism of Big Thicket National Preserve. 80. Initialism of built to order. 80 flat. A built-to-order apartment under a scheme of the Singapore government, built according to demand determined by the number of applicants and their down payment. 80 flats. Plural of BTO flat. 80. British Transport Police. 80 Abbreviation of Bluetooth Personal Area Network. BTRI. Abbreviation of battery. BTRI. Abbreviation of battery. 80. Any Russian or Soviet facility designated for the repair, recommissioning, and scrapping of tanks and other armored vehicles, a tank repair factory. 80. Plural of BTRZ. AS. Initialism of behind the scenes. A. Plural of BT. A. Initialism of back to school dance. A. Plural of BESD. BT says. Plural of BES. S. 8S. Plural of BES. ASS. Abbreviation for Baroness, the feminine form of baronet. It is a postnominative title. The prenominative is Dame, e.g. Dame Jane Smith, BTSS. A more progressive form is for the holder of the honor to use BT as a postnominative, e.g. Dame Jane Smith BT, as it does not refer to the recipient's gender, though the title Dame still does. 88. Abbreviation of Bhutan time. 80. Initialism of Back to the Future. 80. Abbreviation of Batum. 80. Initialism of both teams to score. 80. Initialism of British Thermal Unit. 80. Plural of BTU. 80. Initialism of Business Television. AEAS. Initialism of Buffy the Vampire Slayer U.S. supernatural drama television series of the 1990s and 2000s. BTW. Initialism of By the Way. BTW. Abbreviation of Between. BTWN. Abbreviation of Between. AX. Initialism of mixture of benzene, toluene, and silenes. The ATZ black hole. A black hole solution for 2 plus 1-dimensional gravity with a negative cosmological constant. BTZ black holes. Plural of BTZ black hole. Initialism of Baylor University. Abbreviation of butyl. Synonym of buried. A language spoken in Chad. Beautiposo Buntong. A municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Acronym of Big Ugly ASCII font. Plural of BUF. Acronym of Big Ugly ASCII graphic. A barangay of Bambang, Nueva Vizcaya, Philippines. Plural of Bui. Dufu. Synonym of langsata, small, whitish-brown fruit from the tree Lancium domesticum. Ale, a variety of Madeira wine that is less sweet than Malmsey. Viola, a town in the Solomon Islands. Violan, a barangay of Payagapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Vios, plural of Buol. By, a barangay of Bacacay, Albay, Philippines. Duet, simple past and past participle of Buang. Boading, present participle and gerund of Buang. Boas, third person singular simple present indicative of Buang. Yoan Soa, the wild dog of northern India and Nepal, Quan primevus, now Quan alpinus, the dhole. Yoan Soas, plural of Buan Suo. Burenash, the father of Balor, the king of the Fomorians. Rues, plural of Bua. Bua, a lantern. Buats, plural of Bua. Bua, initialism of British Union for the abolition of vivisection. Bua song, an abbey. Bua tahan, cannot endure or stand something any longer. Bua tank, unable to deal or to handle something or someone, unable to put up with a situation or person much longer. Bua, a barangay of Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. Buran, a barangay of Cabasalan, Zamboanga Sibugay, Philippines. Buis, a strong fiber produced from Sacuradaka longitudinata, a small tree of Africa. A surname from German. A woman's blouse worn in West African countries. Alternative form of bub. Plural of buba. An extinct subspecies of the hartebeest Alcelaphus bucellaphus, which was formerly native to northern Africa. Bubale, any of several North African antelopes of the genus Alcelaphus. Bubales, plural of bubale. Buline, of, pertaining to, or resembling a buffalo. Bubos, plural of bubal. Bubat, one of the islands of the Bijagos archipelago, Guinea-Bissau. Bubar, a surname. Bubars, plural of bubar. Bubas, plural of buba. Bubastis, a city of ancient Egypt, noted as a center of worship of the goddess Bastet. A surname. The stereotypical white male, John Doe. Vote. The rural, white, southern portion of the U.S. electorate. Votes, plural of bubba vote. Bubbification, the process of making or becoming less sophisticated and slant or more characteristic of the culture of the rural United States. Plural of bubba. A grandmother. Malvamise, an old wives' tale, a fairy tale. Bubmises, plural of bubmise. Bubmise, alternative form of bubmise. Bubmises, plural of bubmise. Bub, simple past and past participle of bub. Bub, alternative form of bub. Bubes, plural of bubbe. Dal, alternative form of bubel. Bubble, alternative form of bubel. Wubbemoyer, a surname. Bubber, a person who steals plate from public houses. Butters, plural of bubber. Plural of bub. Bubat, a working-class white female from the rural American South, stereotyped as ignorant, unrefined, etc. Bubets, plural of bubette. A. Alternative form of bub grandmother. Vare, plural of bubby. Vare, present participle and gerund of bub. Vara, a spherically contained volume of air or other gas, especially one made from soapy liquid. Bubble and squeak. Cabbage and mashed potatoes etc. fried together. Bubble and squeaks. Plural of bubble and squeak. Bubble ass. A bubble butt. Bubble asses. Plural of bubble ass. Bubble baby disease. Synonym of bubble boy disease. Bubble baby syndrome. Synonym of bubble boy disease. Bubble bath. Alas. Bubble baths. Plural of bubble bath. Bubble blower. A children's toy for making bubbles by passing air through a membrane of a liquid bubble solution, typically soapy water. Bubble blowers. Plural of bubble blower. Bubble boy. A young man with severe combined immunodeficiency bubble boy disease that requires him to live in a special sterile environment. Bubble boy disease. Severe combined immunodeficiency. Bubble boy syndrome. Synonym of bubble boy disease. Bubble boys. Plural of bubble boy. Bubble brain. An incredibly unintelligent person. Bubble brains. Plural of bubble brain. Bubble butt. Large, rounded buttocks. Bubble butts. Plural of bubble butt. Bubble cake. Synonym of chocolate crackle. Bubble cakes. Plural of bubble cake. Bubble car. A single car multiple unit. Bubble cars. Plural of bubble car. Bubble chamber. A vessel filled with a superheated transparent liquid, most often liquid hydrogen, used to detect electrically charged particles moving through it. Bubble chambers. Plural of bubble chamber. Bubble companies. Plural of bubble company. Bubble company. A sham business that swindles people. Bubble dance. An erotic dance in which the performer, often naked, dances with a huge bubble or balloon. Bubble dances. Plural of bubble dance. Bubble envelope. Synonym of padded envelope. Bubble envelopes. Plural of bubble envelope. Bubble era. An unsustainable period of economic growth and rapid asset price increase that may eventually lead to a crash or a bubble burst. Bubble eras. Plural of bubble era. Bubble fusion. Synonym of sauna fusion. Bubble gum. Alternative form of bubble gum. Bubble guns. Plural of bubble gum. Bubble guts. Synonym of bubble guts. Bubble guts. A condition where one experiences bloating, cramping, and discomfort in the stomach or digestive tract due to gases caused by extreme hunger or explosive pre-diarrhea. Bubble in. To mark a response on a form, particularly on a multiple-choice exam, by filling in a circular area bubble. Bubble letter. A stylized letter written in outline with rounded edges. Bubble level. A tool employing a chamber with a colored liquid and an air bubble used to determine if a surface is level horizontally, vertically, or at a 45-degree angle. Bubble levels. Plural of bubble level. Bubble nailer. Synonym of padded envelope. Bubble nailers. Plural of bubble nailer. Bubble memories. Plural of bubble memory. Bubble memory. A type of non-volatile computer memory that uses a thin film of magnetic material to hold small magnetized areas, known as bubbles or domains, each storing one bit of data. Bubble over. To be very enthusiastic or highly excited. Bubble pack. Synonym of bubble wrap. Bubble packs. Plural of bubble pack. Bubble perm. A permanent wave hairstyle full of small curls. Bubble perms. Plural of bubble perm. Bubble pipe. A toy in the shape of a tobacco pipe used to blow bubbles. Bubble pipes. Plural of bubble pipe. Bubble position. The bottom qualifying position in a race on the outside of the last row at the starting line. Bubble positions. Plural of bubble position. Bubble ring. An underwater vortex ring with an air bubble occupying the core of the vortex. Bubble rings. Plural of bubble ring. Bubble romper. A one-piece outfit for babies and toddlers consisting of a loose and baggy fit around the lower body, creating a bubble-like shape. Bubble rompers. Plural of bubble romper. Bubble sheet. A machine-readable answer sheet for multiple choice questions where an empty circle is provided for each possible choice answer and the corresponding circle is filled in when the test taker arrives at an answer. Bubble sheets. Plural of bubble sheet. Bubble shell. Any of the head-shield slugs of genus Bulla belonging to the order Cephalospidea of gastropods. Bubble shells. Plural of bubble shell. Bubble snail. Any medium to large hermaphrodite sea snail in the genus Bulla. Bubble snails. Plural of bubble snail. Bubble sort. A sorting algorithm in which pairs of neighboring values are compared and swapped into the right order if necessary in the innermost loop. Bubble sorts. Plural of bubble sort. Bubble switch. A type of optical switch that utilizes the creation and manipulation of tiny air bubbles within a fluid to control the transmission of light. Bubble switches. Plural of bubble switch. Bubble tap. Drinking fountain. Bubble taps. Plural of bubble tap. Bubble tea. Sweetened tea with milk and tapioca pearls, often including fruit juice, syrup, and other ingredients. Bubble team. A team on the bubble for an upcoming tournament. Bubble teams. Plural of bubble team. Bubble teas. Plural of bubble tea. Bubble under. To remain beneath a level. Bubble up. To move upward in bubbles or in a way suggesting bubbles. Bubble ups. Plural of bubble up. Bottle waffle. Synonym of egg waffle. Bottle waffles. Plural of bubble waffle. Bubble wand. A toy consisting of a stick with a loop at one end for dipping into soap solution so bubbles may be formed by subsequently passing air through the loop. Bubble wands. Plural of bubble wand. Bubble water. Synonym of carbonated water. Bubble waters. Plural of bubble water. Bubble wrap. Cushioning material consisting of small spheres of air trapped in plastic, sewn on long rolls for tearing off, and used as packaging for fragile items. Bubble wraps. Plural of bubble wrap. Bubble zone. A government-mandated perimeter around a facility providing abortions, preventing protesters from approaching closely. Bubble zones. Plural of bubble zone. Bubble brain. Empty-headed, foolish. Bubble gum. Alternative form of bubble gum. Bubble gums. Plural of bubble gum. Bobblehead. A submariner. Bobbleheads. Plural of bubblehead. Bubble pink. Light pink. Bubble up. A culvert that is open to the air on top. Bubble ups. Plural of bubble up. Bubble wrap. Alternative form of bubble wrap. Bubble wrapped. Simple past and past participle of bubble wrap. Bubble wrapping. Present participle of bubble wrap. Bubble wraps. Plural of bubble wrap. Bubble. Easy to cheat or dupe. Gullible. Model. Simple past and past participle of bubble. Mobbled in. Simple past and past participle of bubble in. Bubbled over. Simple past and past participle of bubble over. Wobbled under. Simple past and past participle of bubble under. Mobbled up. Simple past and past participle of bubble up. Bobblefish. Synonym of pufferfish. Bubble goose. A puffer jacket. Bubble gooses. Plural of bubble goose. Bubble grunge. Rock music incorporating elements of bubblegum pop such as catchy melodies and grunge such as guitar fuzz. Bubblegum. A sweet chewing gum formulated to be stretchy so the chewer can blow bubbles with it. Bubble resembling or characteristic of bubblegum pop music. Bubblegums. Plural of bubblegum. Bobblehead. A stupid person. Bobbleheaded. Stupid, vacuous. Bobbleheads. Plural of bubblehead. Bubblejet. A type of inkjet printer that uses an electric current to propel ink onto the page. Bubblejets. Plural of bubblejet. Bubbleless. Without bubbles. Bubble-like. Having the characteristics of a bubble. Bubblemine. A bubbling, a foaming of bubbles. Bubbler. Something that emits bubbles. Bubblers. Plural of bubbler. Bottles. Plural of bubble. Bubbles in. Third person singular simple present indicative of bubble in. Wobbles over. Third person singular simple present indicative of bubble over. Wobbles under. Third person singular simple present indicative of bubble under. Bubbles ut. Third person singular simple present indicative of bubble up. Bubblesome. Characterized by bubbles, bubbling, or bubbliness. Bubbleless. Second person singular simple present indicative of bubble. Bubblet. A little bubble. Bubble. Third person singular simple present indicative of bubble. Wobblesha. An automobile with a transparent dome on top instead of the usual windows and roof. Wobbletops. Plural of bobbletop. Bobblets. Plural of bubblet. Bubbleweed. Any of the seaweeds of the genus Hermesera. Bubble wrap. Alternative form of bubble wrap. Bubble wraps. Plural of bubble wrap. Bubbly jock. Alternative form of bubbly jock. Bubbly jocks. Plural of bubbly jock. Bubblicious. Relating to a bubble economic sense. Outweigh. Comparative form of bubbly. More bubbly. Bubblies. Plural of bubbly. Avlit. Superlative form of bubbly. Most bubbly. Bubbun. Crying, weeping, action of the verb to bubble. Bubbline. The ship of characters Princess Bubblegum and Marceline of the animated television series Adventure Time. Bubbliness. The state or condition of being bubbly. Bubbling. Present participle and gerund of bubble. Bubbling in. Present participle and gerund of bubble in. Bubbling over. Present participle and gerund of bubble over. Bubbling under. Present participle and gerund of bubble under. Bubbling up. Present participle and gerund of bubble up. Bubbling. In a bubbling manner, full of cheerfulness and energy. Bubblings. plural of bubbling. Bubblish, resembling or characteristic of bubbles. Bubblization, the development of a financial bubble. Bubble, full of bubbles. Bubbly jock, a turkecock the bird. Bubbly jocks, plural of bubbly jock. Bubbly jock, alternative form of bubbly jock. Bubbly jocks, plural of bubbly jock. That, plural of bub. That, a woman's breast. Of a bush, synonym of Carolina allspice. Not a bush, synonym of Carolina allspice. A Bantu language spoken by the Bubi people. Udo, darling, sweetie, term of endearment for an infant. Bubile, alternative form of bubel. Dude, relating to Martin Buber 1878-1965, Austrian-born Israeli-Jewish philosopher. Bubi, an ethnic group of Central Africa indigenous to the island of Bioko. A surname from French. Bouviers, plural of bouvier. Bubina, any of several species of large trees of tropical Africa. Bubines, plural of bubinga. Wars, alternative form of bupkis. Bupkis, alternative form of bupkis. Mobdas, alternative spelling of bupkis. Madoy, a traditional Eastern European bread roll, consisting of a ring of yeast-leavened wheat dough that has been boiled in water for a short time before baking. Babueki, plural of bublic. Babueks, plural of bublic. Baboys, alternative form of biblies. Moblets. A surname. Bublets is, plural of bublets. A small settlement next to Baslow, and Bubnell Parish, Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Gridref SK 2472. Bubmuff unit. A unit of speed abbreviated B equal to 1 meter per 1 million years. Used in geology to measure rates of lowering of Earth's surfaces due to erosion. Bubmuff units. Plural of Bubmuff unit. Uvo. An inflamed swelling of a lymph node, especially in the armpit or groin, due to an infection such as bubonic plague, gonorrhea, tuberculosis, or syphilis. Bubo. Alternative form of bubo. Bubo, covered in buboes. Bubos, plural of bubo. Bubai, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Bubot alien, a barangay of Payagapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Bubong Tawan, a barangay of Payagapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Bubong Amamanon, a barangay of Payagapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Bubonic, of or pertaining to buboes. Bubonic plague, a contagious, often fatal, epidemic disease caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, transmitted by the bite of fleas from an infected person or rodent, especially a rat, and characterized by delirium, chills, fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and the formation of buboes. Bubonic plagues, plural of bubonic plague. Bubonically, in terms of or by means of bubonic plague. Bubonosal, a inguinal hernia, especially of the incomplete variety in which the hernial pouch descends only as far as the groin, forming swelling to like a bubo. Bubonosals, plural of bubonosal. Bubos, plural of bubo. Ud. A man's nickname, sometimes a shortening of Bubbles or Bubba. Hoho, alternative form of balbu type of robe. Bubakal, a red pimple. Bubakals, plural of bubakal. Bubur-ayam, a congee dish of Southeast Asia with shredded chicken, scallion, shallot, etc. Hebas, plural of bubu. Uvidi, to request that an owner borrows or gives something of theirs one is in need, under the BUBD system, which makes the request unrefusable. Owe, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 7136. Nubber, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Be-Ube-E-Et Bubber. What? Abbreviation of block up converter. Bukak, a barangay of Bayugan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Bukanai, an anti-Hithmic drug. Bukak, a subdistrict of a district within a Turkish province. Bukas, plural of Bukak. Bukal, a barangay of Batangas City, Batangas, Philippines. Bucalimo, alternative form of Bucalmu, a town in Cardinal Caro Province, O'Higgins Region, Chile. Bucalmu, a town in Chile. Bucana, a barangay of El Nido, Palawan, Philippines. Bucandin, a neurotoxin in the venom of the crate Bungarus candidus. Uvir, obsolete form of buccaneer. Buccaneers, plural of buccaneer. Uvjet, any extinct gastropod in the family Buccaneae. Icanis, plural of buccanea. Bucao, a barangay of Guyuan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Bucaramanga, a city and municipality, the capital of Santander Department in northern Colombia. Bucardo, the Pyrenean ibex capra pyrenaica pyrenaica. Bucardos, plural of Bucardo. Bucaro, a surname from Italian. Bucaros, plural of Bucaro. Bufatini, a thicker form of spaghetti with a hole running through it. Bucay, a municipality of Abra, Cordillera Administrative Region, Luzon, Philippines. Bucao, candied coconut meat. Bava, a storm spirit in Cornish folklore, traditionally believed to inhabit mines and coastal communities. Nada, of, relating to, near, involving, or supplying the cheek. Buccal cavities, plural of buccal cavity. Buccal cavity, the oral cavity, bound by the cheeks of the face, the palate, and the flesh of the mandible, opening onto the mouth and the fauces, and containing the teeth, tongue, gums, and other structures. Buccal fat extraction, synonym of bichectomy. Buccal fat removal, synonym of bichectomy. Buccal nerve, a nerve of the face arising from the mandibular nerve that provides sensory information from the cheek and nearby parts of the face. Buccal nerves, plural of buccal nerve. Buccal pit, a small pit that forms on the side of a molar. Buccal pits, plural of buccal pit. Buccal pumping, a method of ventilation used in respiration in which the animal moves the floor of its mouth in a rhythmic manner that is externally apparent. It is the sole means of inflating the lungs in amphibians. Buccolingual, misspelling of buccolingual. Buccalization, the process of a speech sound becoming buccal. Buccalize, to make or become buccal. Buccalized, simple past and past participle of buccalize. Buckoi, in a buccal manner, such as but outwards, in a buccal direction. Buccan, a framework or grill upon which meat is laid to dry or to be roasted. Buccaned, simple past and past participle of buccan. Buccaneer, any of a group of seamen who cruised on their own account on the Spanish Main and in the Pacific in the 17th century, who were similar to pirates but did not prey on ships of their own nation. Buccaneered, simple past and past participle of buccaneer. Buccaneering, bold, reckless, and unscrupulous. Buccaneerings, plural of buccaneering. Buccaneers, like a buccaneer, piratical. Buccaneerism, the criminal activities of buccaneers. Piracy. Buccaneers, plural of buccaneer. Buccaneer, archaic form of buccaneer. Buccaneered, simple past and past participle of buccaneer. Buccaneering, present participle and gerund of buccaneer. Buccaneers, plural of buccaneer. Buccaning, present participle and gerund of buccan. Buccans, plural of buccan. Bucca, plural of bucca. Buxolato, a surname from Italian. Buxolatos, plural of buxolato. Bucchero, a type of dark gray Etruscan terracotta pottery. Lutic, a surname. Bucciarelli, a surname from Italian. Bucciarellas, plural of Bucciarelli. Buccieri, a surname from Italian. Bucciaris, plural of Buccieri. Buccina, a curved brass instrument used by the ancient Roman army. Buccinal, shaped or sounding like a trumpet. Buccinus, plural of buccina. Buccinator, a thin broad muscle forming the wall of the cheek. Buccinators, plural of buccinator. Buccinators, plural of buccinator. Buccinatory, relating to the buccinator muscle. Buccinate, any member of the buccinidae. Buccinids, plural of buccinid. Buccinoi, belonging to the genus Buccinum. Buccinoids, plural of buccinoid. Buccis, plural of bucci. Bucco, buckle, related to the cheek. Bucco occlusal. Of or relating to the buccal and the occlusal surfaces of a tooth. Buccopical, pertaining to the buccal inner cheek surface and apex of a tooth or its alveolus. Buccoaxial, relating to the angle between the buccal and axial walls of a cavity. Buccocervical, relating to the cheek and the neck. Buccadispersibility, alternative form of buccadispersibility. Buccadistal, relating the angle between the buccal and distal wall of a cavity or surface of a tooth. Buccadistally, in a buccadistal orientation. Buccofacial, relating to the mouth and the face. Buccogingival, relating to the cheek and the gum, s. Buccoepiphyseal, alternative form of buccoepiphyseal. Buccoepiphyseal, buccal and hypophyseal. Buccocanto, deriving from parental oral apparatus. Buccaleal, relating to the cheek and the lip. Buccolingual, relating to buccal inner cheek and lingual tongue surfaces, s. Buccolingually, in a buccolingual way with regard to the cheek and tongue. Buccomandibular, relating to or connecting the cheek and the mandible. Buccomedial, buccal and medial. Buccomesial, relating to the angle between the buccal and mesial walls of a cavity. Bucconasal, relating to the cheek and the nose. Buccanet, any member of the family Buccinidae, the puffbirds. Buccaneds, plural of buccanid. Buccapalatal, buccal and palatal, that is, pertaining to the cheek and the palate, s. Buccapharyngeal, relating to the buccapharynx. Buccapharynx, the mouth and pharynx. Buccapharynxes, plural of buccapharynx. Buccaphangeal, the spelling of buccapharyngeal. Buccapulpal, relating to the angle between the buccal and pulpal walls of a cavity or surfaces of a tooth. Buccos, nickname of the Pittsburgh Pirates baseball team. Matavarian, the displacement of a tooth from the normal line of occlusion toward the cheek. Buckra, alternative form of buckra. Buckras, plural of buckra. Vacua, a fold of fat beneath the chin. Vacui, plural of buccula. Bucculatricid, any moth in the family Bucculatricidae. Bucculatricids, plural of bucculatricid. Bucculate, possessing a wide mouth. Buchalas, a Portuguese wine from an area to the north of Lisbon. Bucentaur, a supposed mythical monster, half ox, half man. Bucentaurs, plural of bucentaur. Bucephalus, alternative form of bucephalus. Bucephalid, any of the parasitic flatworms in the family Bucephalidae. Bucephalids, plural of bucephalid. Bucephalus, the warhorse of Alexander the Great. Plural of Bucephalus. Buceria granosa, a commune and village in Alba County, Romania. Bucerata, any bird in the family Buceratidae, the hornbills. Buceratids, plural of buceratid. Bucis, a commune and village in Hunedoara County. Romania. Bucidin, a pharmaceutical drug that acts as an analgesic and antipyretic, withdrawn in the 1980s due to renal toxicity. But, a surname. Buta, a city, the administrative center of Bucher Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Butech, a city in Ternopil Oblast, Ukraine. Vukichum, a Korean fan dance usually performed by groups of female dancers originating from various traditional and religious Korean dances. Watchan, an administrative district in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland. Butchanweed, alternative form of Butchanweed. Buchanan, a habitational surname from Scottish Gaelic from Scotland. Buchanan County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Grundy. Buchananian, of or relating to Pat Buchanan, born 1938, American paleoconservative author, political commentator, and politician. Buchanian, of or relating to John Buchan, 1st Baron Tweedsmuir 1875–1940, Scottish novelist and historian. Buchaninus, a particular steroid glycoside. Buchanan, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Buchanans, plural of Buchanan. Buchanan, a surname. Buchanans, plural of Buchanan. Buchanaste, any placoderm of the family Buchanastidae. Buchanastades, plural of Buchanaste. Buchanastoi, a fossil fish of the superfamily Buchanasteoidea. Buchanasteoids, plural of Buchanasteoi. Buchans, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Buchanwi, the flowering plant Hirschfeldia incana. Bucharest, the capital city of Romania. Bucharest, a native or resident of Bucharest, Romania. Bucharesters, plural of Bucharester. Bucharestan, of, from, or pertaining to Bucharest. Bucharestans, plural of Bucharestan. Buchas, plural of Butcha. Butchridger's algorithm, an algorithm for transforming a given set of generators for a polynomial ideal into a Gerber basis with respect to some monomial order. Buchtal, a surname from Czech. Husiae, abbreviation of Butyrylcholeinsterase. Wojen, a municipality in Lauenburg district, Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Buchenwald, Buchenwald concentration camp. Bucheon, a city in Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. Butcher, a surname from German. Butcher reaction, the reversible conversion of a naphthol to a naphthylamine in the presence of ammonia and sodium bisulfite, widely used in the synthesis of aminonaphthalenosulfonic acids that are dye precursors. Butcher reactions, plural of Butcher reaction. Butcherin, a goat's milk cheese from the Loire Valley in France. Butchers, plural of Butcher. Butchers, a surname. Butcherts, plural of Butchert. Buttai, a surname. Buttites, plural of Butthite. Buchholz, a surname. Buchholzes, plural of Buchholz. Buchhals, a surname from German. Buchhalses, plural of Buchhals. Butchai, Giandui, sesame ball. Buche automata, plural of buche automaton. Buche automaton, a type of omega automaton that extends a finite automaton to infinite inputs. It accepts an infinite input sequence if there exists a run of the automaton that visits at least one of the final states infinitely often. Buche automatons, plural of buche automaton. Ate, a bivalve mollusk of the extinct family Buchidae. Atids, plural of Butche. Butchikamashi, the heavy collision of the two rikishi during the teishi at the start of a sumo bout. Butchen, a village and commune of Karas, Severin County, Romania. Butchinger, a surname from German. Butchingers, plural of Butchinger. Butchko, a surname from Ukrainian. Butchkos, plural of Butchko. Butchler, a surname from German. Butchlers, plural of Butchler. Butchlowy, a village in Stirling Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5793. Butchman, a surname from German. Butchmanism, the beliefs and practices of the Butchmanites. Butchmanite, a supporter of Frank Butchman 1878–1961, Protestant Christian evangelist who founded the Oxford Group. Butchmanites, plural of Butchmanite. Butchman, a surname from German. Butchmens, plural of Butchman. Butchmens, plural of Butchman. Butchener, a surname from German. Bucher, alternative spelling of Butchner. Buchner flask, a type of glass flask used in a laboratory similar to an Erlenmeyer flask, but with a side spout used for connection to an aspirator. Buchner flasks, plural of Buchner flask. Buchner funnel, a piece of laboratory equipment used for filtration. It is a ceramic funnel with a flat base on which the filter paper is laid flat, normally used with a vacuum pump. Buchner funnels, plural of Buchner funnel. Butchers, plural of Buchner. Buchholz, a surname. Buchholzes, plural of Buchholz. Buchholz, a surname. Buchholzes, plural of Buchholz. Buchholzite, Sillimanite. Butz, a municipality in Aargau Canton, Switzerland. But, a sheepfold, especially one in which to keep ewes at milking time. Butsche, a surname. Butchdes, plural of Butsche. Butchon, sweet rolls made of enriched yeast dough, filled with powidl, jam, chocolate, ground poppy seeds or quark, brushed with butter and baked in a large pan so that they stick together and can be pulled apart. Butz, plural of but. Buttu, a South African shrub in the genus Agathosma. Buttus, plural of butchu. Butchwold, a surname. Butchwoldi, an orthorhombic pyramidal white mineral containing calcium, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Butchwolds, plural of Butchwold. Buciclovir, a particular antiviral drug. Bucilamine, an anti-rheumatic agent developed from tiaprinin. Bucindolol, a non-selective beta blocker drug with additional weak alpha blocking properties and some intrinsic sympathomimetic activity. Iso, a surname. Isos, plural of Bucio. Iosau, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Bucimeni, a village in Buciumeni, Dambavita County, Romania. Bucime, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. An English surname transferred from the nickname. Buck ague, synonym of buck fever. Buck breaking, the act of publicly punishing a male slave typically by flogging him and in some cases subsequently sexually assaulting or raping him in front of other slaves in order to humiliate him. Buck, a children's game with several variants involving climbing on the backs of other players and sometimes trying to guess how many objects have been hidden out of sight. Buck converter, a kind of switch mode power supply, a DC to DC converter that steps down voltage while stepping up current from its input supply to its output load. Buck converters, plural of buck converter. Buck dance, a type of African American traditional clogging. Buck dance, simple past and past participle of buck dance. Buck dances, plural of buck dance. Buck dancing, present participle and gerund of buck dance. Buck down, to defeat someone in a challenge, to beat up or destroy someone. Buck fence, a fence constructed with wooden posts attached to form access and a top rail resting where they cross, or rails nailed on either side. Buck fences, plural of buck fence. Buck fever, excitement and nervousness felt by a new hunter upon seeing game. Buck 50s, plural of buck 50. Buck 50, a long slash wound across the face, especially one inflicted by using a razor blade, sometimes especially a Glasgow smile. Buck 4, to strive for persistently, to try hard to obtain a promotion, raise, etc. Buck general, a brigadier general. Buck generals, plural of buck general. Buck hoist, an external elevator, especially a temporary one up the side of a building that is under construction or repair. Buck hoists, plural of buck hoists. Buck house, Buckingham Palace. Buck Island, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Buck Meadows, a census-designated place in Mariposa County, California, United States. Buck moon. A full moon occurring in July. Buck moons. Plural of buck moon. Buck naked. Completely naked. Buck out. To murder someone. Buck private. A private soldier keen bucking for promotion, an ambitious private. Buck privates. Plural of buck private. Buck rabbit. A male rabbit. Buck rabbits. Plural of buck rabbit. Buck rarebit. A Welsh rarebit topped with a poached egg. Buck rarebits. Plural of buck rarebit. Buck Rogers time. A prison sentence whose parole date is scheduled extremely far in the future. Buck slit. A piece of paper attached to a file, memorandum, etc. indicating who should read it and what action to take. Buck slips. Plural of buck slip. Buck spinifex. Any of various plants with stiff blades, especially Triodia longiceps. Buck the tide. Synonym of buck the trend. Buck the tiger. To gamble on a game of faro. Buck the trend. To go against the norm or the current stand of the main population, have a differing opinion from the majority. Buck up. Cheer up, take courage, take heart. Buck up one's ideas. To pull one's socks up. Buck up to rebel against someone or something, to stand up to or struggle against someone or something. Buck wild. Crazy, unrestrained, uncontrolled. Buck's extension. A form of traction for fractures of the femur, involving a weight and pulley. Buck's extensions. Plural of buck's extension. Buck's fascia. A layer of deep fascia covering the three erectile bodies of the penis. Buck's fizz. A cocktail of 2 parts champagne to 1 part orange juice. Buck's fizz. Alternative form of buck's fizz. Buck's fizzes. Plural of buck's fizz. Buck's horn plantain. A species of plantain with toothed or divided leaves, Plantago coronopus. Buck's horn plantains. Plural of buck's horn plantain. Buck's night. A party held for a man who is about to be married. Buck's party. A party held for a man who is about to be married. Buck's horn. Plantago coronopus, a plant with leaves branched somewhat like the horn of a buck. Buck end wing. A form of tap dance with gliding, sliding, and stomping movements performed at high speed. Buck end wings. Plural of buck end wing. Muck basket. A basket in which clothes are carried to be washed. Muck baskets. Plural of buck basket. Buck eye. Having bad or speckled eyes. Buck hoist. Alternative form of buck hoist. Buck hoists. Plural of buck hoists. Buck naked. Alternative spelling of buck naked. Buck passer. One who passes the buck. Buck passing. Blame shifting. The act of absolving oneself of responsibility or concern for a given matter by claiming to lack authority or jurisdiction. Buck suit. Having buck teeth. Buck wagon. Alternative form of buck wagon. Buck wagons. Plural of buck wagon. Buck elu. A surname. Buck elus. Plural of buck elu. Buck hello. A surname. Buckarette. A female buckaroo. Buckarettes. Plural of buckarette. Buckaroo. A cowboy, specifically a working cowboy who generally does not participate in rodeos. Buckaroony. Dollar. Buckaroonies, dollars. Buckaroos, plural of buckaroo. Vaquero, obsolete. Spelling of buckaroo. Vaqueros, plural of bucaro. Buckwheat, a plant of species Menians trifoliata with racemes of white or reddish flowers and intensely bitter leaves, sometimes used in medicine. Buckbeans, plural of buckbean. Buckaries, plural of buckberry. Buckberry, the deerberry. Vaccinium stamanium. Buckboard, a simple, distinctively American four-wheeled horse-drawn wagon designed for personal transport as well as for transporting animal fodder and domestic goods, often with a spring-mounted seat for the driver. Buckboards, plural of buckboard. Buckrush, any of various North American shrubs that deer feed on. Buckbrushes, plural of buckbrush. Buckbush, shrubs of Canada and the central U.S. Symphora carpos occidentalis, also known as wolfberry, and Symphora carpos orbicularis coralberry. Buckhovis, plural of buckbush. Buffy, a surname from Old Norse. Buckbees, plural of buckbee. Buckdance, alternative spelling of buck dance. Buckdance, simple past and past participle of buckdance. Buckdances, third person singular simple present indicative of buckdance. Buckdancing, present participle and gerund of buckdance. Buckden, a village and civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1967. Wupper, a town in Schaumburg District, Lower Saxony, Germany, on the border with North Rhine-Westphalia. What? Simple past and past participle of buck. Bucked down. Simple past and past participle of buck down. Bucked for. Simple past and past participle of buck for. Bucked out. Simple past and past participle of buck out. Bucked the trend. Simple past and past participle of buck the trend. Bucked up. Simple past and past participle of buck up. Bucked up one's ideas. Simple past and past participle of buck up one's ideas. Bucked up to. Simple past and past participle of buck up to. Bucking, a poor young man of the lower Anglo-Irish gentry who aspires to the habits and dress of the wealthy. Buckins, plural of bucking. Buckaloo, a surname. Buckaloos, plural of buckaloo. Buckenham, a small village in Strumshaw Parish, Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 3505. Buckenhams, plural of Buckenham. Butter, a surname from German. Buckeridge, a surname. Buckaroo, alternative spelling of buckaroo. Buckaroos, plural of buckaroo. Buckers, plural of bucker. Buffett, nickname for Pawtucket, a city in Providence County, Rhode Island, United States. Bucket about, to be tossed around, to experience turbulence, to shake violently. Bucket and spade, a child's toy, consisting of a usually plastic bucket and spade, used for building simple sandcastles at the beach. Bucket bag, a tall bag with a roughly circular cross-section, closed by means of a drawstring. Bucket bags, plural of bucket bag. Bucket bong, a type of bong for smoking marijuana, usually consisting of a bucket or similar device for holding water, a large bottle with its bottom cut off, and a socket for holding the marijuana in the cap. Bucket bongs, plural of bucket bong. Bucket brigade. The long line of people, in a primitive firefighting technique, who pass buckets of water hand to hand from the nearest water source to the site of a fire in an attempt to douse it. Bucket brigades. Plural of bucket brigade. Bucket chemistry. Any chemical process or technique that is relatively low-tech and does not require specialist equipment or skills or precise measurement or control. Bucket down. To rain heavily. Bucket drummer. Someone who plays a bucket as a musical instrument, usually as a busker or street musician. Bucket drummers. Plural of bucket drummer. Bucket flush. The flushing of a toilet by manually pouring a bucket of water into it. Bucket flushed. Simple past and past participle of bucket flush. Bucket flushes. Plural of bucket flush. Bucket flushing. Present participle and gerund of bucket flush. Bucket hat. A casual hat often worn at the beach with a narrow downward sloping brim. Bucket hats. Plural of bucket hat. Bucket head. A stupid or oblivious person. Bucket heads. Plural of bucket head. Bucket line. Synonym of bucket brigade. Line of people involved in firefighting. Bucket lines. Plural of bucket line. Bucket list. A list of tasks arising during a meeting that are put aside to be dealt with later. Bucket lists. Plural of bucket lists. Bucket naked. Completely naked. Bucket of blood. A rough, crudely furnished bar where fights may be expected. Bucket of bolts. A piece of machinery that is not worth more than its scrap value, often an old car. Bucket of rust. Synonym of rust bucket. Bucket of sunshine. A nuclear weapon. Bucket of syrup. A sticky, difficult situation. Bucket orchid. Any orchid of the genus Corypheus. Bucket orchids. Plural of bucket orchid. Bucket rendering. The rendering of a graphical scene in a number of portions. Buckets that can be assigned to different processors to take advantage of parallelism. Bucket seat. A form-fitting seat for one passenger in automobiles, aircraft, and other such modes of transport. Bucket seats. Plural of bucket seat. Bucket shop. A stockbroking firm which takes small orders from clients and takes them on its own account rather than actually transmitting them to the market. Prevalent in the U.S. 1870s to 1920s. Often set up as shop fronts in the 1920s. Bucket shops. Plural of bucket shop. Bucket sort. A sorting algorithm that partitions an array into a number of buckets, groups of elements which are then individually sorted, either recursively or using some other algorithm. Bucket sorts. Plural of bucket sort. Bucket stake. Cube stake. Bucket stakes. Plural of bucket stake. Bucket truck. A truck fitted with an extendable hydraulic boom carrying a large bucket for raising people to elevated areas. Bucket head. Alternative form of bucket head. Bucket heads. Plural of bucket head. Bucketable. Able to be placed in a bucket. Bucket ball. An informal sport resembling basketball, with the fixed baskets replaced by buckets held by players who must move them to catch the thrown ball. Bucketed. Simple past and past participle of bucket. Bucketed about. Simple past and past participle of bucket about. Bucketed down. Simple past and past participle of bucket down. Bucketeer. The operator of a bucket shop, a fraudulent or deceptive trader. Bucketeering. The operations of a bucket shop, fraudulent or deceptive trade. Bucketeers. Plural of bucketeer. Bucketer. a person employed to use a bucket in some capacity. Bucketers, plural of bucketer. Bucketful, the quantity contained in a bucket. Bucketfuls, plural of bucketful. Buckethead, alternative form of bucket head. Bucketheads, plural of buckethead. Bucketing, the act of moving material using a bucket. Bucketing about, present participle and gerund of bucket about. Bucketing down, present participle and gerund of bucket down. Bucketings, plural of bucketing. Bucketization, the process of bucketizing. Bucketizations, plural of bucketization. Bucketize, to separate into buckets or groups, to categorize. Bucketized, simple past and past participle of bucketize. Bucketizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bucketize. Bucketizing, present participle and gerund of bucketize. Bucketless, without a bucket. Bucket-like, resembling or characteristic of a bucket. Bucket load, as much as a bucket can hold. Bucket loads, plural of bucket load. Bucket maker, a manufacturer of buckets. Bucket makers, plural of bucket maker. Bucket making, the manufacture of buckets. Bucketnet, Microteris salmoids largemouth base. Bucketmess, plural of bucketmouth. Bucketry, buckets and similar objects, taken collectively. Buckets, plural of bucket. Buckets about, third person singular simple present indicative of bucket about. Bucket and spades, plural of bucket and spade. Buckets down, third person singular simple present indicative of bucket down. Bucket of blood, plural of bucket of blood. Buckets of bolts, plural of bucket of bolts. Buckets of Russ, plural of bucket of Russ. Buckets of sunshine, plural of bucket of sunshine. Buckets of syrup, plural of bucket of syrup. Bucketsful, plural of bucketful. Bucket shop, alternative spelling of bucket shop. Bucket shops, plural of bucket shop. Bucket sort, alternative form of bucket sort. Bucket sorts, plural of bucket. Bucket sort. Bucket wheel, an excavator having a series of bucket-shaped scoops on a rotating wheel or belt. Bucket wheels, plural of bucket wheel. Bucketty, resembling or characteristic of a bucket. Buckeye, a native or resident of the American states of Ohio and Arizona. Buckeye State, official nickname for Ohio, a state of the United States. Buckeyes, plural of Buckeye. Buckass, a village in Buckfastleigh Parish, Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref S. Sex 7467. Buckfastleigh, a small market town and civil parish with a town council in Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 7366. Buckhalter, a surname from German. Buckhalters, plural of Buckhalter. Buckhannon, a city, the county seat of Upshur County, West Virginia, United States. Buckhaven, a coastal town in Fife Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 3698. Buckhoist, alternative form of Buckhoist. Buckhoists, plural of Buckhoists. Buckholz, a surname from German. Buckholzes, plural of Buckholz. Buckhaus, a surname from German. Buckhouses, plural of Buckhalls. Buckhorn, a place in the United States. Buckhorn plantain, alternative form of Buck's horn plantain. Buckhorn plantains, plural of Buckhorn plantain. Buckhorn Weston, a village and civil parish served by Buckhorn Weston and Kington Magna Parish Council in northern Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 7524. Buckhorni, an orthorhombic dipyramidal black mineral containing bismuth, gold, lead, sulfur, and tellurium. Buckhorns, plural of buckhorn. Buckhorse, a smart blow or box on the ear. Buckhorses, plural of buckhorse. Buckhound, a hound for deer hunting. Buckhounds, plural of buckhound. Buckhurst Hill, a suburban town and civil parish in Epping Forest District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4193. Buffy, a coastal town in Moray Council area, Scotland, originally in Banshire. OS Grid Ref NJ 4265. Buckies, plural of Bucky. Bucky, pronunciation spelling of bucking. Bucky, present participle and gerund of buck. Bucking bronco, a wild or untamed horse characteristically difficult to ride. Bucking broncos, plural of bucking bronco. Bucking down, present participle and gerund of buck down. Bucking for, present participle and gerund of buck for. Bucking out, present participle and gerund of buck out. Bucking the trend, present participle and gerund of buck the trend. Bucking up, present participle and gerund of buck up. Bucking up one's ideas, present participle and gerund of buck up one's ideas. Bucking up to, present participle and gerund of buck up to. Buckingham, the Buckingham Palace. Buckingham College, former name of Magdalene College, Cambridge. Buckingham County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Buckingham. Buckingham Palace, the official London residence of the British monarch. Buckinghamshire, an inland county of England bounded by Northamptonshire, Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire, Greater London, Berkshire, and Oxfordshire. Buckings, plural of bucking. Buffish, like a male goat, foul-smelling or lascivious. Buckshly, in a buckish manner. Buckishness, the quality of being buckish. Buckism, the quality of being a young buck. Adventurous high spirits. Buckjump, of a horse to jump upwards with arched back and head down in an attempt to throw its rider. Bucked up, simple past and past participle of buckjump. Buckjumper, one who takes part in buckjumping. Buckjumpers, plural of buckjumper. Buckjumping, the action of a horse of aggressively attempting to buck a rider. Buckjumps, third person singular simple present indicative of buckjump. Buckland, a number of places in England. Buckland in the Moor, a small village and civil parish without a council in Dartmoor, Cambridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 7273. Buckland Monacorum, a village and civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 4968. Buckland Newton, A village and civil parish in Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6905. Buckland St Mary. A village and civil parish in Somerset, England, on the Devon border and previously in South Somerset District. OS Grid Ref SD 2713. Bucklands, plural of Buckland. Mata, a surname originating as an occupation for a maker or seller of buckles. Buckle bunnies, plural of buckle bunny. Buckle bunny, a female groupie of rodeo cowboys. Buckle cavity, malapropistic misconstruction of buckle cavity. Buckle down, to apply oneself to study or a task or work, to focus on or take a serious attitude towards something, to put forth the needed effort. Buckle in, to secure someone with a seatbelt or child's car seat. Buckle over, to bend over suddenly, pitching forward from the waist, as for example when vomiting suddenly. Buckle to, synonym of buckle down, to apply oneself to study or a task or work, to focus on or take a serious attitude towards something, to put forth the needed effort. Buckle under, to reluctantly accept something due to a source of social pressure. Buckle up, to fasten with a buckle. Buckle beggar, synonym of couple beggar. Buckle beggars, plural of buckle beggar. Buckable, capable of being fastened with a buckle. Bucktaboo, a locality partly in Kimba District Council area and partly an outback area in South Australia. Buckles, simple past and past participle of buckle. Buckled down, simple past and past participle of buckle down. Buckled in, simple past and past participle of buckle in. Buckled to, simple past and past participle of buckle to. Buckled under, simple past and past participle of buckle under. Buckled up, simple past and past participle of buckle up. Buckleless, without a buckle. Buckler, a surname. Buckler fern, certain species of the fern genera Dryopteris polystichum and others. Buckler ferns, plural of buckler fern. Buckler plate, a cover over a hosehole, used to keep spray out of the chain locker and prevent deckhands from stepping into the hosehole. Buckler plates, plural of buckler plate. Buckler, simple past and past participle of buckler. Buckler, present participle and gerund of buckler. Bucklers, plural of buckler. Bucklers Hard, a village on the tidal Beaulieu River in Beaulieu Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4000. Buckles, plural of buckle. Buckles down, third person singular simple present indicative of buckle down. Buckles in, third person singular simple present indicative of buckle in. Buckles to, third person singular simple present indicative of buckle to. Buckles under, third person singular simple present indicative of buckle under. Buckles up, third person singular simple present indicative of buckle up. Buckles, second person singular simple present indicative of buckle. Buckle, third person singular simple present indicative of buckle. Buckle, a surname. Buckles, plural of bucklu. Buckley, a place name. Buckley rule, the rule of supporting the most right-wing viable candidate for a given office. Buckley syndrome, synonym of hyperimmunoglobulin E syndrome. Buckley Wells, a suburb of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7910. Buckley's, ellipsis of Buckley's chance. Buckley's and none, a supposed two chances probability. probabilities, being Buckley's chance meaning a very small chance or no chance at all. Buckley's and none. Alternative form of Buckley's and none. Buckley's chance. A very small chance, no chance at all. Buckley's rule. Alternative form of Buckley rule. Bucklion, or relating to William F. Buckley Jr. 1925-2008, American conservative writer and political commentator. Buckeyes, in the manner of conservative American intellectual William F. Buckley. Buckleys, plural of Buckley. Bucklin, a surname. Buckle, the act of fastening it buckle. Buckling down, present participle and gerund of buckle down. Buckling in, present participle and gerund of buckle in. Buckling to, present participle and gerund of buckle to. Buckling under, present participle and gerund of buckle under. Buckling up, present participle and gerund of buckle up. Bucklings, plural of buckling. Bucklins, plural of bucklin. Buckman, a surname. Buckmans, plural of buckman. Buckmass, the fruit of the beech tree. Buckmaster, a surname. Buckmasters, plural of buckmaster. Buckminster Fullerene, an allotrope of carbon having a hollow molecule consisting of 60 atoms arranged in 12 pentagonal and 20 hexagonal faces to form a truncated icosahedron, the smallest of the fullerenes. Buckminster Fullerenes, plural of Buckminster Fullerene. Bucknall, a surname. Bucknall, a surname. Bucknall, plural of Bucknall. Bucknell, a place name. Bucknellian, a student or alumnus of Bucknell University, Pennsylvania, United States. Bucknellians, plural of Bucknellian. Bucknells, plural of Bucknell. Buckner, a surname. Bucknell, a surname. Bucknells, plural of Bucknell. Buckner, a surname. Buckners, plural of Buckner. Butto, a surname from Czech. Buckos, plural of Bucko. Buckos, plural of Bucko. Rucka, a white person. Rookraker, a well-connected journalist who uses his or her connections to earn a large sum of money from endeavors outside of ordinary work. Bookrakers, plural of buckraker. Bookraking, the practice of paid speaking before commercial interests, viewed as a potential source of conflict of interest. Rokra, a coarse cloth of cotton, linen or hemp, stiffened with size or glue, used in bookbinding to cover and protect the books, in garments to keep them in the form intended, and for wrappers to cover merchandise. Bukrammed, simple past and past participle of bukram. Bukraming, present participle and gerund of bukram. Bukrammed, simple past and past participle of bukram. Bukrams, alternative form of bukram ranson. Bukras, plural of bukra. Buckos, a surname. Bucks, abbreviation of Buckinghamshire in postal addresses. Bucks County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Doylestown. Bucks Down, third person singular simple present indicative of Buck Down. Bucks for, third person singular simple present indicative of Buck for. Bucks Green, a hamlet in Rudwick Parish, Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ0A32. Bucks Lake, a census-designated place in Plumas County, California, United States. Bucks Out, third-person singular simple present indicative of buck out. Bucks the trend, third-person singular simple present indicative of buck the trend. Bucks Up, third-person singular simple present indicative of buck up. Bucks up one's ideas. Third-person singular simple present indicative of buck up one's ideas. Bucks up to. Third-person singular simple present indicative of buck up to. Bucks parties. Plural of bucks party. Bucks party. A stag do, a bachelor party. Bucks. Abbreviation of Buckinghamshire. Buck. Ha. A saw in a metal frame, used to cut lengths of wood. Mucksaws, plural of bucksaw. Buckspur, a suburban village in the city of Aberdeen Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 8909. Buxas, plural of bucks. Buckshaw, a kind of fish, possibly the Bombay duck. Buckshaw Village, a modern village in Euxton Parish and Whittlewoods Parish, Chorley Borough and Lale and South Ribble Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5620. Buckshaws, plural of buckshaw. Bucky, a gift or bribe. Buckshees, plural of buckshee. Bucksheesh, alternative form of backsheesh. Bucksheeshes, plural of bucksheesh. Bookish, alternative form of backsheesh. Buckshees, plural of bucksheesh. Buckshorn plantain, alternative form of buckshorn plantain. Buckshorn plantains, plural of buckshorn plantain. Buckshot, lead shot used in shotgun cartridges, made of larger pellets than birdshot and suitable for hunting larger game. Buckshot land, a kind of whitish, poorly drained soil with small black concretions. Buckshots, plural of buckshot. Buckskin, the skin of a male deer, a buck. Buckskinned, wearing clothes made from buckskin. Buckskins, trousers and other clothing made from buckskin. Buxom, obsolete form of buxom. Buxom, marked by bucking or bucking up, by extension lively, brisk, jocund. Buxo, a male to female black person, a transgender black person. Buxos, plural of buxo. Buckstall, a net used for catching deer. Buckstalls, plural of buckstall. Buckstay, a vertical support for a furnace or boiler, to give it rigidity. Buckstays, plural of buckstay. Buckstone, a surname. Buckstones, plural of buckstone. Bucktail, the tail of a deer, traditionally used as a fishing lure. Bucktails, plural of bucktail. Buckthie, a homeless person or a drug addict. Buckthies, plural of buckthie. Buckthie, plural of buckduve. Buckthor, any of several, often thorny shrubs or small trees, especially. Buckthorns, plural of buckthorn. Botsen, a village in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. Bucksui, an upper tooth that protrudes further than the bottom teeth. Buckserth, having buck teeth. Mahu, alternative form of butchu. Muckas, plural of buck. Bucku. Buckhagen, a strong wagon with a frame over the wheels used for hauling goods. Buckwagons, plural of buckwagon. Buckwater, a surname. Buckwaters, plural of buckwater. Buckwheat, the monocarpic shrub. Isoglossa woodii. Buckwheat, Barack Obama. Buckwheat cake, a pancake made using buckwheat flour. Buckwheat cakes, plural of buckwheat cake. Buckwheat coal, small-sized anthracite coal. Buckwheat coals, plural of buckwheat coal. Buckwheat note, a shape note. Buckwheater, a poor and unskilled farmer. Buckwheaters, plural of buckwheater. Buckwheat-like, resembling or characteristic of buckwheat. Buckwheats, plural of buckwheat. Buckwheaty, resembling or characteristic of buckwheat. Bucky, a surname. Bucky bit, a bit binary digit in the binary representation of a text character that is set by means of a modifier key on the keyboard, allowing numerous characters to be produced by different combinations of key presses. Bucky bits, plural of Bucky bit. Buckyonian, alternative form of Buckyonian. Buckyonians, plural of Buckyonian. Bucketball, a Buckminster Fullerene molecule C. Bucketballs, plural of bucketball. Bucketbowl, a cornuling. Bucketbowls, plural of bucketbowl. Buckyonian, a concentric multishell Fullerene structure. Buckyonians, plural of Buckyonian. Buckta paper, a sheet made from an aggregate of carbon nanotubes. Bucket tubes. Bucket papers, plural of bucket paper. Bucurol, nanoscroll, especially one made of carbon. Bucurols, plural of bucurol. Bucketube, a carbon nanotube. Bucketubes. Plural of bucket tube. Bucklide sign, a cyclic nucleotide derivative and phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Buclizine, misspelling of buclizine. Buclizine, an antihistamine that is a piperazine derivative used as an antiemetic. Bucla, a municipality of Abra, Cordillera Administrative Region, Luzon, Philippines. Buclosamide, an antifungal drug. Bucodispersibility, the condition of being bucodispersible. Bucodispersible, dispersible in the mouth or cheek. Bucolic, rustic, pastoral, country style. Bucolical, archaic form of bucolic. Bucolically, in a bucolic manner. Bucolicism, bucolic attitudes or behavior. Bucolics, plural of bucolic. Bucolingually, misspelling of bucolingually. Bucolism, bucolicism. Bucolum, a barbiturate derivative with analgesic and anti-inflammatory effects. Bucolis, a male given name. Bucor, abbreviation of Bureau of Corrections. Bucasnada, a village and commune of Cara-Severin County, Romania. Buca, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Bucovina, a commune of Dolj County, Romania. Bucovina, alternative form of Bukovina, a historical region of Eastern Europe on the northern slopes of the northeastern Carpathian Mountains and adjoining plains, currently split between Romania and Ukraine. Bukovina Shepherd Dog, a large and powerful rustic livestock guardian dog breed. Bukovina Shepherd Dogs, plural of Bukovina Shepherd Dog. Ukrainia, plural of bucranium. Bucranium, the depiction of the head of an ox as ornamental flourishes in architectural works. Bucraniums, plural of bucranium. Bucricane, an anesthetic drug. Bucrylate, the compound isobutyl cyanocrylate that is used as a surgical adhesive. Buxani, a commune of Dambavita County, Romania. Baculovirus, misspelling of baculovirus. Bucumala, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Bucurescu, a village and commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Bucharest, alternative form of Bucharest. Meth, a surname. Mathurus, a city, the county seat of Crawford County, Ohio, United States. Bates, plural of Bossy. Butek, a surname from Polish. Buktax, plural of Buksek. Bekskavsky, a surname from Polish. Bekskavstis, plural of Bukskowski. Beksinski, a surname from Polish. Beksenskis, plural of Buksinski. What? Initialism of benzodiazepine use disorder. What? A male nickname. What borer? Any insect larva that feeds on the buds of plants. Bud borers, plural of bud borer. Bud grafting, synonym of budding, the practice of uniting a single scion bud with rootstock or bark. Bud graftings, plural of bud grafting. Bud moth, Spilinota osolana, a tortricid moth whose larvae feed on various deciduous trees and shrubs. Mud moths, plural of bud moth. Bud off, of a bud, to split from its parent and form a new plant, etc. of a plant, to have a bud split off and form a new plant. Bud out, to develop buds. Bud tender, alternative form of bud tender. Bud tenders, plural of bud tender. Bud to don a pair of ear buds in preparation for listening to a portable sound system. Bud ding ding, mimicking South Asian speech, possibly in a derogatory racist way. Buda, the historical capital of the Kingdom of Hungary and one of the originally 3 separate cities that were united in 1873 to become the Hungarian capital, Budapest. Budakashaliova, a city in Homel Oblast, Belarus. Budapest, archaic spelling of Budapest. Budak, a barangay of Tayum, Abra, Philippines. Vudi JG, a jjigae Korean stew made with various American ingredients. Buddha, a 10th century monk revered as Maitreya, a bodhisattva in the Mahayana Buddhist pantheon, the Laughing Buddha. Buddhais, plural of Buddhi. Buden's theorem, a theorem for bounding the number of real roots of a polynomial in an interval and computing the parity of this number. Budapest, the capital and the most populous city of Hungary. Budapester, a person from Budapest, a Budapestian. Budapesters, plural of Budapester. Budapestian, of, from, or pertaining to Budapest, Hungary. Budapestians, plural of Budapestian. Budaun, a city and district of Bareilly Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Bude, a surname. Budes, plural of Bude. Modbhai, dish made of glutinous rice rolled in banana leaves, similar to suman. Budbor, alternative form of bud borer. Budbreak, the emergence of a bud especially on a vine. Wad breaks, plural of bud break. Bud bursts, the emergence of new leaves on a plant at the beginning of each growing season. Bud bursts, plural of bud bursts. Ruddy, a hamlet in Perlethorpe, Cumbudby Parish, Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS grid ref SK 6170. A surname from Old English. Budd-Chiari syndrome, a condition caused by occlusion of the hepatic veins that drain the liver, presenting with abdominal pain, ascites, and hepatomegaly. Buddha, alternative spelling of Buddha. Madad, Buds collectively. Madahood, the state of being a Buddha, enlightenment, or nirvana. Buddha, plural of Buddha. Why? A surname. Ada, simple past and past participle of bud. Wadded off, simple past and past participle of bud off. Budded out, simple past and past participle of bud out. Budded off, simple past and past participle of bud up. Bade, a surname. Madan, a surname. Mother, a plant that buds. Butters, plural of butter. Ruddery, a surname. Bud, plural of bud. Ruda, Siddhartha Gautama, the Nepali prince and Indian philosopher and teacher who founded Buddhism. Buddha bellies, plural of Buddha belly. Buddha belly, a round, protruding belly. Buddha belly bamboo, cultivated varieties of either of two species of bamboo, Bambusa tulboides and Bambusa vulgaris, with swollen internodes that look like a human torso with a fat belly when the plants are grown in pots. Buddha belly bamboos, plural of Buddha belly bamboo. Buddha bowl, a selection of vegetarian foods served in a bowl or high-rimmed plate for a single diner. Buddha bowls, plural of Buddha bowl. Buddha Day, a Buddhist holiday celebrating the birth, enlightenment, and passing of the Buddha. Buddha Dharma, alternative form of Buddha Dharma. Buddha Dharmas, plural of Buddha Dharma. Buddha jumps over the wall, a variety of shark fin soup in Fujian cuisine. Buddha's delight, a dish in Chinese and Buddhist cuisine, consisting of vegetables and other vegetarian ingredients, sometimes with seafood or eggs cooked with soy sauce. Buddha's hand, Citrus megavar sarcodactylus, a fragrant variant of citron whose fruit is segmented into finger-like sections. Buddha's hands, plural of Buddha's hand. Buddha Dharma, the teachings, practices, and states of consciousness transmitted by the former Prince Siddhartha, the Shakyamuni Buddha. Buddha Dharmas, plural of Buddha Dharma. Buddha Veld, synonym of Pure Land. Buddha Velds, plural of Buddha Field. Buddha Nature, the potential of achieving the nature of the Buddha through study and religious practice. Buddha Natures, plural of Buddha Nature. Buddha, archaic form of Buddha. Buddha, a Japanese Yuan person. Buddha heads, plural of Buddha head. Buddha, the state of being a Buddha or being spiritually enlightened by Buddhist or other teachings. Buddhic, alternative spelling of Buddhic. Buddhaness, Buddha, Buddha. Plural of Buddha. Rudai, a transpersonal faculty of mind higher than the rational mind that might be translated as intuitive intelligence or simply higher mind. It is that which knows, i.e. able to discern truth from falsehood. Buddhi, Buddhist. Buddhization, Alternative spelling of Buddhization. Buddhism, the religion or philosophy derived from the teachings of Gautama Buddha. Buddhisms, plural of Buddhism. Buddhists, of, relating to, or practicing Buddhism. Buddhist economics, a spiritual and philosophical approach to the study of economics considering human psychological and emotional factors. Buddhist era, a calendrical system dating from after the death of the Buddha taken as 543 BC. Buddhistic, pertaining to Buddhism. Buddhistical, alternative form of Buddhistic. Buddhistically, as a Buddhist in a manner of a Buddhist. Buddhists, plural of Buddhists. Buddhization, the act or process of Buddhizing. Buddhize, to make Buddhist, to increase the Buddhistic nature of. Buddhized, simple past and past participle of Buddhize. Buddhizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Buddhize. Buddhizing, present participle and gerund of Buddhize. Buddhological, relating to Buddhology. Buddhologists, one who studies Buddhology. Buddhologists, plural of Buddhologists. Buddhology, the study of a Buddha or Buddhahood. Madhika, a surname. Radha, alternative spelling of buddy. Madha, simple past and past participle of buddy. Madha opt, simple past and past participle of buddy up. Radhas, plural of buddy. Madha up, third person singular simple present indicative of buddy up. Madhanes, alternative form of buddiness. Rudder, beginning to develop. Budding off, present participle and gerund of bud off. Budding out, present participle and gerund of bud out. Budding up, present participle and gerund of bud up. Buddings, plural of budding. Buddington, a surname. Buddington, an ammonium feldspar with a vitreous luster. Buddingtons, plural of Buddington. Model, a surname. Model, simple past and past participle of Buttle. Modellea, a tree or shrub of the genus Buddleja, especially Buddleja davidii, a large ornamental shrub whose lilac flowers attract butterflies. Modelleas, plural of Buddleia. Modeldea, any plant of the genus Buddleja. Buddlejaceous, of or relating to the Buddlejaceae. Modeldes, plural of Buddleja. Buddleaceae, synonym of Linarin. Buddler, one who buddles. Muddlers, plural of buddler. Muddles, plural of buddle. Buddling, present participle and gerund of buddle. Buddo, buddy, friend. Buddos, plural of buddo. Adu, obsolete form of Buddha. A male nickname. Buddy bench, a bench in a school playground where children who are lonely or suffering from bullying, etc. can go to seek friends. Buddy benches, plural of buddy bench. Muddy block, a block of memory associated with another block and able to be merged with it in the system of buddy memory allocation. Muddy blocks, plural of buddy block. Muddy brew, a room usually part of a sex shop where a customer can view pornographic material and interact sexually with the customer in the adjacent booth. Muddy booths, plural of buddy booth. Buddy boy, a familiar term of address for a boy, sonny, laddie. Buddy breathe, to share a single demand valve and thus reduce the amount of breathing gas used up by each diver during an emergency rescue. Buddy breathe, simple past and past participle of buddy breathe. Buddy breathes, third person singular simple present indicative of buddy breathe. Buddy breathing, present participle and gerund of buddy breathe. Buddy buddy, alternative form of buddy buddy. Buddy cop, a film and television genre with plots involving two people of very different and conflicting personalities who are forced to work together to solve a crime and slend or defeat criminals, sometimes learning from each other in the process. Buddy cops, plural of buddy cop. Buddy film, a film where two people of the same sex are paired as the principal characters. Buddy films, plural of buddy film. Buddy lists, a user's list of contacts on an instant messaging system. Buddy lists, plural of buddy lists. Buddy memory allocation, a form of memory allocation that divides memory into partitions to try to satisfy a memory request as suitably as possible. Buddy movie, a buddy film. Buddy movies, plural of buddy movie. Buddy pack, synonym of buddy store. Buddy packs, plural of buddy pack. Buddy parent, a parent who uses a very friendly approach to raising children rather than an authoritarian one. Buddy parenting, parenting that uses a very friendly approach rather than an authoritarian one. Buddy parents, plural of buddy parent. Buddy pod, synonym of buddy store. Buddy pods, plural of buddy pod. Buddy punching, the act or practice of an employee requesting another employee to clock in on their behalf. Buddy store, external fuel tank that is loaded on the bomb rack on military aircraft, having hose and drogue equipment for aerial refueling. Buddy stores, plural of buddy store. Buddy system, the practice of working or traveling together with at least one other person, especially when undertaking something potentially risky or hazardous. Buddy systems, plural of buddy system. Buddy taping, buddy wrapping. To form small teams, especially pairs, often to reduce the likelihood of any one person suffering harm without being noticed or to suit the nature of a task to be accomplished. Buddy wrapping, the act of bandaging a damaged, especially fractured finger or toe together with a healthy one, using the latter as a splint. Buddy buddies, plural of buddy buddy. Buddy buddy, very friendly or expressing close familiarity with someone. Buddy, the state of being buddies, friendship, camaraderie. Present participle and gerund of buddy. Present participle and gerund of buddy chubby, matey, friendly. Buddyless, alternative form of buddy list. Buddyless, plural of buddyless. Oddness, the quality of each matey or friendly. Buddy roll, an aggressive informal term of address to a stranger. Buddy rolls, plural of buddy roll. Buddyroo, a close friend or pal. Buddyroos, plural of buddyroo. Budda slash fan fiction focusing on a romantic and or sexual relationship between friends. A coastal town in Bude Stratton Parish, North Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SS 2106. Bude burner, a burner consisting of two or more concentric argon burners, the inner rising above the outer, and a central tube by which oxygen or air is supplied. Bude burners, plural of Bude burner. Bude light, A large light in which a jet of oxygen or air is introduced into the center of a flame. Viewed lights, plural of viewed light. Viewed Stratton, a civil parish with a town council in North Cornwall, England, which includes the named places. Rudessa, a commune of Arges County, Romania. Budesonii, a corticosteroid used in the treatment of various diseases. Udesti, the name of several villages and communes in Romania. Mud, obsolete form of Budge. Mud, a surname. Bud in inch. To make any change in one's position or opinion, no matter how small. Budge Bachelor, any of a company of men clothed in long gowns lined with Budge, who formerly accompanied the Lord Mayor of London in his inaugural procession. Budge Bachelors, plural of Budge Bachelor. Budge Barrel, a small barrel for transporting gunpowder, having a leather hood to prevent the powder from catching fire. Budge Barrels, plural of Budge Barrel. Mandi Budge, a town and a municipality in the Indian state of West Bengal. Budge the needle, synonym of move the needle. Bud to move or scoot over in order to make room for someone, especially when sitting. Budjarral, capable of being budged or moved. Marit, simple past and past participle of budge. Budgetaf, simple past and past participle of budge up. Budden, a surname from Old French. Buddens, plural of budgeon. Mudder, one who budges. Budre, good, fine. Budriga, archaic form of budger. Mudrigas, plural of budriga. Budgerigar, a species of small green parrot, Melopsittacus undulatus, native to inland Australia, a common cage bird throughout the world and bred in many color varieties. Budgerigars, plural of budgerigar. Budgero, obsolete form of budgero. Budgero, obsolete form of budgero. Budros, plural of budro. Budger, a coin formerly used in India. Budruks, plural of budruk. Budros, plural of budro. Budro, a kind of large river barge. Budros, plural of budro. Budgers, plural of budger. Budges, plural of budge. Budges, third person singular simple present indicative of budge up. Mut, the amount of money or resources earmarked for a particular institution, activity, or time frame. Budget airline, a low-cost carrier. Budget airlines, plural of budget airline. Budget constraint, the condition that constrains expenditure to income for a person or the value of exports to imports for a state. Budget constraints, plural of budget constraint. Budget crisis, a situation in which the legislative and the executive in a presidential system deadlock and are unable to pass a budget. Budget cut, in a company or organization, the act of reducing expenditures in a budget. Budget cuts, plural of budget cut. Budget deficit, the amount by which spending exceeds revenue. Budget deficits, plural of budget deficit. Budget hawk, an advocate of a smaller budget, a deficit hawk. Budget hawks, plural of budget hawk. Budget price, price to appeal to a person with a limited budget. Budgetarily, with regard to budgets. Budgetary, of or pertaining to a budget. Budgeter. Having a budget. Budgeteer. A person knowledgeable about the law, accounting, and regulation affecting budgets, especially governmental. Budgeteers. Plural of budgeteer. Budgeter. One who budgets. Budgeters. Plural of budgeter. Budgeting. The activity of constructing a budget. Budgetings. Plural of budgeting. Budgetize. To adapt to or incorporate into a budget. Budgetize. Simple past and past participle of budgetize. Budgetizer. A person who budgetizes. Budgetizers. Plural of budgetizer. Budgetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of budgetize. Budgetizing. Present participle and gerund of budgetize. Budgetless. Lacking a budget. Budgets. Plural of budget. But. A surname from Middle English. Budget's frog. Lepidobatrachus levis, a species of frog often kept as a pet for its comical appearance. Budget-wise. Relating to or in reference to one's budget. Mayoy. A suburb of Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. Mud. A budgerigar. Budgie smuggler. A small bag attached to the belt or with an integral strap. A bum bag. Wadi smugglers. A style of tight-fitting men's swimming costume cut like underwear briefs that covers the buttocks and groin but not the legs and reveals the bulge of the genitals, especially worn in surf, life-saving, and in swimming races. Budgies. Plural of budgie. Butting. Present participle and gerund of budge. Budging up. Present participle and gerund of budge up. Budgurk. Alternative form of budgurk. Budgurks. Plural of budgurk. Mud. Druk. Buddhism. Obsolete form of Buddhism. Modest. Obsolete form of Buddhist. Buddhists. Plural of Buddhists. Budrav. A surname from Hindi. Budrams. Plural of Budram. Adu. A surname from Hindi. Audas. Plural of Budhu. Budirjo. A surname from Indonesian. Budirjos. Plural of Budirjo. Budimir. A male given name from the Slavic languages. Udini. An ancient people who lived in Scythia, known only from a description by Herodotus and conjectured to have been of either Proto-Slavic or Finno-Ugric origin. Budino. A sweet Italian dessert dish, usually rich and creamy like a custard or pudding. Budinos. Plural of Budino. Budinsena. A municipality of Croatia. Budipine. An anti-Parkinson drug. Madu. The vagina. Manyas. Plural of budju. Mike. A surname. Mikes. Plural of bike. Bulan. A barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Badali. A substitute in public or domestic service. Badali. Plural of Budley. Budley Salterton. A coastal town and civil parish with a town council in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 0682. Mudlass. Without any buds. Mudlessness. Absence of buds. Mudlet. A smaller or secondary bud, usually growing growing from a parent bud. Budlet, plural of budlet. Budlike, resembling a bud newly formed leaf or flower, not yet unfolded. Budling, a small, young, or immature bud. Budlings, plural of budling. Budline, a surname. Budlongs, plural of budlong. Budash, alternative spelling of badmash. Budmashes, plural of budmash. Monmai, any of various moths whose caterpillars are the budworms. Mud moths, plural of bud moth. Budeb, given a bad reputation. Budneck, a constriction between a bud and the organism that produced it. Budnecks, plural of budneck. Budn, a surname. Budneys, plural of budney. Budneck, a surname. Budnecks, plural of budneck. Budneck, a surname. Budnecks, plural of budneck. Budny, a surname from Polish. Budneys, plural of budney. Budo, Japanese martial arts. Budo, alternative form of budo. Budoka, a practitioner of budo. Budoka, alternative form of budoka. Budokes, plural of budoka. Udu, dick. Cock penis. Uders, plural of budu. Budetitane, an antineoplastic drug. Budazone, an area associated with the budding of virions. Budazones, plural of budazone. Budralazine, a vasodilator drug. Vadro, a surname from French. Vadros, plural of budra. Brodere, a surname from Polish. Budrex, plural of budrick. Bud, plural of bud. Buds, plural of bud. Bud off, third person singular simple present indicative of bud off. Buds at, third person singular simple present indicative of bud out. Bud that, third person singular simple present indicative of bud up. Bud set, the time in a plant's life cycle when visible buds first appear. Bud sets, plural of bud set. Bud site, the site on a plant at which a bud develops. Mondites, plural of bud site. Moste, a short length of plant stem containing a bud used as a graft. Bostix, plural of budstick. Bartender, a recreational or medical cannabis dispensary worker who sells marijuana and is knowledgeable about various cannabis products. Budtenders, plural of budtender. Budtending, the work of a budtender dispensing and advising about cannabis. Udu, alternative spelling of budu. Udai. An ethnic group living primarily in the Quba Rayon, Azerbaijan. Ujalak, a Kalash festival in which a strong prepubescent boy is sent up into the mountains to live with the goats for the summer. He is supposed to get fat and strong from the goat milk. When the festival comes, he is allowed for a 24-hour period only to have sexual intercourse with any woman he wants, including even the wife of another man or a young virgin. Any child born of this 24-hour period is considered to be blessed. Ujama, an ethnic group of Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria who inhabit many of the islands of Lake Chad. Udrasa, a village and commune of Bihar County, Romania. Laudas, plural of Budu. Oda, a town and municipality of Montenegro. Budweiser, a surname from German. Budweisers, plural of Budweiser. Radue, a surname from German. Budwig Protocol, a lactocitarian diet rich in flaxseed oil and avoiding fats and sugar, claimed to be beneficial against cancer. Madud, short branch with buds prepared for grafting. Maduids, plural of Budwur. Budwur, any of various moth caterpillars. Mudworms, plural of budworm. Adwe, a surname. Arianovka, a distinctive type of hat and an essential part of the Red Army uniform during the Russian Civil War and later. Ariana is plural of Badianaka. Ad, a surname from Polish. Madzart, alternative form of Budzat. Budzarts, plural of Budzart. Bandat, a rogue, a scoundrel. Bandas, plural of Budzat. Adas, plural of Buds. Budzinski, a surname from Polish. Budzinskis, plural of Budzinski. Budzinski, a surname from Polish. Initialism of built-up edge in metal machining. A surname. Ut, a surname. Butyl, a surname. Butyls, plural of butyl. Buchis, plural of buch. Buchler, a surname. Buchlers, plural of buchler. Bucher, a surname. Buchers, plural of Buchner. Oh, a barangay of Alaminos. Pangasinan, Philippines. Ud, a surname from German. Bugis, plural of Buge. Buhler, a surname from German. Buhlers, plural of Buhler. Buhler, a surname. Buhners, plural of Buhner. Buhr, a surname. Buhres, plural of Buhra. Buhol, a surname from German. Buhels, plural of Buhol. Buhol, a surname. Buhol, a surname. Buhler, a surname. Buhls, plural of Buell. Buellton, a city in Santa Barbara County, California, United States. Buona, a surname. Buonas, plural of Buona. Buolo, a surname. Bulos, plural of Buolo. Bulos, plural of Buell. Building, a surname from Italian. Buona, a female given name. Buena Park, a city in Orange County, California, United States. Buenaventura, a barangay of Macalala, Cotabato, Philippines. Buena Vista, the 1847 Battle of Buena Vista in the Mexican-American War. Buena Vista County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Storm Lake. Buenasuerte, a barangay of Palanas, Masbate, Philippines. Buenaventura, a surname from Spanish. Buenaventuras, plural of Buenaventura. Buenavista, a barangay of Dagami, Leyte, Philippines. Buendia, a surname from Spanish. Buendias, plural of Buendia. Buangkan, a province of Thailand. Buengla, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Buerning, a surname from German. Buernings, plural of Buening. Buenlai, a barangay of Calaisao, Pangasinan, Philippines. Buenos Aires, the capital city of Argentina. Buenos Aires, dated spelling of Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. Buenrostro, a surname. Buenrostros, plural of Buenrostro. Buentalo, a surname. Buentalos, plural of Buentalo. Buensel, a surname. Buensels, plural of Buensel. A woman, especially a sexually promiscuous one. Buerger, a surname. Buerger disease, alternative form of Buerger's disease. Buerger's disease, Thrombomitis obliterans. Buergerite, a cyclosilicate mineral related to tourmaline. Buergerites, plural of Buergerite. Buergers, plural of Buerger. Buaha, a surname. Buacos, plural of Buacal. Buers, plural of Buer. Those, plural of Bu. Buescher, a surname. Bueschers, plural of Buescher. Busse, a surname. Buesings, plural of Busing. Buso, a surname. Busos, plural of Buso. Yoetau, a surname from German. Buetos, plural of Bueto. Etle, a gray shallow trigonal mineral with the chemical formula K2CaCO. Buettner, a surname. Buettners, plural of Buettner. Initialism of British Union of Fascists. A political group of the 1930s. Bufadienolai, any of a class of toxic steroids present in some plants and secreted by some toads through the skin as a defense, sometimes present as a glycoside. Bufadienolides, plural of Bufadienoli. Bufaginin, any of a class of cardiotonic bufadienolide steroids secreted by toads of the genus Bufo. Bufaginins, plural of Bufaginin. Bufagin, any of a class of toxic steroids found in bufatoxin. Bufagins, plural of Bufagin. Bufalin, a particular bufadienoli. Bufenoli, any of a class of toxic steroid lactones originally found in certain toads. Bufenolides, plural of Bufenoli. Buf, a surname. Bufadiol, a vasodilator. Bufenoli, a chemical compound related to bufenolide, but with an extra double bond with EUPAC. Name 5 8 R9s 10s 13s 14s 17s 10 13 dipile 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 11 12 14 15 16 17 tetrahydro 1 H cyclopentaphenephrine 17 il 3 4 dihydropyrin 2 1. Buphenolides, plural of buphenoli. Uvi, synonym of Amazon River dolphin. Uvis, plural of bufi. Bufetalol, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Bufexamac, an anti-inflammatory drug. Bufazoli, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Acronym of Big Ugly Fat Fellow or Fucker, U.S. Air Force nickname for the B-52 bomber. An effect that makes a character or item stronger. Wuff coat, a kind of leather coat mainly worn by European cavalry and officers in the 17th century. Wuff coats, plural of buff coat. Wuff down, to make a surface smooth by buffing. Wuff jerkin, a jacket made of buff leather formerly worn beneath a soldier's armor. Wuff jerkins, plural of buff jerkin. Buff nor sty, neither one thing nor another. Buff out, to remove paint or light scratches from the surface by friction, wearing it out by polishing or blasting with sand or by employing some similar method. Buff the muffin, to masturbate. To shine, to make shiny. Buff wheel, synonym of buffing wheel. Buff wheels, plural of buff wheel. Buff-bellied pipid, Anthus rubescens, is small songbird found on both sides of the northern Pacific. Buff-bellied pipits, plural of buff-bellied pipit. Buff-breasted sandpiper, any of species Calidris subruficalis of sandpipers that breed in the North American tundra and migrate as far as Argentina. Buff-tailed bumblebee, any of species Bombus terrestris of bumblebees common across large parts of Europe. Buff-tailed bumblebees, plural of buff-tailed bumblebee. A surname. Buffability, that quality of being buffable. Buffable, capable of being buffed. Buffaholic, a fan of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffaholics, plural of buffaholic. Buffalo, plural of buffalo. Buffalo, a place name. Buffalo bean, the plant Thermopsis rhombifolia. Buffalo beans, plural of buffalo bean. Buffalo berries, plural of buffalo berry. Buffalo berry, alternative spelling of buffaloberry. Buffalo bud, carpet beetle of species Anthrenus scrofulari. Buffalo bugs, plural of buffalo bug. Buffalo burr, alternative spelling of buffalobber. Buffalo burr, alternative spelling of buffalobber. Buffalo burrs, plural of buffalo burr. Buffalo burrs, plural of buffalo burr. Buffalo chip, a dried piece of buffalo or bison dung, sometimes used as fuel. Buffalo chips, plural of buffalo chip. Buffalo City, a metropolitan municipality in Eastern Cape Province, South Africa. Buffalo County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Kearney, named for the once prevalent buffalo herds. Buffalo fish, any of several North American freshwater sucker fishes of the genus Ichthyopus, similar to carp but having a humped back. Buffalo fishes, plural of buffalo fish. Buffalo cap, a number of places. Buffalo grass, Baudelodactyloids. Buffalo grasses, plural of buffalo grass. Buffalo Grove, a village in Lake and Cook counties in the U.S. state of Illinois. Buffalo hump. A hump on the back or the back of the neck resulting from lipodystrophy. Buffalo humps. Plural of buffalo hump. Buffalo jump. A cliff over which buffalo were herded as a means of hunting them. Buffalo jumps. Plural of buffalo jump. Buffalo River. A river in Victoria, Australia, which joins the Ovens River. Buffalo robe. A cured bison hide with the hair left on, used as a blanket or wrap. Buffalo robes. Plural of buffalo robe. Buffalo sauce. Sauce for buffalo wings, typically made from a cayenne pepper-based hot sauce with melted butter and vinegar. Buffalo sauces. Plural of buffalo sauce. Buffalo soldier. An African-American soldier in the U.S. Army, serving in one of a number of segregated units under white officers in the period after the U.S. Civil War up to the final racial integration of the U.S. military at the end of the Korean War. Buffalo soldiers. Plural of buffalo soldier. Buffalo thorn. A tree native to southern Africa of species Ziziphus mucronata. Buffalo thorns. Plural of buffalo thorn. Buffalo trace. A cluster of tracts of compressed dirt left by migrating American bison in Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois, later used by settlers. Buffalo wing. A snack made of an unbreaded, fried chicken wing coated in spicy sauce. Buffalo wings. Plural of buffalo wing. Buffalo worm. An edible larva of the beetle Alphatobius diaperinus. Buffalo worms. Plural of buffalo worm. Buffalo berries. Plural of buffalo berry. Buffalo berry. Alternative spelling of buffalo berry. Buffalo burr. Alternative spelling of buffalo burr. Buffalo burr nightshade. Basalabur. Buffalo burr nightshades. Plural of buffalo burr nightshade. Buffalo burr. Alternative spelling of buffalo burr. Buffalo burrs. Plural of buffalo burr. Buffalo burrs. Plural of buffalo burr. Buffalo skin. Made from buffalo leather or hide. Buffalo skins. Plural of buffalo skin. Buffalo. The back of a buffalo using for riding upon or carrying burdens. Buffalo berries. Plural of buffalo berry. Buffalo berry. Any of several shrubs of the genus Shepherdea, native to North America. Basalabur. An herb native to most of the U.S. and to northern Mexico, of species Solanum rostratum. Buffalobur nightshade. Synonym of buffalobur. Buffalobur nightshades. Plural of buffalobur nightshade. Buffalo burger. A hamburger made with buffalo meat instead of beef. Buffalo burgers. Plural of buffalo burger. Buffalobur. Alternative spelling of buffalobur. Buffalobur nightshade. Alternative form of buffalobur nightshade. Buffalobur nightshades. Plural of buffalobur nightshade. Buffaloburs. Plural of buffalobur. Buffaloburs. Plural of buffalobur. Buffalo. A surname. Buffalo. Simple past and past participle of buffalo. Buffaloes. Plural of buffalo. Buffalo grass. Alternative spelling of buffalo grass. Buffalo grasses. Plural of buffalo grass. Buffaloing. Present participle and gerund of buffalo. Buffalonian. An inhabitant or a resident of Buffalo. NY. Buffalonians. Plural of Buffalonian. Buffalopox. A zoonosis that produces pox-like infections in buffaloes, cows, and humans. Buffaloes, plural of buffalo. Buffaloid, synonym of kinghead. Buffalypso, alternative form of buffalipso. Synonym of buffant. Buttons, plural of buffant. Buffarilla, an overweight, ugly black woman. Buffarillas, plural of buffarilla. Goddess, plural of buffa. A piece of armor covering either the entire face or the lower face together with a visor that covered the upper face, typically made of multiple limbs that could be opened by being lowered a falling buff or raise. Mutt, simple past and past participle of buff. Buffed down, simple past and past participle of buff down. Buffed out, simple past and past participle of buff out. Buffed the muffin, simple past and past participle of buff the muffin. Buffed up, simple past and past participle of buff up. Muffled duck, a kind of duck. The bufflehead. Buffle ducks, plural of buffle duck. Buffo grass, the African perennial grass Cenchrus ciliaris. Buffo grasses, plural of buffle grass. Mother, a surname. Buffer beam, a transverse metal beam at each end of a rail vehicle on which buffers, couplings, brake pipes, etc. are mounted. Buffer beams, plural of buffer beam. Buffer lass, a young woman employed at a factory cleaning and polishing cutlery. Buffer lasses, plural of buffer lass. Buffer overflow, the event when the amount of data sought to be added to a buffer exceeds the size of the buffer, generally resulting in a catastrophic error if this case has not been anticipated. Buffer overflows, plural of buffer overflow. Buffer overrun, synonym of buffer overflow. Buffer overruns, plural of buffer overrun. Buff rodeo, a game in which a person sits or stands on a machine for buffing floors and tries to stay on top of it for as long as possible while it is activated. Buff rodeos, plural of buffer rodeo. Buffer solution, a solution containing a buffer that maintains a relatively constant pH. Buffer solutions, plural of buffer solution. Buffer state, a nation lying between potentially hostile nations. Buffer states, plural of buffer state. Buffer stock, synonym of safety stock. Buffer stocks, plural of buffer stock. Buffer stop, a device installed at the end of a railway line or siding which is intended to stop trains and other rail vehicles going any further. Buffer stops, plural of buffer stop. Buffer underrun, a state occurring when a buffer used to communicate between two devices or processes is fed with data at a lower speed than the data is being read from it. Buffer up, to move a rail vehicle so that its buffers are touching the buffers of another rail vehicle. Buffer zone, a neutral area that is located between hostile forces and is designed to prevent hostilities. Buffer zones, plural of buffer zone. Bufferable, capable of being buffered. Buffer beam, alternative form of buffer beam. Buffer beams, plural of buffer beam. Buffer bloat, excessive buffering of packets which may cause delays, latency, or jitter. Latency variation in packet switched networks, particularly during high load. Buffer bloats, plural of buffer bloat. Muvado, the state of being an old buffer or a conservative, somewhat foolish old man. Muffer, using a buffer. Buffered up, simple past and past participle of buffer up. Bufferedness, the quality of state of being buffer. Bufferful, the amount of data that fills a buffer. Bufferfuls, plural of bufferful. Bufferhead, the head of a buffer on a carriage which receives the impact. Bufferheads, plural of bufferhead. Buffering, present participle and gerund of buffer. Buffering up, present participle and gerund of buffer up. Bufferings, plural of buffering. Bufferize, to buffer, to store in a buffer. Bufferize, simple past and past participle of bufferize. Bufferizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bufferize. Bufferizing, present participle and gerund of bufferize. Bufferless, without a buffer. Buffers, plural of buffer. Buffered up, third person singular simple present indicative of buffer up. Buffersful, plural of bufferful. Buffery, the quality of being a buff or enthusiast, a keen interest in something. Fandom. Buffer zone, alternative form of buffer zone. Buffer zones, plural of buffer zone. Us, plural of buff. Office, superlative form of buff. Most buff. Ave, a counter or sideboard from which food and drinks are served or may be bought. Buffet bowling, synonym of cafeteria bowling. Buffet car, a railway carriage in which food and drink can be bought at a counter and either taken to another carriage or consumed at the seating provided. Buffet cars, plural of buffet car. Buffet, battered, especially by strong wind. Buffeter, a boxer or fighter. At a cafeteria where food is served from a buffet. Yes, plural of buffeteria. Buffeters, plural of buffeter. Buffeting, a blow or motion that buffets. Buffetings, plural of buffeting. Buffets, third person singular simple present indicative of buffet. Ave, a surname. Buffet, simple past and past participle of Buffett. Buffettion, of war relating to Warren Buffett, born 1930, American business magnate regarded as one of the most successful investors in the world. Buffeting, present participle and gerund of Buffett. Buffetings, plural of buffeting. Ada, a surname. Ahud, synonym of buffery enthusiasm for a subject. Avi, plural of buffo. Bafhe, a fan of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffians, plural of Buffian. Avid, comparative form of Buffy, more Buffy. Adhid, superlative form of Buffy, most Buffy. Ave, a surname. Ottenness, the state or quality of being Buffy. Ave, present participle and gerund of buff. Buffing down, present participle and gerund of buff down. Buffing out. Present participle and gerund of buff out. Buffing the muffin, present participle and gerund of buff the muffin. Buffing up, present participle and gerund of buff up. Buffing wheel, a wheel covered with materials such as lamb's wool or leather and used for polishing and shining. Buffing wheels, plural of buffing wheel. Buffings, plural of buffing. Buffington, a surname. Buffingtons, plural of Buffington. Athens, plural of Buffin. Uffish, of a color somewhat resembling buff. Bufism, synonym of buffery enthusiasm for a subject. Mothesta, a fan of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Mothestas, plural of Buffista. Mufkin, a surname. Wufkins, plural of Buffkin. Buffa, a buffalo. Waffle-headed, having a large head, like a buffalo's. Muffled, simple past and past participle of buffle. Muffle-ed, a duck in the golden genus Bucephala albeola. Muffle-eds, plural of bufflehead. Wuffler, pronunciation, spelling of buffalo. Bufflers, plural of buffler. Buffles, plural of buffle. Buffly, present participle and gerund of buffle. Waffly, in a buff manner, attractively or muscularly. Otto, a surname from Italian. Buffadine, a disinfectant used in fish farming. Buffa, a surname. Wuffin's needle problem, an experiment that determines the probability that a needle, when dropped, will lie across a line between two parallel strips of wood, each of the same width, often used to estimate pi. Buffone, a surname from Italian. Buffoons, plural of buffon. Buffonize, to act as a buffoon. Buffonized, simple past and past participle of buffonize. Buffonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of buffonize. Buffonizing, present participle of buffonize. Buffins, plural of buffin. Buffa, an item of neckwear, a neckerchief, usually of linen, gauze, or lace, worn around the neck and puffed out over the bosom, popular from the 1750s to 1790s. Ahans, plural of buffant. One who performs in a silly or ridiculous fashion, a clown or fool. Avard, simple past and past participle of buffoon. Buffoonaries, plural of buffoonary. Buffoonerous, characteristic of buffoonery, silly, foolish. Buffoonary, the behavior expected of a buffoon, foolishness, silliness. Buffoonest, buffoonish. Buffoony, related to buffoons or jesters. Buffoony, present participle and gerund of buffoon. Buffoonish, characteristic of a buffoon. Buffoonishly, in a buffoonish manner. Buffoonethum, the actions of a buffoon, buffoonary. Buffoonisms, plural of buffoonism. Buffoomike, resembling a buffoon. Buffoonry, buffoonish. Buffooneries, plural of buffoonery. Buffoonery, archaic form of buffoonery. Buffoons, plural of buffoon. Muffer, a surname. Buffords, plural of buffered. Buffos, plural of buffo. Plural of buff. Bus, plural of buff. Buffs down, third person singular simple present indicative of buff down. Buffs out, third person singular simple present indicative of buff out. Butts the muffin, third person singular simple present indicative of buff the muffin. Boss up, third person singular simple present indicative of buff up. Wuffster, one who is buff very muscular. Wuffsters, plural of buffster. Bufties, plural of bufti. Bufti, an old and eccentric academic. Buffa, a surname. Buffums, plural of buffum. Buffware, any pottery of a buff color. Buffwares, plural of buffware. Buffy, a diminutive of the female given name Elizabeth. Wavi coat, the fraction of an anticoagulated blood sample that contains most of the white blood cells and platelets following density gradient centrifugation of the blood. Wavi coats, plural of buffy coat. Buffy fish owl, Malay fish owl ketupu of the family Strigidae. Buffy fish owls, plural of buffy fish owl. A headache, an elderly fan of the television show Buffy the Vampire Slayer 1997-2003. A headaches, plural of Buffy atvic. Buffy coat, alternative form of Buffy coat. Buffy doll, the fandom of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffy, a fanfic based on the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffivics, plural of Buffivic. Aria, a fan of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer television series. Buffiads, plural of Buffyhead. Buffaholic, a fan of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffaholics, plural of Buffaholic. Buffy, a fan of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffaites, plural of Buffy. Buffyology, the academic study of the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffyspeak, the invented slang used by characters on the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffyverse, the fictional world or universe which serves as the setting for the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffys, a surname. Buffkin, a surname. Buffkins, plural of Buffkin. Waflimdo, a vasoactive drug used to treat claudication or the symptoms of peripheral arterial disease. Bufo, toad, frar. Bufochrome, any of a class of pteridine found in toad skins. Bufochromes, plural of bufochrome. Bufodinoli, misspelling of bufadinoli. Bufognin, a particular enzyme inhibitor derived from a toad toxin. Bufogenins, plural of bufognin. Bufonet, any toad in the family Bufonidae. Bufonids, plural of bufonid. Bufoniform, resembling a toad. Bufoni, a fossil consisting of the petrified teeth and palatal bones of fishes belonging to the family of pycnodonts, whose remains occur in the oolite and chalk formations. Bufonites, plural of bufonite. Buford, a surname. Bufords, plural of bufor. Buforin, any of a class of antimicrobial peptides. Buforins, plural of buforin. Buformin, an antidiabetic drug of the biguanide class. Bufos, plural of bufo. Bufosteroid, any of several steroids present in the skin of toads. Bufosteroids, plural of bufosteroid. Bufotalin, a cardiotoxic bufenolide steroid secreted by the common European toad Bufo and other related toads such as Bufomelanostictus. Bufotalins, plural of bufotalin. Bufotenin, alternative spelling of bufotenine. Euphotini, an alkaloid found in the skins of some toads related to serotonin. Euphotini, a sulfur-containing compound present in the buphotoxins secreted by the parotoid gland of certain toads of the genera Bupho and Chonis. Buphotoxin, any of a family of toxic substances found in toads, other amphibians, and some plants and mushrooms. Buphotoxins, plural of buphotoxin. Wufrolin, a mast cell stabilizer drug. Botha, alternative form of BAFTA fabric. Bophthas, plural of bafta. Watson, a surname. Bufton Tufton, a reaction a old conservative. Bufton Tuftons, plural of Bufton Tufton. Viewfirella, a potent beta-adrenoster antagonist with partial agonist activity. Initialism of bisexual until graduation. A East European river which flows northwest 450 miles through Belarus, Poland, and Ukraine into the Baltic Sea. Western bug. Bug bomb, an aerosol bomb filled with insecticide. Bug bombed, simple past and past participle of bug bomb. Bug bombing, present participle and gerund of bug bomb. Bug bombs, plural of bug bomb. Bug boy, an apprentice jockey. Bug boys, plural of bug boy. Bug chaser, alternative spelling of bug chaser. Bug chasers, plural of bug chaser. Bug check, synonym of fatal system error. Bug checks, plural of bug check. Bug down, alternative form of bog down. Bug eye, singular of bug eyes. Bug eyes, bulging or protruding eyes. Bug hotel, synonym of insect hotel. Bug hotels, plural of bug hotel. Bug in, to hunker down or fortify oneself in place, such as in a bunker, during an emergency or apocalypse. Bug in one's bonnet. Synonym of bee in one's bonnet. Yes, an artificially fruit-flavored beverage made from a powdered concentrate and water that is often served at American residential camps. Kool-Aid or a generic equivalent. Bug nation, a micronation that serves no purpose other than being a source of annoyance. Bug nations, plural of bug nation. Bug off, used to tell somebody to leave one alone. Bug out, to leave a place hastily. Bug outs, plural of bug out. Bug screen, a window screen. Bug screens, plural of bug screen. Bug scrub, a regular meeting to discuss and triage unfixed problems in the software. Bug scrubs, plural of bug scrub. Bug shoe, a length of iron bark or other hardened material on the skeg of a ship that protects from shipworm damage. Bug shoes, plural of bug shoe. Bug spray, an insecticide for killing household pests. Bug sprays, plural of bug spray. Bug storm, a large number of insects in the air, especially when passed through by a vehicle. Bug storms, plural of bug storm. Bug up, to deliberately annoy or irk someone, to deliberately start a conflict with someone. Bug up one's ass, a state of continual annoyance or upset about a particular topic. Bug zapper, an electrical discharge insect control device that attracts flying insects with ultraviolet light and electrocutes zaps them with a high voltage. Bug zappers, plural of bug zapper. Boo, a mythical, nocturnal creature, a hobgoblin. Bugaboo's, plural of bugaboo. Bugbear, alternative spelling of bugbear. Bugbears, plural of bugbear. Bug chaser, a man who practices bug chasing. Bug chasers, plural of bug chaser. Bug chasing, the practice of engaging in anal sex with the deliberate intention of contracting HIV. Bug-eyed, having bulging or protruding eyes. Bug-eyed monster, an extraterrestrial. Bug-eyed monsters, plural of bug-eyed monster. Bug hunter, a thief who robs drunks. Bug hunters, plural of bug hunter. Bug man, a micropaleontologist, particularly a foraminiferologist. Bug man, plural of bug man. Bug on a stick, any of various mosses of the genus Buxbaumia. Bug out bag, a portable kit containing items needed for short-term survival. Bug out bags, plural of bug out bag. Bug proof, alternative form of bug proof. Bug ridden, full of defects. Bug spray, to spray with bug spray. Bug wash, a bed. Bug walks, plural of bug walk. Bugword, a term intended to irritate or vex somebody. Bugwords, plural of bugword. A transliteration of the Russian surname Buga. Bugaboo, alternative spelling of bugaboo. Bugaboos, plural of bugaboo. Diabnabas, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Budads, a Georgian surname. Buraku, a Japanese traditional courtly dance with slow, regal movements. Bugalan, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Bugalan Posada Street, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Bugaloo, alternative form of boogaloo. Bugaloo, simple past and past participle of bugaloo. Bugalooing, present participle and gerund of bugaloo. Bugaloos, plural of bugaloo. Bugalugs, alternative form of buggerlogs. Buga, hobgoblin, evil spirit. Uganda, a geographic region and non-sovereign kingdom in Uganda comprising all of Uganda's central region, originated as a vassal state of Bunyoro during the 14th century and became the dominant kingdom of the region by the 17th century and still exists today. Ugandan, a native or inhabitant of Buganda. Bugandans, plural of Bugandan. Bugans, plural of Bugan. Bugara, synonym of rainbow surfurch. Bugarija, a stringed instrument of Bosnian origin, a type of lute with circular sound holes, a long neck, and usually 4 strings. Bugarijas, plural of Bugarija. Rudas, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Bubasong, a municipality of Antique, Philippines. Bugatti, a surname from Italian. Bugattis, plural of Bugatti. Buda, a surname. Budas, plural of Bugay. Budwang, Actia SBP Veneri. Budvans, plural of Bugbane. Budbear, an ongoing problem, a recurring obstacle or adversity. Budbear, simple past and past participle of bugbear. Budbearing, present participle and gerund of bugbear. Bugbearish, resembling or characteristic of a bugbear, terrifying, frightful. Budbit, plural of bugbear. Budby, a surname. Budbit, plural of bugby. Budve, alternative spelling of bug boy. Budves, plural of bug boy. Budvuve, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Ilocos Sur, Philippines. Bug chasing, alternative form of bug chasing. Bug shack, alternative form of bug check. Bug shacks. Plural of bug check. Bugden, a surname. Muddy, a type of ear ornament typically worn on the upper helix of the ear. They are often small and delicate, featuring intricate designs, gemstones, or pearls. They can be made from various materials like gold, silver, or even oxidized metals. Budbies, plural of budby. Bugam, the essence of a Budar, a security vulnerability caused by a bug that was intentionally added by the vendor. Buddoors, plural of bug door. Bujero, obsolete form of budro. Bujeros, plural of bujero. Buckeye, a sailboat once used for oystering out of Chesapeake Bay. Bud-eyes, alternative form of bug eyes. Buckesh, the Manedin. Buckex, a patch or change that fixes the unwanted behavior caused by a bug. Bugfixes, plural of bugfix. Bugfree, free of bugs, bugless. Bugtack, mad, crazy. Bugfacker, one who has a very small penis, an inadequate male lover. Bugfuckers, plural of bugfucker. A surname. Nagawa, capable of being bug-fitted with covert surveillance equipment. Badalo, alternative form of bagala. Bugalos, plural of bugalo. Mud, simple past and past participle of bug. Bug down, simple past and past participle of bug down. Bug in, simple past and past participle of bug in. Mud off, simple past and past participle of bug off. Mud out, past participle of bug out. Mudded up, simple past and past participle of bug up. Bug, the target of a bug surveillance device, one who is bugged. That is, plural of buggy. Another, a heretic. Bugger about, to waste time, to spend time on trivial tasks. Bugger all, nothing. Bugger round, synonym of bugger about. Bugger factor. Sod's law or Murphy's law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Bugger factors, plural of bugger factor. Bugger me, synonym of bugger me backwards. Bugger me backwards, expression of surprise or amazement. Bugger off, go away. Bugger up, to break or spoil something or make it inoperative, useless, etc. Bugger's grit, Oshi sideburns. Bugger's grits, plural of bugger's grip. Buggeration, buggert bam. Bugger, broken, not properly functioning. Buggered about, simple past and past participle of bugger about. Buggered around, simple past and past participle of bugger around. Buggered off, simple past and past participle of bugger off. Buggered up, simple past and past participle of bugger. Buggery, a person who is sodomized. Buggeries, plural of buggery. Butter, one who buggers, usually referring to anal intercourse. Buggerers, plural of buggerer. Buggeress, a female bugger in various senses. Buggeresses, plural of buggeress. Buggeries, plural of buggery. Buggerin, pronunciation spelling of buggering. Buggering, present participle and gerund of bugger. Buggering about, present participle and gerund of bugger about. Buggering around, present participle and gerund of bugger around. Buggering off, present participle and gerund of bugger off. Buggering up, present participle and gerund of bugger up. Buggerings, plural of buggering. Buggerize about, synonym of bugger about. Buggerluds, a term of address that can be rude or affectionate. Buggerman, alternative form of bogeyman. Buggermen, plural of buggermen. Buggers, plural of bugger. Buggers about, third person singular simple present indicative of bugger about. Buggers around, third person singular simple present indicative of bugger around. Buggers off, third person singular simple present indicative of bugger off. Buggers up, third person singular simple present indicative of bugger up. Buggers sound, characteristic or typical of a bugger, characterized or marked by buggery. Buggery, anal sex. Other, comparative form of buggy, more buggy. Of plural of buggy. It, superlative form of buggy, most buggy. Bubbing, a surname. Bubbing, non-standard spelling of bugging. Bugging, they're called iving very. Buggy, present participle and gerund of bug. Bugging down, present participle and gerund of bug down. Bubbing in, present participle and gerund of bug in. Budding off, present participle and gerund of bug off. Bugging out, present participle and gerund of bug out. Budding up, present participle and gerund of bug up. Buddies, plural of bugging. Buggins, a surname. Buggins's turn, a humorous, disparaging term for the appointment of a person by rotation or promotion on the basis of length of service, it being that person's turn rather than merit or level of qualification. Buggish, characteristic of or resembling a bug, bug-like. Bug, plural of bug. Bug, a small horse-drawn cart. Whip, a horsewhip with a long stiff shaft and a relatively short lash, used for driving a horse harnessed to a buggy or other small open carriage. Buggy whips, plural of buggy whip. Buggyman, the male driver of a buggy. Buggyman, plural of buggyman. Mugyeta Jas, a village and commune of Argeș County, Romania. Mugyeta Sus, a village and commune of Argeș County, Romania. Dumad, the ship of characters Betty Cooper and Jughead Jones from the television series Riverdale. Dado, a barangay of Alangalang, Leyte, Philippines. Das, a flea-infested hotel, lodging house, etc. Bughouse chess. A variant of chess played on two chessboards by 4 players in teams of 2. Each player plays the other color of pieces than their teammate, to whom they pass the pieces they capture from their opponent. The teammate can then choose to put one of these pieces on their board as an alternative way of making a move. Bughouses, plural of bughouse. Urta, a liturgical candlestick held beside a Latin Catholic bishop or other prelate. Murdes, plural of buja. Bugicide, a substance that kills bugs. Bugicides, plural of bugicide. Ujanese, a Malayo-Polynesian language spoken in parts of Sulawesi, Indonesia. Yobis, a member of a people of southern Sulawesi. Bugkind, all bugs considered as a group. Yovo, a village in Treverben Parish, Cornwall, England. OS grid ref as sex 0158. Bugle player, alternative spelling of bugle player. Bugle players, plural of bugle player. Bugle scale, the set of 5 distinct overtones that can be played on a simple bugle without the use of valves or other pitch altering devices. Bugle scales, plural of bugle scale. Bugle player, synonym of bugler. Bugle players, plural of bugle player. Bayot, simple past and past participle of bugle. Bugler, a surname. Buglers, plural of bugler. Bugles, plural of bugle. Budbus, without bugs, insects. Budbusness, absence of insects. Budoas, second person singular simple present indicative of bugle. Buglet, a small bugle. Buglets, plural of buglet. Bugleweed, any of the aromatic herbs in genus Lycobus, especially Lycobus virginicus, water horehound. Bugleweeds, plural of bugleweed. Budbye, resembling or characteristic of a bug insect. Budwing, present participle and gerund of bugle. Budlings, plural of bugling. Abuasi, a surname from Italian. Abuasis, plural of bugliosi. Aubdas, any of several plants in the borage family. Boraginaceae. Blosses, plural of podblas. Rave, exceptionally ugly. Budmail, a quantity of email messages announcing changes made in a bug tracker. Budban, a liberal, seen as consumerist and conformist. Bugben, plural of bugmen. Budai, a barangay of Barotac Viejo, Iloilo, Philippines. Budnats, weird, crazy, insane. Bugalobi, alternative form of bugalubi. Bugologist, one who studies insects. Bugologists, plural of bugologists. Bugology, the study of insects. Ugalubi, a neighborhood of Kampala, Uganda. Yuba, archaic form of Bamong. Ubais, plural of bubong. Bugonia, an ancient Mediterranean ritual based on the belief that bees were spontaneously generated from a cow's carcass. Yugas, alternative form of bug out. Yugout bag, alternative form of bug out bag. Bugout bags, plural of bugout bag. Bugats, plural of bugout. Bugpin, a tattoo needle with a smaller diameter than the plural of bugout bag. Bugats, plural of bugout. Bugpin, a tattoo needle with a smaller diameter than the standard needle size. Budproof, resistant to insects. Budproof, simple past and past participle of bugproof. Bugproofing, present participle and gerund of bugproof. Bugproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of bugproof. That is, plural of bug. Bugs down, third person singular simple present indicative of bug down. In, third person singular simple present indicative of bug in. Mud off, third person singular simple present indicative of bug off. Bugs at, third person singular simple present indicative of bug out. Bugs at, third person singular simple present indicative of bug up. Bugs up one's ass, plural of bug up one's ass. Bugseed, the plant Decoria canescens in the family Asteraceae. Bugseeds, plural of bugseed. Elvia, alternative form of bucksha. Ugas, plural of bucksha. Bugso, characteristic or typical of a bug all senses. Bugsona, a fursona that is a bug or insect. Bugsonas, plural of bugsona. Bug spotting, the activity of locating and identifying bugs often as a hobby rather than a scientific endeavor. Bugsokin, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Notse, infested with bugs, Bowie. Bugthesda, Bethesda video game developer and publisher. Notse, a member of a certain Balak tribe. Bugtai, a barangay of Calbayog, Samar, Philippines. Bugtan Napilo, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Mugtasan, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. Yuvi, a municipality of Cagayan, Philippines. Ures, a municipality of Bengt, Philippines. Buguliform, resembling the bryozoa of the genus Bugula. Otta, an Asian tribe found in India and listed under the Scheduled Tribes of India. They speak Bugunish. Bugun Liasichla, Liasichla bubinorum, a species of Liasichla bird. Bugun Liasichlas, plural of Bugun Liasichla. Nudwe, synonym of woolly nightshade. Nugwe, cutover scrap lumber. Nubort, the plant bugbane. Nuborts, plural of bugwort. Alternative spelling of bug. Bye-bye, pronunciation spelling of bye-bye. A surname from Serbo-Croatian. Buenjen, a district of Davao City, Davao del Sur, Philippines. A sitio in the barangay of Pubuis, La Trinidad, Bengt, Philippines. Buharism, the political ideology of Nigerian President Muhammad Buhari. Hathan, a barangay of Santo Domingo, Albay, Philippines. A barangay of Makalala, Cotabato, Philippines. Buhay, a municipality of Camarines Sur, Philippines. A language spoken by Mangians in the province of Mindoro in the Philippines, divided into eastern and western dialects. Udole, a barangay of Tarlac City, Tarlac, Philippines. Riohasan, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. A surname. A town in the Rastatt district, western Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Work, carved pieces of brass or other material for inlay in furniture and other woodwork. Buer, a surname. Buers, plural of buhler. Those, plural of buhl. Buer, alternative form of bulwark. Buhovo, a town in Stolicna Municipality, Sofia City Province, Bulgaria. A surname. Boma. A surname. Bomans. Plural of Boomen. Boomel. A mill that operates with a burstone. Boonels. Plural of Boommill. Both. Plural of Boer. Boa stone. Alternative spelling of burstone. Boa stones. Plural of Boa stone. Buurhuisie. A town in Bacau County, Romania. Initialism of boating while under the influence of drugs or alcohol. A surname. Synonym of Chad or Muslim women's garment. Plural of buibui. A surname. Buisis. Plural of buis. A surname. Buicks. Plural of Buick. A surname. Buikma. A surname from West Frisian. Buikmas. Plural of Buikma. To form something by combining materials or parts. Build a better mousetrap. To invent the next great thing, to have a better idea. Build a bridge and get over it. To cease worrying or complaining about something and move on. Build a case. To compile evidence that supports a charge against someone. Build a fire under. Alternative form of light a fire under. Build air castles. Alternative form of build castles in the air. Build artifact. Any of the files that result from a compilation process and are deployed for use. Build artifacts. Plural of build artifact. Build bridges. Often followed by between or to. To establish friendly relations or links. Build castles in the air. To have any desire, idea, or plan that is unlikely to be realized, to imagine visionary projects or schemes, to have an idle fancy or a pipe dream, to daydream. Build character. To improve a person's character by developing personality traits such as resilience or responsibility. Build down. In solitaire card games, to place a card over another card of higher value, e.g. 4 diamond suit over 5 club. Build in. To add components to a larger entity without interfering with the purpose or functionality of the larger entity. Build into. To add components to a larger entity without interfering with the purpose or functionality of the larger entity. Build on. To add additional elements or components to a framework, a concept, a device, etc. in order to extend it. Build on sand. To put something in an unstable position by failing to give it a secure foundation. Build at. To develop or expand a system, structure, project, etc. Build the plane while flying it. To develop one's approach or strategy to a project while carrying out that project and not beforehand. Build a. To erect, to construct. Build upon. Synonym of build on. Build, build, build. Any of the various infrastructure policies and programs in the Philippines implemented during the administration of Rodrigo Duterte. Beltur. A boundary or alignment, usually parallel to the property line, along which a building or structure must be placed. It usually establishes the maximum distance away from the property line that a building or structure may be placed. Build order. Of or relating to a public housing system whereby flats are built according to demand. Build has. Plural of build to. Build up. Alternative form of build up. Build-ups. Plural of build-up. Buildability. the quality of being buildable. Buildable, that can be built. Build out, a systematic, gradual reduction in the number of something, especially nuclear weapons, normally by destroying more than are built. Build downs, plural of build down. Builded, alternative form of built, simple past and past participle of build. Builded castles in the air, simple past and past participle of build castles in the air. Buildest, second person singular simple past indicative of build. Builder, one who builds or constructs things. Builder pattern, a creational design pattern that intends to abstract steps of construction of objects so that different implementations of these steps can construct different representations of objects. Builder patterns, plural of builder pattern. Builders, abbreviation of builder's tea. Builder's breakfast, a large cooked breakfast, a full breakfast. Builder's bum, the top of the buttocks exposed when trousers are worn too low or when the wearer bends over. Builder's cleavage, the top of the buttocks showing when a pair of trousers are worn too low or when the wearer is bending over. Builder's cup, synonym of builder's mug. Builder's cups, plural of builder's cup. Builder's mug, a large ceramic mug for hot drinks. Builder's mugs, plural of builder's mug. Builder's remedy, a legal mechanism in the United States where, if a municipality fails to comply with state laws regarding the development of new housing, a developer can bypass or ignore certain zoning laws and begin construction in an expedited manner, or can use other legal remedies. Builder's tea, black tea, brewed strong and served in a large mug with milk and sugar. Builder's teas, plural of builder's tea. Builder, synonym of rooftopper. Builders, plural of builderer. Buildering, the practice of climbing buildings as a recreational activity. Builders, plural of builder. Builders, abbreviation of builder's tea. Builder's cup, synonym of builder's mug. Builder's cups, plural of builder's cup. Builder's mug, alternative form of builder's mug. Builder's mugs, plural of builder's mug. Builder's tea, alternative form of builder's tea. Builder's teas, plural of builder's tea. Buildest, second person singular simple present indicative of build. Builde, third person singular simple present indicative of build. Building, pronunciation spelling of building. Building, the act or process by which something is built, construction. Building a better mousetrap, present participle and gerund of build a better mousetrap. Building a case, present participle and gerund of build a case. Building and pests, an official inspection prior to a home sale where the structural integrity and insect damage are checked. Building block, a component that is part of a larger system. Building blocks, plural of building block. Building bridges, present participle and gerund of build bridges. Building castles in the air, present participle and gerund of build castles in the air. Building character, present participle and gerund of build character. Building code, a mandatory set of rules on building design, construction, testing, inspection, and maintenance to protect public health, safety, and welfare. Building codes, plural of building code. Building down, present participle and gerund of build down. Building envelope, the physical separator between the conditioned and unconditioned environment of a building. Building envelopes, plural of building envelope. Building in, present participle and gerund of build in. Building into, present participle and gerund of build into. Building material, any material which is used for construction purposes. Building materials, plural of building material. Building on, present participle and gerund of build on. Building on sand, present participle and gerund of build on sand. Building out, present participle and gerund of build out. Building paper, synonym of rosin paper. Building permit, synonym of planning permission. Building permits, plural of building permit. Building site, the place where a building is located, is currently under construction or shall be constructed, including structures other than buildings. Building sites, plural of building site. Building societies, plural of building society. Building society, a type of financial institution which traditionally was based on lending money as mortgages to society members to buy houses from other members' pooled savings and or money borrowed wholesale. Building the plane while flying it, present participle and gerund of build the plane while flying it. Building up, present participle and gerund of build up. Building upon, present participle and gerund of build upon. Building worker, an employee working on a physical construction site. Building workers, plural of building worker. Building full, enough to fill a building. Building fulls, plural of building full. Building less, without buildings. Building like, resembling a building. Buildings, plural of building. Building wide, extending throughout a building. Building worker, alternative form of building worker. Building workers, plural of building worker. Build out, the construction and implementation of a system. Build out, plural of build out. Buildress, a female builder. Buildresses, plural of buildress. Build, third person singular simple present indicative of build. Builds a better mousetrap. Third person singular simple present indicative of build a better mousetrap. Builds a case. Third person singular simple present indicative of build a case. Builds bridges. Third person singular simple present indicative of build bridges. Builds castles in the air. Third person singular simple present indicative of build castles in the air. Builds character. Third person singular simple present indicative of build character. Builds down. Third person singular simple present indicative of build down. Build in. Third person singular simple present indicative of build in. Build into. Third person singular simple present indicative of build into. Builds on. Third person singular simple present indicative of build on. Builds on sand. Third person singular simple present indicative of build on sand. Build at. Third person singular simple present indicative of build out. Build the plane while flying it. Third person singular simple present indicative of build the plane while flying it. Build at. Third person singular simple present indicative of build up. Builds upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of build upon. Know that. An accumulation, an increase, a gradual development. Build-ups, plural of build-up. Build-us, a village and civil parish in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6304. That, well built, muscular or toned. Built a better mouse trap. Simple past and past participle of build a better mousetrap. Built a case. Simple past and past participle of build a case. Built bridges. Simple past and past participle of build bridges. Built castles in the air. Simple past and past participle of build castles in the air. Built character. Simple past and past participle of build character. Built different. Able to do things which others cannot. Extremely talented or unusual. Built down. Simple past and past participle of build down. Built environment. All the physical things constructed by humans as aids to living. Built environments. Plural of built environment. Built-in. Alternative spelling of built-in. Built into. Simple past and past participle of build into. Built like a brick outhouse. Synonym of built like a brick shithouse. Built like a brick shipyard. Synonym of built like a brick shithouse. Built like a brick shithouse. Of a man having a muscular body, particularly with well-developed muscles of the chest, arms, and abdominals. Built like a shit brick house. Synonym of built like a brick shit house. Built like a tank. Broad-shouldered and of solid, muscular build. Built on. Simple past and past participle of build on. Built on sand. Simple past and past participle of build on sand. Built out. Simple past and past participle of build out. Built the plane while flying it. Simple past and past participle of build the plane while flying it. Built up. Alternative form of built up. Built upon. Simple past and past participle of build upon. Built in. Constructed as a non-detachable part of a larger structure. Built-in function. Any function that is provided as part of a high-level language and can be executed by a simple reference with specification of arguments. Built-in functions. Plural of built-in function. Built-in. Obsolescence. Planned obsolescence. Built-in type. A data type provided by a programming language as a basic building block, such as integer, character, or Boolean, but in some languages also list, hash table, or first-class function. Built-in types. Plural of built-in type. Built-ins. Plural of built-in. Built-up. Made of sections or layers. One on top of the other. Built-up roof. A continuous, semi-flexible roof membrane consisting of multiple plies of saturated felts, coated felts, fabrics or mats assembled in place with alternate layers of bitumen and surfaced with mineral aggregate, bituminous materials, a liquid applied coating or a granule surface cap sheet. Built-up roofs. Plural of built-up roof. Built-this. Second person singular simple past indicative of build. Built-at. Both built muscular and fat. Built Road. A small village in Powys, Wales, historically in Radnorshire OS Grid Ref So 0253. Melf Wells. A market town and community with a town council in Powys, Wales OS Grid Ref So 0451. Built-in. Alternative form of built-in. Built-ins. Plural of built-in. Built. Plural of built. Builtscape. A landscape dominated by buildings. Builtscapes. Plural of builtscape. Built-up. Alternative form of built-up. A city and commune in Maipo Province, Santiago Metropolitan Region, Chile. Yar Lake. A lake on the border between Dornod, Mongolia and Nubarag right banner, Hillenbuhr, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Overly, comparative form of Buerdly, more Buerdly. Earliest, superlative form of Buerdly, most Buerdly. Aerodly, sturdy, well-built, solid, stocky. Dewey, plural of bui. There is, plural of bui. Ruisai, a medieval wind instrument with a very long, straight, and slender body, usually made of metal. Buisines, plural of buisine. Buisnes, misspelling of business. Buisen, a fruit tree trained on a low stem, the branch is closely pruned. Buisens, plural of buison. Buris, a box or chest. Buiste, simple past and past participle of buis. Buisting, present participle and gerund of buis. Buests, plural of buist. Buitenzoor, a city in West Java, Dutch East Indies, modern Bogor. Buitrago, a surname from Spanish. Buitragos, plural of Buitrago. Buitra, a surname. Buitrons, plural of Buitron. Mag, alternative spelling of Budge heroin. Budak, a surname from Polish. Budaks, plural of Bujak. Bujalski, a surname from Polish. Bujalskis, plural of Bujalski. Bud, alternative form of Buyan Island in Russian folklore. Bud, a town in Croatia. Vad, heroine. Bujao, a confidence trick in which the victim is falsely diagnosed with a curse or other ailment that can supposedly only be cured by the trickster. Bujorni, a village in Buzosti, Argeș County, Romania. Bujaus, plural of Bujo. Bujumbura, the largest city and former capital of Burundi. Bujumbura, of, from, or pertaining to Bujumbura. Bujumburans, plural of Bujumburan. What? A type of self-propelled anti-aircraft missile system from the Soviet Union. The second largest island in the autonomous region of Bougainville in eastern Papua New Guinea. Buka Puasa, relating to iftar. Bukek, alternative spelling of buckache. Bukak, misspelling of buckache sense 2. Puka, a barangay of Batangas City, Batangas, Philippines. Bukal Ibaba, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Bukal Ilaya, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Bukama, a town in Haut-Lomami province in the southeast of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Bucharest, alternative form of Bucharest, the capital city of Romania. Bucas, plural of Buca. Buca, alternative form of Bukawa. Bukau, a city in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Bukawa, an Austronesian language of Papua New Guinea. Bukao, a Filipino dessert made from sweetened coconut strips. Buk muslin, obsolete form of book muslin. Bucalism, the philosophy and politics espoused by Nayib Bukele. Bucher, a surname. Buters, plural of Bucher. Bacalao, a surname from Ukrainian. Bukhara, a city in Uzbekistan founded in the 6th century BC. Bukharian, of or related to Bukhara, Uzbekistan. Bukhari, a language sometimes considered a dialect of Persian or of Tajik but with Semitic influences, spoken in Central Asia by Bukharian Jews. Bukharian, synonym of Bukharan. Bukharan, a surname from Russian, especially when referring to Russian/Soviet Communist leader Nikolai Bukharin. Bukharianism, a form of market socialism and Marxism developed by Nikolai Bukharin. Bukharini. A supporter of Nikolai Bukharin 1888–1938, Bolshevik revolutionary and Soviet Union politician. Bukharinites, plural of Bukharinite. Bukharis, a Sunni, one who believes in Sahih Bukhari. Bukharists, plural of Bukharis. Bukhara, alternative form of Bukhara. Vuvid, an Austronesian language spoken by indigenous peoples of northern Mindanao in the southern Philippines. Vuginan, a province of northern Mindanao, Mindanao, Philippines. Capital, Malaybalay. Largest city, Valencia. Vugi, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Bukit Aman, the Royal Malaysia Police, the police. Bukit Mer, a planning area and town in the central region of Singapore. Bukit Mertajam, a town in Seberang Perai, Penang, Malaysia. Bukitsen, an indigenous people native to the Nangapalan in Imbalo Hillier of Kapuas Hulu Regency, Indonesia. Bukit Tinggi, a city in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Bukit Tinggi, an alkaloid present in trees of the genus Daphne phyllum. Bukek, a method of pouring broth over cold noodles, commonly udon. Bukkehorn, an ancient Norwegian musical instrument, made from the horn of a ram or goat, traditionally used by cowherds. Bukkehorns, plural of buckihorn. Bukumi, a pan-fried tediok made from glutinous rice flour or sorghum flour and stuffed with various fillings. Buko, a coconut. Buko juice, coconut water. Buko juices, plural of buko juice. Buko pie, coconut pie, especially the Filipino variant made with young coconuts and condensed milk. Buko pies. Plural of buko pie. Bukos, plural of buko. Bukovina, a historical region of Eastern Europe on the northern slopes of the northeastern Carpathian Mountains and adjoining plains, currently split between Romania and Ukraine. Bukovinen, of or relating to Bukovina. Bukovinans, plural of Bukovinin. Bukovinian, of or relating to Bukovina. Bukovinians, plural of Bukovinian. Bukovite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing copper, iron, selenium, and thallium. Bukovic, a municipality of Croatia. Bukazgies, an iron arsenate sulfate mineral that forms nodules with a reniform surface. Bukazgies, alternative spelling of Bukovskiate. Bukowskiates, plural of Bukovskiate. Bukowskiates, plural of Bukovskiate. Bukowski, a surname from Polish. Bukowskian, of or relating to Charles Bukowski 1920–1994, German-American writer whose work often addresses the ordinary lives of poor Americans and the drudgery of work. Bukowskis, plural of Bukowski. Bucks, plural of buck. Buksha, alternative form of bucksha. Bukshas, plural of bucksha. Bukshi, alternative form of bukshi. Bukshis, plural of bukshi. Bukish, alternative form of bakshish. Bukti, alternative form of Bakshi. Ukti, the paymaster in native Indian states. Bakshis, plural of Bakshi. Ukish, alternative spelling of Bakshish. Alternative spelling of Bokup, lots, a large amount. An indigenous tribe of Kenya. Mapetsa, an ancient Slavic alphabet, an adaptation of Glagolitic and Cyrillic. Name of the letter B in Cyrillic and Glagolitic alphabets. Abovi, alternative form of Bulgogi. Viola, a surname. Violacan, a province of central Luzon, Luzon, Philippines. Capital, Malolos. Largest city, San Jose del Monte. Violacao, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Violachite, an orthorhombic mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, hydrogen, and oxygen. Violacmen, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Violat, an Indian nose ring usually worn by married women. Violacan, a municipality of Violacan, Philippines. Violacanan, a barangay of Macalala, Cotabato, Philippines. Violaki, alternative form of Biolac. Violakis, plural of Biolaki. Violacalacan, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Violax, plural of Biolac. Violala, a barangay of Camalaniugan, Cagayan, Philippines. Violala Norte, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Violala Sur, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Violacao, a barangay of Mankayan, Bengt, Philippines. Violan fever, yellow fever. Viola, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Violan Shar, a city and district of Mira Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Violent, the parliamentary building of Buganda. Viola, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. Viola, alternative form of Bulak, Cairo. Biolaquino, of or pertaining to Biolacan. Biolaquinos, plural of Biolaquino. Violas, plural of Viola. Viola, a steel alloy known in Russia from medieval times. Violata, a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Viola, an East Indian insectivorous mammal Echinocerex genera, somewhat like a rat in appearance, but allied to the hedgehog. Violala, alternative spelling of Biolawa. Violavas, plural of Biolava. Violawa, a ceremonial mace or baton used by the military of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Violawan, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Violawas, plural of Biolawa. Violawao, the second largest city in Zimbabwe. Vela, the bulb-shaped underground portion of a plant such as a tulip, consisting of a shortened stem and many fleshy scale leaves from which the rest of the plant may be regrown. Bulb horn, a small horn containing a reed, operated by squeezing a rubber bulb. Bulb T, a T-beam with a webbed vertical section thickened into a bulbous part at its lower edge. Bulb Ts, plural of bulb T. Malbout, a traffic calming measure that widens the sidewalk for a short distance. Bulb C, alternative form of bulb T. Obaceous. Mobus. Eldo, Alternative form of bulbar. Bulbar, relating to or having the form of a bulb, used especially of the medulla oblongata. Bulbar conjunctiva. One of three parts of the conjunctiva. The bulbar conjunctiva is the conjunctiva covering the eyeball over the sclea. Bulbar conjunctivae, plural of bulbar conjunctiva. Bulbar conjunctivus, plural of bulbar conjunctiva. Bulbectomies, plural of bulbectomy. Bulbectomize, to perform a bulbectomy on. Bulbectomized, simple past and past participle of bulbectomize. Bulbectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bulbectomize. Bulbectomizing, present participle and gerund of bulbectomize. Bulbectomy, removal of the olfactory bulb. Valve, shaped like a bulb. Valdo, synonym of bulbil. Valvulus, plural of bulbil. Waldfield, a field in which flowers are grown from bulbs, typically a visitor attraction in the Netherlands. Waldfields, plural of bulbfield. Valve, a dull or unintelligent person. Valved, having a head shaped like or resembling a bulb. Bulbeds, plural of bulbhead. Bulbiferous, producing bulbs or bulbils. Bulbiform, shaped like a bulb. Rauda, a bulb-shaped bud in the place of a flower or in a leaf axil. Raudos, plural of bulbil. Boe, present participle and gerund of bulb. Bulbitis, inflammation of the bulbous part of the urethra. Bulbless, without a bulb or bulbs. Bulbet, synonym of bulbil. Bulblets, plural of bulblet. Bulb-like, resembling a bulb. Although, mulbus. Bulbocapnine, an alkaloid that inhibits acetylcholinesterase. Bulba cavernosa, plural of bulba cavernosus. Bulba cavernosus, the bulbus spondylosus muscle. Bulba cavernous, relating to the bulba cavernosus. Bulbos raveller, relating to the medulla oblongata and the cerebellum. Bulba, shaped like a bulb. Bulbophile, a person who is obsessed with bulb plants. Bulbophiles, plural of bulbophile. Bulbophyllum, any of the arches of the genus Bulbophyllum. Bulbophyllums, plural of bulbophyllum. Bulbosacral, synonym of parasympathetic. Bulbous, alternative form of bulbous. Bulbosities, plural of bulbosity. Bulbosity, the condition of being bulbous. Bulbospinal, of pertaining to or connecting the medulla oblongata and the spinal cord. Bulbospongiasis, plural of bulbospongiasis. Bulbospongiasis, one of the superficial muscles of the perineum covering the bulb of the penis in males and the vestibular bulb in females. Bulbospongus, bulbous and spongus. Bulbothalamic, relating to the medulla oblongata and the thalamus. Bulbatuber, a corym. Bulbatubers, plural of bulbatuber. Bulboreferal, pertaining to the urethra and the bulb of the penis. Bulboreferal gland, an exocrine gland which secretes a clear fluid known as pre-ejaculate or Cowper's fluid, colloquially known as precum, which is generated upon sexual arousal. Bulboreferal glands, plural of bulboreferal gland. Bulbous, having the shape of or resembling a bulb, bloated. Bulbous buttercup, a perennial weed, Ranunculus bulbosus, that has attractive yellow flowers. Bulbous buttercups, plural of bulbous buttercup. Bulbously, in a bulbous manner. Bulbousness, the state or condition of being bulbous. Bulboventricular, related to the bulbous cordes and the ventricle. Bulber, a surname from Old English. Bulbrooks, plural of bulbrook. Valid, plural of bulb. Bulbucata, a village and commune of Giurgiu County, Romania. Other, any of several passerine songbirds of the family Pycnonidae, currently 27 genera recognized, native to Africa and Eurasia. Bulbulala, a barangay of Pinali, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Bulbular, in the shape of a bulb. Bulbule, a small bulb, a bulblet. Bulbules, plural of bulbule. Bulbulian, a surname from Armenian. Bulbulians, plural of bulbulian. Bulbos, plural of bulbul. Bulbous cordes. A transitory dilation in the embryonic heart that gives rise to the ventricle. Bulbous glandes, an erectile tissue structure on the penis of canid mammals and some pinnites, which swells up and locks inside the female during sexual intercourse. Bulbous oculi, synonym of eye globe. Bulby, bulbous. Wulchin, a little bull, a bull calf. Wulchins, plural of Bulchin. Altai, a heavily spiced Korean dish of barbecued chicken. Boulder, obsolete form of boulder. Bouldering, hot, sultry. Boulders, plural of boulder. Bulimia, misspelling of bulimia. Bulimic, misspelling of bulimic. Bulimics, plural of bulimic. Elias, a fast flamenco dance. Villet, a fictional species of land-dwelling shark in various fantasy settings, such as Dungeons and Dragons. Bullets, plural of bulette. Yoe, a surname. Delis, plural of Bewley. Mulver, a village and civil parish in southeastern Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1743. Walford Camp, a military camp in Bulford Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1943. Now, abbreviation of Bulgarian. Now, abbreviation of Bulgaria. Malir, misspelling of Bulgar. Bulvekov, a male surname from Russian, feminine equivalent Bulgakova. Bulgakovian, of or relating to Mikhail Bulgakov. Russian, M-I-A-U acute L-B-U-L-G-A-acute K-O-V. 1891-1940, Russian writer and playwright. Volvan, a city, district, and province of Mongolia. Bulgar, a member of a migratory Turkic people from Central Asia who conquered Mosia in the 7th century and settled what is now Bulgaria, and some of whom then migrated to the Volga basin to establish Volga Bulgaria. Bulgar leather, synonym of Russia leather. Bulgaria, a country in Southeast Europe. Official name, Republic of Bulgaria. Capital and largest city, Sofia. Bulgariaceous, of or relating to the Bulgariaceae. Bulgarian, relating to Bulgaria, its people, or the Bulgarian language. Bulgarian hound, a breed of Scent-hound originating in Bulgaria. Bulgarian hounds, plural of Bulgarian hound. Bulgarian Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Bulgarian salad, a variation of the split squat performed by bending one knee while the rear leg is rested on a platform behind the body. Bulgarian split squats, plural of Bulgarian split squats. Bulgarianize, to make Bulgarian. Bulgarianize, simple past and past participle of Bulgarianize. Bulgarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Bulgarianize. Bulgarianizing, present participle and gerund of Bulgarianize. Bulgarianness, the quality of Bulgarian. Bulgarians, plural of Bulgarian. Bulgaric, relating to the Bulgars. Bulgarism, Bulgarian nationalism. Bulgarisms, plural of Bulgarism. Bulgaris, a proponent of Bulgarism. Bulgaristics, Bulgarian studies. Bulgarize, synonym of Bulgarianize. Bulgarize, simple past and past participle of Bulgarize. Bulgarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Bulgarize. Bulgarizing, present participle and gerund of Bulgarize. Bulgaro, pertaining to Bulgaria, Bulgarians, or the Bulgarian language. Bulgarophile, fond of or favoring Bulgaria or the Bulgarians. Bulgarophilia, strong enthusiasm for the country, culture, or people of Bulgaria. Bulgarophone, speaking Bulgarian. Bulgarophones, plural of Bulgarophone. Voters, plural of Bulgar. Bulgari, Bulgaria. Vod, an object which is sticking out from a surface, a swelling, protuberant part, a bending outward, especially when caused by pressure. Bulge in the onion ma, a goal scored. Bulge the onion ma, to score a goal. Bulgesine, any of a group of lactamase inhibitors consisting of an acetyl-glucosamine unit linked to bulgesonine. Bulgesonine, a non-proteinogenic amino acid 2,4,5-hydroxy-5-hydroxymethylproline that is a component of bulgesins. Bulgesins, plural of bulgesin. Bulged, simple past and past participle of bulge. Bulge the onion bag, simple past and past participle of bulge the onion bag. Bulgeless, lacking a characteristic bulge. Bulge-like, resembling or characteristic of a bulge. Bulger, a surname. Bulgers, plural of bulger. Bulges, plural of bulge. Bulges the onion bag. Third person singular simple present indicative of bulge the onion bag. Bulgy, alternative spelling of bulgy. Bulgar, alternative form of Bulgar. Bulgars, plural of Bulgar. Bulvar, alternative form of Bulgar prepared wheat grains. Bulgar, alternative form of Bulgar prepared wheat grains. Bulgy, comparative form of bulgy, more bulgy. Bulgis, superlative form of bulgy, most bulgy. Bulgy, in a bulgy manner. Bulgin, alternative form of bulgin. Bulgins, plural of bulgin. Bulginess, the state of being baldy. Bulging, present participle and gerund of bulge. Bulging the onion bag. Present participle and gerund of bulge the onion bag. Bulgingly. To a degree, or in a way, that causes bulging. Bulgings. Plural of bulging. Bulgogi. A Korean dish of shredded, usually marinated beef with vegetables. Bulgokis. Plural of bulgogi. Bulgur. Alternative form of bulgur prepared wheat grains. Mulver. Wheat grains that have been steamed, dried, and crushed, is staple of Middle Eastern cooking. Bulgur. Wheat. Mulver. Ulders. Plural of bulgur. Bulgy. Having one or more bulges, bulging. Bulhakioka. A village in Rubijan Urban Hermata, Severodonsk Rayon, Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1830. Mul'au. A barangay of Labo, Camarines Norte, Philippines. Yoe. A Gur language spoken in Ghana. Violen. A barangay of General Mariano Alvarez, Cavite, Philippines. Bulimorexia. An eating disorder that occurs when a person has both anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. Bulimorexia. Relating to or exhibiting bulimorexia. Bulimorexia. Plural of bulimorexia. Bulimia. A chronic eating disorder characterized by a binge and purge cycle, extreme overeating followed by self-induced vomiting. Bulimia nervosa. An eating disorder characterized by a binge and purge cycle, extreme overeating followed by self-induced vomiting. Bulimia. Alternative form of bulimic. Bulimiacs. Plural of bulimiac. Bulimias. Plural of bulimia. Bulimic. Suffering from bulimia nervosa. Bulimically. With, or as if with, bulimia. Bulimics. Plural of bulimic. Buliminid. Any snail in the family Buliminidae. Buliminids. Plural of buliminid. Bulimorexia. The combination of bulimia and anorexia. Bulimulid. Any snail in the family Bulimulidae. Bulimulids. Plural of bulimulid. Bulimi. Archaic form of bulimia. Yoe. A land snail of the family Anidae. Bulinid. Any gastropod mollusk of the family Bulininae. Bulinids. Plural of bulinid. Note. Size, specifically volume. Bill. To invoice the government or insurer, and not the patient, for medical expenses incurred at a general practitioner or other medical service provider. Milk billing. The process whereby a general practitioner or other medical service provider charges the government for medical expenses incurred by a patient. Bulk cargo. Any cargo, either liquid or dry, that is shipped in volume without being packed into containers. Bulk cargoes. Plural of bulk cargo. Bulk cargoes. Plural of bulk cargo. Bulk carrier. Any ocean-going cargo vessel merchant ship designed to carry unpackaged bulk cargo such as grains, coal, ore, steel coils, and cement in its holds. Bulk carriers. Plural of bulk carrier. Bulk data. An electronic collection of data composed of information from multiple records whose primary relationship to each other is their shared origin from single or multiple databases. Bulk densities. Plural of bulk density. Bulk density. The mass of a particulate material including voids in a unit volume. Bulk eraser. An electromagnetic device for erasing an entire tape. Bulk erasers. Plural of bulk eraser. Bulk large. Synonym of loom large. Bulk liquid. A liquid that undergoes commercial transportation in large volumes, usually not including petroleum products. For example, in many regions, milk from dairies is often transported in a tanker truck rather than a truckload of milk churns. Bulk liquids. Plural of bulk liquid. Bulk out. To become thicker, fatter, or more bulky. Bulk supplies. Plural of bulk supply. Bulk supply. Synonym of wholesale. Bulk technologies. Plural of bulk technology. Bulk technology. Technology that is based upon the manipulation of atoms and molecules in bulk as distinct from that involving individual atoms or molecules in nanotechnology, etc. Bulk up. To gain weight. Bulk viscosities. Plural of bulk viscosity. Bulk viscosity. Resistance to expansion and contraction by a fluid. Mold. A bread roll, a bun. Bulkage. Bulkages. Plural of bulkage. Bulkas. Plural of bulka. What? Simple past and past participle of bulk. Bulked large. Simple past and past participle of bulk large. Bulked out. Simple past and past participle of bulk out. Bulked up. Simple past and past participle of bulk up. Bulkeley. A village in Bulkeley and Ridley Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 530545. Bulkeley and Ridley. A civil parish in Cheshire East, Cheshire, England, that includes the named places. Bulkelys. Plural of Bulkeley. Wulhen. To put on bulk, become bulky. Bulkend. Simple past and past participle of bulken. Mulver. A bulk dry goods cargo ship. Mulders. Plural of bulker. Bulkhead. A vertical partition dividing the hull into separate compartments. Often made watertight to prevent excessive flooding if the ship's hull is breached. Bulkhead line. An officially set line along a shoreline, usually outside of the dry land, to demark a territory allowable to be treated as dry land, to separate the jurisdictions of dry land and water authorities for construction and riparian activities, to establish limits to the allowable obstructions to navigation, etc. Bulkhead lines. Plural of bulkhead line. Bulkheaded. Furnished with a bulkhead or bulkheads. Bulkheading. Bulkheads in general. Bulkheads. Plural of bulkhead. Bulky. Ellipsis of bulky roll. Bulky roll. A soft round sandwich roll. Bulky rolls. Plural of bulky roll. Ovi. Comparative form of bulky, more bulky. Bulkies. The police. Obvious. Superlative form of bulk. Most bulk. Bulky. In a bulky manner. Bulkiness. The characteristic of being bulky or of having bulk. Bulkinesses. Plural of bulkiness. Bulking. The development of bulk, solidification. Bulking agent. An additive that increases the bulk of a product, often food, without affecting its main characteristics, such as taste. Bulking agents. Plural of bulking agent. Bulking large. Present participle and gerund of bulk large. Bulking out. Present participle and gerund of bulk out. Bulking up. Present participle and gerund of bulk up. Bulkings. Plural of bulking. Bulkington. A village in Nuneaton and Bedworth District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3986. Wovish. bulky, large. Bulky. A surname. Bulkleys, plural of bulkly. Bulk-like, having properties similar to those of bulk material. Bulks, plural of bulk. Bulks large. Third person singular simple present indicative of bulk large. Bulks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of bulk out. Bulks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of bulk up. Bulksam, large, massive, heavy, or bulky. Bulkwise, in terms of bulk size. Bulky, being large in size, mass, or volume, big, fat, or muscular. Bulky refuse, alternative form of bulky waste. Bulky waste, a waste type that is too large to be accepted by the regular waste collection. A surname transferred from the nickname derived from the name of the animal. Bull and cow, an argument, a row. Bull ant, mea misha bevinota. Bull ants, plural of bull ant. Bull bar, a welded framework of metal bars at a vehicle's front, designed to protect it during collisions with animals, but often purchased as a fashion accessory. Bull bars, plural of bull bar. Bull butter, margarine. Bull con, a confidence trick or deceptive speech by a swindler. Bull cons, plural of bull con. Bull daisies, plural of bull daisy. Bull daisy, an ox-eye daisy Leucanthemum vulgare. Bull denim, a form of denim made from 100% cotton with 3 warps for every weft, often used for upholstery. Bull denims, plural of bull denim. Bull dyke, alternative form of bull dyke. Bull dykes, plural of bull dyke. Bull dust, a very fine dust that typically settles in potholes on outback roads. The dust usually settles to make the road look flat, but when a car runs over it, it soon sinks. Bull dyke, a masculine or butch lesbian. See usage notes about dyke lesbian. Bull dykes, plural of bull dyke. Bull elephant, a male elephant. Bull elephants, plural of bull elephant. Bull feast, an entertainment featuring a bull, a bull baiting, in Spanish contexts a bullfight. Bull feasts, plural of bull feasts. Bull feathers, euphemistic form of bullshit false statements. Bull fiddle, a double bass lowest pitched of instruments of violin family. Bull fiddler, a double bassist, someone who plays the bull fiddle double bass. Bull fiddlers, plural of bull fiddler. Bull fiddles, plural of bull fiddle. Bull gravy, cream gravy. Bull-headed, alternative form of bull-headed. Bull-horn, alternative form of bull-horn. Bull-horns, plural of bull-horn. Bull-kelp, the brown alga Nereosis lutkina. Bull-ladle, a large ladle for molten metal. Bull ladles, plural of bull ladle. Bull market, a stock market where a majority of investors are buying bulls, causing overall stock prices to rise. Bull markets, plural of bull market. Bull moose, a member of the Progressive Party United States, 1912, an American political party formed by former President Theodore Roosevelt after a split in the Republican Party. Bull mooser, alternative form of bull moose. Bull moosers, plural of bull mooser. Bull mooses, plural of bull moose. Bull pump, a direct single-acting pumping engine in which the steam cylinder is placed above the pump. Bull pumps, plural of bull pump. Bull rail, alternative form of bull rail. Bull rails, plural of bull rail. Bull ring, the area in which bullfighting takes place. Bull rings, plural of bull ring. Bull roar, alternative form of bull roar. Bull roarers, plural of bull roar. Bull roast, an event where beef, typically not an entire bull, is roasted over an open pit barbecue, sliced and served, sometimes with oysters. Bull roasts, plural of bull roast. Bull rope, a rope used for hoisting a topmast or topgallant mast in a square-rigged ship. It is rove from the cap of the lower mast through a sheave in the foot of the topmast and then back through a block on the lower masthead, with the hauling part led to the deck. Bull ropes, plural of bull rope. Bull Run, a river in Oregon, United States, a tributary of the Sandy. Bull Run, an event in which people run with bulls in the streets. Bull Runner, one who takes part in the running of the bulls. Bull Runners, plural of bull runner. Bull Runs, plural of bull run. Bull Session, an informal discursive group discussion, often one where politics, economics, or current events are discussed. Bull Sessions, plural of bull session. Bull Shark, a shark, Carcharhinus lucas, that is common in both temperate and tropical coastal waters. Bull Sharks, plural of bull shark. Bull Snake, gopher snake. Bull Stag, a castrated bull. Bull Stags, plural of bull stag. Bull Terrier, a medium-sized dog of a breed that is a cross between bulldog and terrier. Bull Terriers, plural of bull terrier. Bull Thistle, spear thistle. Bull Thistles, plural of bull thistle. Bull Trap, a temporary reverse in the downward trend of a share price that tempts some investors to buy. Bull Traps, plural of bull trap. Bull Trout, Salvelinus confluentus, a char of the family Salmonidae, native to northwestern North America. Bullet, to throw darts aiming at a bullseye to determine who goes first in a match. Bull Week, a week of low employee absenteeism. Bull Weeks, plural of bull week. Bull Wheel, a type of large windlass used in drilling. Bull Wheels, plural of bull wheel. Bull Eye, alternative form of bullseye. Bull Eyes, plural of bull's eye. Bull's Nose, an external angle when obtuse or rounded. Bull Eye, alternative spelling of bullseye. Bull Eyes, plural of bull's eye. Bull Baiting, alternative form of bull baiting. Bull Bitch, a female bulldog. Bull Ditches, plural of bull bitch. Bull Dagger, a masculine or butch lesbian. See usage notes about dyke lesbian. Bull Daggers, plural of bull dagger. Bull Dyke, alternative form of bull dyke. Bull Dykes, plural of bull dyke. Bull Dyke, alternative form of bull dyke. Bull Dykes, plural of bull dyke. Bullfighting, alternative spelling of bullfighting. Bullfightings, plural of bullfighting. Wolfinch, alternative form of bullfinch. Wolfinches, plural of bullfinch. Bullflies, plural of bullfly. Bullfly, any large fly troublesome to cattle, such as a gadfly. Bullfly, thick, creamy white gravy or stew. Bull-headed. Alternative form of bull-headed. Bullhorn. Alternative form of bullhorn. Bullhorns. Plural of bullhorn. Bull-like. Alternative spelling of bull-like, earlier and more common. Bull-hobo. A policeman's car, especially the kind used by policemen employed in railroad yards. Bull-hobos. Plural of bull-hobo. Bull-necked. Alternative form of bull-necked. Bull-nosed. Alternative form of bull-nosed. Bullpup. Alternative spelling of bullpup. Bullpups. Plural of bullpup. Bullroarer. Alternative form of bullroarer. Bullroarers. Plural of bullroarer. Bullrunning. Running of the bulls. Bullrunnings. Plural of bullrunning. Bull-speak. Alternative form of bull-speak, to speak nonsense. Bull-speaking. Present participle and gerund of bull-speak. Bull-speaks. Third person singular simple present indicative of bull-speak. Bull-spoke. Simple past of bull-speak. Bull-spoken. Past participle of bull-speak. Bull-terrier. Alternative spelling of bull-terrier. Bull-terriers. Plural of bull-terrier. Bull-thrower. A teller of lies or exaggerated stories. Bull-throwers. Plural of bull-thrower. Bullwhip. Alternative form of bullwhip. Bullwhips. Plural of bullwhip. A surname. Bullace. A small European plum, Prunus interstitia, sin, Prunus domestica subsp insiditia. Bullaces. Plural of bullace. Bully. Plural of bulla. Bulla Macau. A bull or cow. Cattle. Bulla Macaws. Plural of bulla Macau. Bullantic. Pertaining to or used in papal bulls. Bulla. Relating to a bulla. Bullard. A surname from Old French. Bullards. Plural of bullard. Bullaria. Plural of bullarium. Bulleries. Plural of bullary. Bullarium. Synonym of bullary, a collection of papal bulls. Bullery. A collection of papal bulls. Bullus. Plural of bulla. Bullatacein. An acetogenin present in some fruits of the Aenaceae family. Bullatanacin. The acetogenin 2s 4,2-R9,5s 5,4-R1,4-dihydroxy 4,2-R5-R5-1s 1-hydroxyundecyl-oxalin 2-ill-butyl-oxalin 2-ill-2-hydroxynonyl 2-methyl-2-H-furan 5,1. Bullate. Resembling a bulla or blister, inflated, blistered. Bulliform. Bullated. Alternative form of bullate. Bullately. In a bullate manner. Bullate. Any of a group of diterpenoid alkaloids that possess anti-rheumatic, anti-inflammatory, and / or antinecessitive properties. Bullatians. Plural of bulletin. Bullation. The formation of bully or blisters. Bulli. A natural depression in a stone, often filled with water and sometimes pebbles. Bullons. Plural of bullon. Bull baiting. An old blood sport involving the baiting of bulls with dogs. Bull baitings. Plural of bull baiting. Bulbar. Alternative spelling of bull bar. Bulbars, plural of bulbar. Bulbat, a New World bird, common nighthawk Cordales minor. Bulbats, plural of bulbat. Bulder, something used or suggested to produce terror, a bugbear. Odors, plural of bullbeggar. Bulberries, plural of bulberry. Bulvary, the plant Shepherdia argentea. Nobly. Wooeth. Bullbutter, alternative form of bull butter. Thoth, a person employed in a lumber camp to perform various duties such as sweeping, feeding animals, cutting firewood, etc. Oats, plural of bullcook. Bovrat, woit. Vokrapper, synonym of bullshitter. Vogratters, plural of bullcrapper. Bullprat, bullshit. Bullcrap. Bode, to have lesbian sex. Bodegger, a masculine or butch lesbian, a bulldyke. Bodeggers, plural of bulldagger. Bulldike, alternative form of bulldyke. Bulldicker, alternative form of bulldiker. Bulldickers, plural of bulldicker. Bulldikes, plural of bulldike. Moding, bullshit, nonsense. Bulldog, a breed of dog developed in England by the crossing of the bull-baiting dog and the pug to produce a lady's companion dog, having a very smooth coat, a flattened face, wrinkly cheeks, powerful front legs, and smaller hind legs. Bulldog bat, any of the bats of the family Noctiliidae, Solixta genus Noctilio. Bulldog bats, plural of bulldog bat. Bulldog clip, a binder clip with rigid handles. Bulldog clips, plural of bulldog clip. Bulldog edition, the earliest edition of a periodical publication, especially a daily newspaper. Bulldog editions, plural of bulldog edition. Bulldog gravy, a Depression-era foodstuff associated with American coal miners, consisting of a mixture of water, flour, and grease, often eaten with beans. Bulldog rat, a dark rat once endemic to Christmas Island Rattus nativitatis, now extinct. Bulldog rats, plural of bulldog rats. Bulldog scalp, synonym of Cuties vertices gyrata. Bulldard, simple past and past participle of bulldog. Bulldogness, stubborn determination, doggedness. Bulldogger, one who bulldogs, chases, and wrestles a steer as a rodeo performance. Bulldoggers, plural of bulldogger. Bulldogging, present participle and gerund of bulldog. Bulldogish, resembling or characteristic of a bulldog, fierce, tenacious, etc. Bulldogishly, in a bulldogish manner. Bulldoggy, resembling a bulldog. Bulldogs, plural of bulldog. Bulldozable, capable of or suitable for. Being bulldozed. Bulldoze, to destroy with a bulldozer. Bulldozed, simple past and past participle of bulldoze. Bulldozer, a tractor with caterpillar tracks and an attached blade for pushing earth and building debris for coarse preliminary surface grading, demolishing building structures, etc. Bulldozer, simple past and past participle of bulldozer. Bulldozering, present participle and gerund of bulldozer. Bulldozers, plural of bulldozer. Bulldoze, third person singular simple present indicative of bulldoze. Bulldozing, present participle and gerund of bulldoze. Bulldozings, plural of bulldozing. Bulldog, woit. Bull dust, fine red dust, found in desert regions of Australia. Woldike, alternative form of bull dyke. Wooldiker, synonym of bulldyke. Wooldikers, plural of bulldiker. Bulldikes, plural of bulldyke. Bulldiking, the practice of engaging in lesbian sex, sometimes, especially tribadism, especially among black women, sometimes used adjectively. Bulldikish, like a bulldyke. No, a municipality, the capital of Gruyere District, Fribourg Canton, Switzerland. Bulectomies, plural of bulectomy. Bulectomy, a surgical procedure whereby small portions of the lung, called bulla, are removed. Bulla are large areas 1 cm in diameter in the lung filled with oxygen-depleted air. Mode, simple past and past participle of bull. Bulled up, simple past and past participle of bull up. Volley, a surname. Vola, a surname. Bullen, the lyre bird. Bullenail, a nail with a round head and short shank, tinned and lacquered. Bullenails, plural of bullenail. Over, a surname from Middle English. Voer, simple past and past participle of bowler. Boerang, an African-styled music style and dance from Panama. Vore, present participle and gerund of bowler. Owers, plural of buller. O's, plural of bull. Boas, a projectile, usually of metal, shot from a gun at high speed. Bullet ant, a stinging ant Parapona clavata, the toxin of which causes intense pain for about a day, native to Central and South America. Bullet ants, plural of bullet ant. Bullet ballot, synonym of bullet vote. Bullet ballots, plural of bullet ballot. Bullet bra, a full support bra with cups in the shape of a paraboloid of revolution with its axis perpendicular to the breast, invented in the 1940s and popular into the 1960s. Bullet bras, plural of bullet bra. Bullet catch, a stage illusion in which the magician appears to catch a fired bullet, typically in the mouth or in the hand. Bullet catches, plural of bullet catch. Bullet chess, chess played at an extremely fast time control, with each side getting 1 minute or occasionally slightly more to make their moves. Bullet climb, to climb Mount Fuji during the night in order to see the sunrise at the peak. Bullet climbed, simple past and past participle of bullet climb. Bullet climbing, present participle and gerund of bullet climb. Bullet climbs, third person singular simple present indicative of bullet climb. Bullet fee, a financial charge levied on the family of an executed prisoner. Bullet fees, plural of bullet fee. Bullet graph, a kind of simplified bar graph resembling the scale of a thermometer. Bullet graphs, plural of bullet graph. Bullet hell, a genre of two-dimensional shoot 'em up in which the playfield is almost filled with a barrage of enemy bullets. Bullet hells, plural of bullet hell. Bullet hole, a circular wound or hole caused by the projectile of a firearm. Bullet holes, plural of bullet hole. Bullet journal, a notebook used for personal organization, often highly customized and encompassing schedules, reminders, to-do lists, brainstorming, and other organizational tasks in a concise manner. Bullet journaling, the activity or practice of maintaining a bullet journal. Bullet journals, plural of bullet journal. Bullet lists, synonym of bulleted list. Bullet lists, plural of bullet lists. Bullet loan, a loan where the payment of the entire principal of the loan is due at the end of the loan term. Bullet loans, plural of bullet loan. Bullet money, a type of coinage historically used in Siam, now Thailand, and its predecessor kingdoms. Bullet monies, plural of bullet money. Bullet payment, a lump sum payment made at once for the entirety of the outstanding balance on a loan. Bullet payments, plural of bullet payment. Bullet point, the symbol typically is solid circle that marks each item in a bulleted list. Bullet points, plural of bullet point. Bullet time, a visual effect in which the camera pans around a slow-down object, such as a flying bullet. Bullet tray, a secondary market trade involving the purchasing of an underlying asset already in the money, allowing the option buyer to capitalize on the move without waiting for the exchange-mandated price change. Bullet trades, plural of bullet tray. Bullet train, a Shinkansen train, a Japanese high-speed rail train. Bullet trains, plural of bullet train. Bullet tree, alternative form of bully tree. Bullet trees, plural of bullet tree. Bullet vibrator, a small, cylindrical vibrator sex toy used exteriorly to stimulate the clitoris. Bullet vote, an elector's sole vote for a single candidate, despite being entitled to vote for more than one. Bullet votes, plural of bullet vote. Bullet voting, the practice of voting for only one candidate, despite being entitled to vote for more than one. Bullet with someone's name on it, the named individual will soon meet an untimely demise. Bullet wood, alternative form of bullet wood. Bullet woods, plural of bullet wood. Bullet head, a person's head shaped like a bullet. Bullet-headed, having a pointed head that is reminiscent of a bullet. Bullet heads, plural of bullet head. Bullet nose, having the design or style of the nose of a bullet. Bullet point, alternative form of bullet point. Bullet pointed, containing bullet points arranged with bullet points. Bullet pointing, present participle and gerund of bullet point. Bullet points, plural of bullet point. Bulletproof, alternative spelling of bulletproof, all senses. Bulletproof, simple past and past participle of bulletproof. Bulletproofing, present participle and gerund of bulletproof. Bulletproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of bulletproof. Bullet screen game, a kind of live streaming video game in which viewers' likes, comments, and donations affect the gameplay in real time. Bullet screen games, plural of bullet screen game. Bullet shooting crossbow, synonym of stonebow. Bullet shooting crossbows, plural of bullet shooting crossbow. Bulleted, set off by bullet points. Bulleted lists, a list whose items start with a typographical bullet, that is, or with other symbols other than numbers. Bulleted lists, plural of bulleted lists. Bulletfest, an occasion in which there is much shooting, a shootout. Bulletfists, plural of bulletfest. Bullethead, alternative form of bullethead. Bulletheads, plural of bullethead. Bullet hole, alternative spelling of bullet hole. Bullet hose, plural of bullet hole. Bulletin, a short report, especially one released through official channels to be immediately broadcast or publicized. Bulletin board, a board on which messages may be posted, especially one in a public space. Bulletin board service, synonym of bulletin board system. Bulletin board services, plural of bulletin board service. Bulletin board system, a type of computer system, now largely obsolete, used to exchange messages and data over a telecommunications network. Bulletin board systems, plural of bulletin board system. Bulletin boards, plural of bulletin board. Bulletin board system, alternative form of bulletin board system. Bulletin board systems, plural of bulletin board system. Bulletin, having a bulletin. Bulleting, present participle and gerund bullet. Bulletining, present participle and gerund bulletin. Bulletinize, to notify using bulletins. Bulletinized, simple past and past participle of bulletinize. Bulletinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bulletinize. Bulletinizing, present participle and gerund of bulletinize. Bulletins, plural of bulletin. Bulletizan, the surrealist technique of shooting ink at a blank piece of paper to produce an initial shape. Bulletize, to restructure a document, etc., as a series of bullet points. Bulletized, simple past and past participle of bulletize. Bulletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bulletize. Bulletizing, present participle and gerund of bulletize. Bulletless, without bullets. Bullet-like, resembling a bullet or the path of a bullet. Bullet maker, a manufacturer of bullets. Bullet makers, plural of bullet maker. Bullet making, the manufacture of